We recently put together a 4-hour compilation of our best videos for you, and the feedback from it was really good. It's perfect to listen to while you work, relax, or even sleep. Due to the amazing response, I've decided to create another compilation, this time featuring additional videos from our second channel. These are narrated by Noah, who helps narrate our shorter videos, but we also include some of our best videos from this channel. I'm guessing most of you have already seen these videos before, but watching them again can be really useful, especially since our documentaries are packed with so much information that there's always something new to pick up on a second viewing. Remember to like the video and subscribe. Anyway, let's continue and get into the video.
As World War II reached its devastating conclusion, chaos gripped Nazi Germany. Berlin, once the heart of Hitler's empire, was crumbling. In this backdrop of destruction, as the Red Army closed in and the Allies tore down the remnants of the Third Reich, a group of Waffen-SS soldiers carried out the greatest bank robbery in history. This is the story of the heist that shocked the world, the robbery of the Reichsbank in 1945. To understand the significance of this heist, we must first look at the immense wealth the Nazis had plundered during their rampage across Europe. From 1939 to 1945, the Nazi war machine pillaged cities, looted museums, and seized the personal assets. Political dissidents and occupied territories were stripped of their wealth, fueling the war effort. Much of Germany's wealth was deposited into the Reichsbank, the central bank of Nazi Germany. By 1945, it was estimated to hold billions in gold, currency, and valuable assets. The Nazis, foreseeing defeat, attempted to hide this wealth in various locations, including mines in southern Germany and Austria, but much of it remained in Berlin. It is within this vault of unimaginable wealth that our story begins. As the Allies closed in, the Reichsbank was a prize for anyone desperate enough to take it. By early 1945, Berlin was already a city of ruins. The Allied bombing campaigns had levelled large sections of the capital, and its people huddled in bunkers to avoid the ceaseless raids. In February 1945, nearly 1,000 Allied B-17 flying fortresses unleashed their fury on downtown Berlin, dealing a crushing blow to the Reichsbank. The upper stories of the Reichsbank were obliterated in the raid, but its vaults remained secure. Despite the destruction, Nazi leaders saw the bank's treasure as vital to their plans for survival. Gold and currency would be needed for post-war plans, and Adolf Hitler ordered its dispersal to secret locations in southern Germany and Austria. As Berlin fell into chaos, some of the most die-hard SS soldiers remained behind, among them members of the Waffen-SS. These elite forces, known for their ruthless efficiency, were ready to exploit the collapsing regime. At the heart of this plan was SS Colonel Joseph Spatzl, a man well versed in military operations and one of the key figures behind the heist. Spatzl was no ordinary officer, having commanded military police units during the occupation of the Netherlands, but as Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, he saw an opportunity to secure a fortune for themselves and his men, and to make sure the Soviets didn't get their hands on it. The plan: rob the Reichsbank and make a daring escape. Spatzl gathered a group of Waffen-SS soldiers, all battle-hardened and deeply loyal to the cause. Their mission was clear: take as much treasure as possible from the Reichsbank and flee the doomed city before the Red Army sealed their fate. On April 22nd, 1945, with Soviet artillery echoing in the distance, the SS launched their operation. Armed and prepared for any resistance, they marched into the Reichsbank. The staff, already terrified and demoralized, had little choice but to comply. Inside the vaults lay billions of Reichsmarks, jewellery, diamonds and bonds. Though they had access to gold bullion as well, the weight made it impractical to transport under the circumstances. The SS soldiers took whatever they could carry and loaded it into trucks parked nearby. With the trucks now laden with stolen riches, Spatzl and his men knew time was running out. Soviet forces were tightening their grip on Berlin, and they needed to escape. Fortunately for the SS, one of the few remaining airfields in German hands still had transport planes ready for evacuation. Under the cover of night, the trucks raced through the rubble-strewn streets of Berlin to Tempelhof Airport, where Junkers' 52 transport planes awaited. They loaded the treasure and took off for Austria, one of the last areas still under nominal German control. Spatziel and his men landed safely in Austria, but their troubles were far from over. The Allies were closing in on both sides, American forces from the west and Soviet forces from the east. The SS soldiers decided to hide much of the treasure in various secret locations around Salzburg, hoping to use it in the future to rebuild their fortunes. The treasure was divided and stashed in multiple hiding spots, from caves to mountain hideouts, but the SS soldiers couldn't resist taking a portion for themselves, slipping away with a fortune in gems, cash and valuables. As the war ended, Allied forces began to hunt down Nazi treasure. American troops captured one of Spatziel's men, who revealed the location of one stash worth around $8 million. But the rest of the loot, estimated at over $100 million, remains missing to this day. The missing Nazi gold, jewels and cash from the Reich's Bank Heist has become one of the enduring mysteries of World War II. While some treasure hunters have claimed to come close, most of the SS loot remains hidden, with no confirmed discoveries of its whereabouts. One of the key figures in the SS's escape was Otto Skorzeny, the infamous Nazi commando who had previously rescued Mussolini in a daring operation. Skorzeny played a role in helping Spatziel's men and other SS officers evade capture by the Allies. After the war, Skorzeny himself escaped and resurfaced in Spain, living a life of luxury. Some speculate that the wealth he acquired during the heist helped fund an extensive Nazi escape network, aiding war criminals in fleeing to South America. To this day, the fate of much of the Reichsbank treasure remains unknown. Some believe that parts of it are still hidden deep in the Austrian Alps or in secret Nazi caches around Europe. Others suspect that the wealth was funneled into post-war escape networks, financing the lives of SS officers who evaded justice. More than 75 years later, the story of the Reichsbank heist remains an unsolved mystery. While some of the treasure has been recovered, millions in gold, jewels and currency are still missing. The whereabouts of these stolen fortunes have captivated treasure hunters, historians and conspiracy theorists alike. But where could the missing treasure be? One of the most popular theories is that the missing SS treasure is still hidden in the mountains of Austria. The region around Salzburg, where Spatziel's men fled to after the heist, is remote and mountainous, making it the perfect hiding spot. In the post-war chaos, many believe that the Nazis buried vast quantities of loot in caves, mine shafts, or even under old Nazi military bases. For decades, adventurers have scoured the mountains, searching for signs of hidden treasure. Some have even claimed to have found Nazi gold, but little has been verified. The possibility that the SS hid much of the loot in isolated locations, never to be recovered, remains a strong theory. Another important connection in the hunt for the missing treasure is the Merkers mine in southern Germany, where over 100 tons of Nazi gold were discovered by American forces in April 1945. The mine was a crucial part of the Nazis' plan to secure their stolen wealth, and some theorists believe that other mines and underground facilities in the region were used as storage sites for additional treasures. While much of the wealth stored in the Merkers mine was recovered by the Allies, some treasure hunters speculate that additional Nazi loot could have been hidden in other secret bunkers nearby. The intricate network of underground facilities built by the Nazis in the final years of the war remains an area of ongoing fascination and mystery. Another theory revolves around the Nazi escape routes to South America. In the aftermath of the war, many high-ranking Nazi officials, including SS members, used clandestine networks to escape justice and settle in countries like Argentina, Brazil and Chile. This escape network, often called rat lines, helped hundreds of war criminals evade capture. Some believe that part of the Reichsbank treasure was funneled through these networks to help finance the escape of Nazi officers. Otto Skorzeny, the SS commando who helped Spatziel during the heist, was known to have lived in luxury in Spain after the war, and rumours suggest he may have used some of the stolen wealth to establish Nazi colonies in South America. While no definitive evidence has been found linking the Bank Heist directly to the rat lines, the possibility that some of the stolen loot was used to fund these operations cannot be discounted. The luxurious post-war lifestyles of some Nazi officers have fueled ongoing speculation about where their wealth came from. Could the missing treasure still be hidden within the ruins of Berlin itself? While Spassiel's men made off with millions in currency and valuables, some treasure hunters believe that a portion of the wealth never left the city. As Soviet forces closed in, parts of the Reichsbank may have been sealed off or buried beneath the rubble of war-torn Berlin. In the years following the war, several discoveries of hidden caches of Nazi loot were made in Berlin, often during construction projects. Could more treasure be lying in wait, buried deep beneath the rebuilt city? With Berlin's extensive underground bunkers and tunnel systems, it's entirely possible that some of the Reichsbank's gold remains undiscovered. In recent years, advances in technology have given treasure hunters new tools to search for lost Nazi gold. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and historical archives have been used to locate potential hiding spots for the missing wealth. These modern-day treasure hunters hope to solve one of history's greatest mysteries. Despite decades of searching, the missing gold from the Bank Heist has never been fully accounted for. Whether hidden in the mountains of Austria, buried deep beneath Berlin, or smuggled out through Nazi escape networks, the treasure remains elusive. By April 1945, Germany found itself on the precipice of total collapse. After nearly 6 years of devastating conflict that engulfed Europe and beyond, the Third Reich, once so dominant, was now on its knees. The vaunted Wehrmacht, which had steamrolled through vast swaths of Europe in the early years of the war, was a mere shadow of its former self. The Axis powers were exhausted, drained of manpower and resources, and facing enemies who had grown stronger, more coordinated, and more determined than ever to deliver the final blow. The situation was beyond dire. The Allies in the West were advancing swiftly, having broken through the German defences along the Rhine. Their forces surged into Germany with minimal resistance. Cities across the Reich were subjected to relentless Allied bombing campaigns, reducing them to rubble and cutting the infrastructure and supply chains that had kept the German war machine going. But it was the Soviets, marching in from the east, who posed the most immediate and existential threat. After fighting their way across Eastern Europe in a campaign fueled by a desire for vengeance, the Red Army now stood at the Oder River, a mere 70 kilometers from Berlin. The collapse of Germany seemed imminent, and the High Command was in disarray. Yet despite the seemingly insurmountable odds, Hitler and his inner circle still clung to hope, however delusional, that some miraculous reversal of fortune could still be achieved. It was in this moment of desperation that the German High Command made a fateful decision, a decision to recall a man long despised by the leadership of the Third Reich, General Heinrich, who had been pushed to the sidelines in earlier years. Although he was unpopular with figures like Hitler, Göring and Himmler, Heinrich's reputation as a master of constructing defensive systems could not be ignored. As Berlin's fate hung in the balance, he was seen as the only person capable of organising a last-ditch defence of the capital and delaying the inevitable fall. General Heinrich had earned his reputation in earlier campaigns, but his strict, no-nonsense approach had alienated many within the Nazi leadership. Unlike the sycophants who surrounded Hitler in the final years of the war, Heinrich was known for his bluntness and his willingness to challenge decisions he saw as misguided, particularly in the realm of military strategy. His lack of tolerance for the political machinations within the Nazi hierarchy made him a figure of scorn among the leadership, but it was precisely his cold pragmatism that made him indispensable in the Reich's final hours. By this time the German army was spread thin, and morale had plummeted. The forces that remained were a ragtag mix of inexperienced recruits, many of whom were little more than teenagers, and older men drafted into service as the manpower shortages became increasingly acute. The once feared panzer divisions, the spearhead of Germany's military might, were depleted, with many of their remaining units either immobilized due to lack of fuel or sent to secondary fronts, such as the ill-fated defense of Prague. The Luftwaffe had long since lost air superiority, and the Kriegsmarine was effectively crippled, with most of its major ships either sunk or rendered inoperable. The resources that Germany had relied on in the earlier stages of the war were simply no longer there. As Heinrich made his way to the Führer bunker in Berlin, the situation outside grew ever more desperate. The Soviets, led by Marshals Zhukov and Konev, had positioned over 2.5 million soldiers, 6,000 tanks and 7,500 aircraft in preparation for the final assault on Berlin. Soviet artillery barrages were already hammering German positions along the Oder, and the defenders knew it was only a matter of time before the Red Army launched their final push. Within the city itself, chaos reigned. Berlin's civilian population, who had been bombarded by Allied air raids for months, were now preparing for the brutal street-to-street fighting that was sure to come. Thousands attempted to flee the city, but many had no choice but to remain, sheltering in basements or makeshift bunkers. Heinrich arrived at the Führer bunker, a symbol of Hitler's isolation and detachment from the war's grim reality. The bunker, deep beneath the Reich chancellery, was designed to protect Hitler and his closest advisors from the relentless Allied bombing campaigns. It had become the nerve centre of Nazi Germany's final military operations, but by April 1945 it was also a place of growing paranoia and disillusionment. Hitler himself suffering from a range of physical ailments and increasingly reliant on a cocktail of drugs administered by his personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, had become a shadow of the figure who had once captivated millions with his fiery oratory. The scene Heinrich encountered upon entering the bunker was one of palpable tension. Gathered in the room were several of the most powerful figures in the Nazi regime: General Keitel, General Burgdorf, General Krebs, Martin Bormann, Heinrich Himmler, Hermann Göring, and Admiral Dönitz. Each of these men had their own agendas, but all were united by a shared fear of what was to come. Hitler, despite his deteriorating health, remained at the centre of the meeting, but Heinrich was struck by how much the Führer had changed since their last face-to-face encounter. The once charismatic leader was now a gaunt, pale figure, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain control of the conversation. Heinrich later remarked to his aides that Hitler looked like a man on the brink of death, a walking corpse who had less than 24 hours to live. Hitler, however, was not ready to give up hope. He turned to Heinrich, eager to hear an assessment of the situation on the Oder front. Heinrich, never one to mince words, delivered a blunt and devastating evaluation. The forces defending the Oder were not capable of holding back the Soviet onslaught, he explained. The Ninth Army, under General Busse, was already stretched to its limits, despite efforts to reinforce it. Worse still, the 3rd Panzer Army, stationed to the north, was in an even more precarious state. The panzer units, once the pride of the German military, were now critically under-resourced. They lacked fuel, ammunition, and even basic equipment. Many of the tanks that remained were barely operational, and the soldiers manning the lines were exhausted, demoralized, and poorly trained. Heinrich also revealed another critical flaw in Germany's defense strategy. The best reserves, particularly the armoured divisions that could have been used to reinforce the Oder front, had been sent to Prague based on faulty intelligence. This miscalculation left Berlin's defences dangerously exposed, and there were no significant reserves left to call upon in the event of a Soviet breakthrough. Without these critical reinforcements, Heinrich warned, the front would collapse and the Soviets would be in Berlin within days. The room fell silent as Heinrich finished his report. The reality of the situation was undeniable, but few in the room had the courage to speak it aloud. Hitler, however, refused to accept defeat. He insisted that reinforcements were on their way and that there was still time to prepare the defences. Heinrich, growing increasingly frustrated, retorted that the reinforcements Hitler spoke of were a mirage. The German war effort was running on fumes. Supplies of ammunition, fuel, and even food were running dangerously low, and the men who were being drafted to defend Berlin were nothing like the seasoned soldiers of earlier campaigns. Many were inexperienced recruits, some barely old enough to shave, while others were older men, hastily conscripted from civilian life with minimal training. These were not the troops capable of holding back the Red Army. Still, Hitler clung to his belief that a miracle was possible. He argued that the Soviet forces were overstretched, that they were using up their reserves, and that the quality of their troops had diminished. Heinrich, who had witnessed the strength of the Soviet forces firsthand, sharply disagreed. He explained that the Soviet troops were not only experienced, but were fighting with a determination unmatched by their German counterparts. For the Red Army, this was more than just another military campaign. It was a fight for revenge, for the destruction of the regime that had ravaged their homeland. At this point, the meeting took a strange turn. Göring, always eager to curry favour with Hitler, jumped in with an audacious offer. He would send 100,000 Luftwaffe ground troops to reinforce the defences. This was a desperate gamble, as the Luftwaffe had long since ceased to function as an effective air force, and its ground troops were largely inexperienced in infantry combat. Himmler, not wanting to be outdone, pledged an additional 25,000 SS troops. Finally, Admiral Dönitz, the head of the Kriegsmarine, offered to send 12,000 sailors to defend the Oder front. While the numbers sounded impressive on paper, Heinrich knew that these hastily assembled forces would be of little value on the battlefield. Most of these men lacked the training or equipment necessary for ground combat, and sending them to the front would likely result in heavy casualties without changing the outcome of the battle. In a final act of defiance, Heinrich bluntly told the group that the situation was beyond saving. He warned that without the return of the armoured divisions that had been sent to Prague, Berlin would fall within days. Hitler, still clinging to his belief in victory, refused to listen. As the meeting drew to a close, Hitler's final words to Heinrich were an attempt to inspire: "If you believe in victory, it will come." Heinrich left the bunker, knowing that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Outside, he turned to his aide and said, "It's no use anymore. Everything is lost." On April 16, 1945, the final Soviet offensive began. The Red Army launched a massive artillery barrage, followed by a full-scale assault across the Oder River. The German defences, as Heinrich had predicted, crumbled under the sheer weight of the Soviet attack. Within days, the Soviet forces encircled Berlin, cutting off any remaining hope of escape. The battle for Berlin would rage on for 2 more weeks, but the outcome was never in doubt. By the end of April, Hitler had taken his own life in the very bunker where he had ignored Heinrich's warnings. The Third Reich, which had once sought to conquer all of Europe, was finally brought to its knees. For Heinrich, there was little satisfaction in having been proven right. The price of Germany's delusion had been catastrophic: millions dead, cities destroyed, and a nation left in ruins. As we reach the end of this gripping look at the final days of Germany, it's hard not to reflect on the immense cost of life and the tragic consequences of leadership blinded by ideology. The story of General Heinrich's final report is a stark reminder of the futility of war when the writing is already on the wall. The last moments of the Third Reich, captured in desperate meetings and false promises, show us how even in the face of overwhelming odds, hope and fear can cloud reality. If you found this deep dive into history insightful, don't forget to hit the like button, share it with others, and subscribe to the channel for more in-depth documentaries like this. I upload regularly, covering some of the most pivotal and often overlooked moments in history, exploring the decisions and events that shaped our world.
the tale of the American German volunteers, or SS renegades. This intriguing segment of our past remains shrouded in relative obscurity, a forgotten narrative waiting to be unravelled. So, today, we embark on a journey to unearth the concealed details of this historical anomaly, a facet of World War II that, for some inexplicable reason, has eluded comprehensive study. Did a significant number of American volunteers participate in this clandestine endeavour of joining the German war machine? More than we could have originally imagined. While Mark Felton recently shed light on this subject, our exploration takes us deeper into the shadows, revealing untold stories and shedding light on the motivations and forgotten documents proving that there is more than we originally knew, and that led some Americans to don German uniforms and see combat on the every front. In the years leading up to the outbreak of World War II, individuals of German descent residing outside Germany were actively encouraged to establish citizens groups aimed at promoting German virtues globally. The primary objective was to advance causes aligned with the goals of the Nazi Party. In the United States, the Amerika-Deutsche Volksbund, also known as the German-American Bund, emerged in 1936, presenting itself as an organization of patriotic Americans of German stock. The Bund operated approximately 20 youth and training camps and expanded its influence to include tens of thousands of members distributed among 70 regional divisions throughout the country. A significant event in the history of the German-American Bund occurred on February 20, 1939, when the organization organized an Americanization rally at Madison Square Garden in New York. During this event, the Bund vehemently denounced Jewish conspiracies, President Roosevelt and other perceived adversaries. Attended by 20,000 supporters and members, the rally faced vehement opposition from large crowds of anti-fascists. The anti-fascist demonstrators were kept in check by a considerable presence of 1,500 New York City police officers. However, soon with the onset of World War II in 1939, the German-American Bund experienced a rapid decline. The organization disintegrated and many of its assets were seized. Furthermore, its leader was arrested on charges of embezzlement and subsequently deported to Germany. This marked the end of the German-American Bund's influence and activities in the United States as the nation became deeply engaged in the war effort against Germany and its allies. During the wartime era, German propaganda alleging that a significant number of Americans had defected from their military ranks to enlist with the German SS. This unsubstantiated claim sought to sow seeds of doubt and fear, portraying a distorted image of loyalty within the American armed forces. Adding to this, there arose a new division entity known as the George Washington Legion, an American legion purportedly fighting alongside Nazi Germany during World War II. This fanciful narrative aimed to exploit the fears of the American public, implying that some of their fellow countrymen had betrayed their allegiance and taken up arms against their nation. Before we go into the American men we found that joined that aren't known, we will quickly go over the official government records. A noteworthy but relatively small occurrence in 1940 involved a handful of Americans aligning themselves with the Germans during World War II. Surprisingly, the documented number of individuals involved stands at a mere 5, suggesting the limited scale of this peculiar collaboration. Strikingly, details about the fate and activities of these individuals have largely remained elusive since 1940, leaving a veil of mystery over their subsequent actions. Among those who chose to join forces with the Germans, a discernible pattern emerges in their backgrounds. The majority of them were individuals of German ethnicity who had settled in America, reflecting a possible connection to their ancestral homeland. Additionally, some of these Americans exhibited a tangible link to Germany, either through familial ties or a profound affinity for the culture and traditions of the fatherland. Here we have one example of an American born with French heritage. This isn't very well known, but many of these occurrences took place. His born name is Peter Delaney, but went by Comte Pierre Louis de Laney Duvert and was born in Holcomb, Missouri, USA in 1907. Peter lost his father at the age of 7, but his uncle financed his education at a military high school in Bell Buckle, Tennessee, USA. During this period, influenced by his French aunt, he embraced his French heritage. The Delaney family had emigrated to North America in the early 18th century, learned French and adopted the name Pierre. Following high school, while working at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Delaney converted to Catholicism, transitioning from his Lutheran upbringing. Subsequently, he received a scholarship to study in Rome, returning to St. Louis in 1932 as a professor of theology at Fontbonne College. While in Rome, Delaney applied for and was granted French citizenship through the French embassy. In 1935, he was conscripted into the French army, now going by the grandiose name Pierre de Lanney du Ver and claiming lineage from the Counts of Ver. He served with enthusiasm, obtaining a reserve commission and serving in the 152nd Infantry Regiment at Colmar, Alsace. In May 1940, he and his family lived in Lausanne, Switzerland, where Duver supposedly operated as a French military intelligence agent. After the German invasion, they relocated to occupied France. Duver's political stance leaned towards monarchism, French nationalism, and reactionary views. He supported the anti-Semitic Charles Maurras, leader of Action Française, and harboured strong Anglophobic sentiments aligning with the Vichy regime's ideology. He resigned from the French army in 1941, joined Pétain's Légion Française des Combattants, and later transferred to the Légion des Volontaires Français, the French legion within the German army. He participated in actions on the Eastern Front before serving with the collaborationist Vichy militia, the Milice Française. Duver then joined the Kurt Eggers regiment, working as a radio propagandist. As early as 1941, Pierre had written a letter that stated, Annecy, France, March 3, 1941. Note that America has not yet been attacked by anyone, but America is clearly talking about extending the scope of the war, necessarily putting Japan into it and making it an ideological war. America has only its own interests in mind. With whom will they go to bed in their search of supremacy? With communism? God forbid. American material assistance to Stalin could cause the destruction of Europe and its Christian civilization. In Berlin 1945, the sophisticated and highly educated Duver mentored the less experienced friend called Monty. Duver arranged for Monty to document Soviet atrocities in Hungary and compile reports for broadcast to American audiences. Monty officially joined the Waffen-SS in early April 1945, coinciding with the disintegration of the Kurt Eggers regiment in the face of the Soviet advance. A few days later, while the Allies were closing in on Berlin, the air raids became beyond brutal. An American-born Peter was killed by American bombers. That is only one story of Americans born fighting for the Germans. Obviously, there are much-known cases of such as Monty, a second lieutenant in the US Army Air Corps, was stationed in Karachi on the Indian subcontinent in 1944. Displaying an unusual sense of logic, he went AWOL and journeyed to Cairo, Egypt, eventually reaching Italy. There, he commandeered a reconnaissance P-38 and flew to Milan, where he surrendered to the Germans, adopting the alias Martin Wiethaupt while assisting the Waffen-SS in propaganda efforts aimed at American POWs and Allied soldiers in Italy. Although Monty avoided direct combat as the war neared its end, he abandoned the SS, surrendered to the Americans in the South, and donned his SS officer uniform. He claimed it had been given to him by partisans to facilitate his escape to the American lines, concealing the fact that he had escaped with a P-38. The Americans, aware of his P-38 escapade, accepted his story of a lone heroic act against the Germans. Monty faced a court-martial for desertion and received a 15-year sentence of hard labor. Following a plea and appeal, President Truman pardoned him but mandated his re-enlistment as a precondition. The narrative takes an unusual turn when Monty re-enlisted in the army in 1946, eventually attaining the rank of sergeant. However, in 1948, his past as Martin Wiethaupt caught up with him, leading to his arrest by the FBI. Subsequently, he faced trial, resulting in a 25-year prison sentence. He was eventually granted parole in 1960 and passed away in the year 2000. Similarly, Mildred Gillards, a woman known for broadcasting messages to American soldiers in a captivating voice, found herself in legal trouble post-war. Following her trial, she received a sentence of 10 to 30 years of imprisonment, ultimately being paroled in 1961. She breathed her last in 1988. However, our exploration doesn't conclude there. Following extensive research efforts, I stumbled upon an antiquated publication titled Unknown Foreign Volunteers of the Waffen SS, Soldiers from the Darkest Corners of Himmler's Military Empire by Cambridge River, distributed by Charles Martel Combs. Unfortunately, the author fails to provide any references for the information presented. Nevertheless, the content appears to be accurate and everything concerning Monty and Peter aligns with the verifiable truth. Within the pages of this book, numerous American names emerge, recounting their participation in the Waffen SS, including Stuka pilots. Let me share some intriguing details from the text with you guys. The first identification exactly as it states. Howard Margraf, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 16 Oct. 1916, joined R.A.D. Reichs Arbeitsdienst in 1938, joined the SS Freischar, joined the SS Heimwehr Danzig Battalion, has two brothers named Eugene and Norman, who also enlisted in the SS, assigned to the SSTK division after when it absorbed the Heimwehr Danzig, released from Waffen SS in February 1941, and became involved in propaganda broadcasting escape, defected to Switzerland in 1943 with his two brothers. Again, exactly as it states, Edwin Peter, born in New York, 12th of March 1918, reached the rank of Oberscharführer in Waffen SS. No unit was mentioned. KIA on 2nd July 1941 in Latvia. Again, Georg MacDonald, born in Buffalo, 7th May 1922, reached the rank of Untersturmführer in Waffen SS. No unit was mentioned. KIA on 14th of March 1944, Jovi Estonia Nick Clausen, born in Philadelphia on 23rd October 1924. American citizen residing in Denmark, possibly served either in Freikorps Danmark, Viking or Nordland divisions. Senius Christian Olsen, born in Maison City on 3rd and January 1918. American citizen residing in Denmark, possibly served either in Freikorps Danmark, Viking or Nordland divisions. Again, Richard Wesley Peterson, born in Minneapolis on 4th April 1925, American citizen residing in Denmark, possibly served either in Freikorps Danmark, Viking or Nordland divisions. Elmer Johannes Nielsen, born in Omaha, Nebraska, 15th of June 1911. American citizen residing in Denmark, possibly served either in Freikorps Danmark, Viking or Nordland divisions. Even Tuxenbjerg Nielsen, born in Omaha, Nebraska, 26 June 1920. American citizen residing in Denmark, possibly served either in Freikorps Danmark, Viking or Nordland divisions. Charles Braschwitz, born in New Jersey, 17th August 1911, Wachtmeister in SS Polizei Division KEA on 7th May 1945, Laibach, Slovenia. Raymond George Rommelspacher, born in Chicago, 30th May 1926, SS Grenadier KIA during Allied landings in Normandy 1944. Andreas Hauser, born in Los Angeles, 30th August 1893, KIA on 18th January 1945, Welikai, Ukraine. Andy Beneshan was born in New York on 1st September 1918, SS Unterscharführer on 16th April 1945, Bosnia. William Thomas Buter, born in Trenton, New Jersey, 1920, living in Belgium when the war broke out, volunteered into the Walloon Legion under Wehrmacht, transferred to Waffen SS in 1943. And death isn't stated. An American-born Stuka pilot killed in North Africa, Richard Engelbrecht, Lieutenant FF, born 30 Nov, 1921, Atlanta, GA, USA, killed 11 May 1941 at Benghazi, Benina, serving with 5 Staffel Sturzkampfgeschwader Heinz. Many of the individuals listed are American citizens who happened to be in Europe when World War II erupted. This fact is entirely reasonable considering the prevalent American presence in Europe during that time. Moreover, it is plausible that some Americans sympathized with National Socialist views before the war, leading them to consider aligning with the Germans. The significant question, however, revolves around the lack of exploration into this aspect of history and the apparent reluctance of the US government to acknowledge it. Why hasn't this subject been thoroughly investigated, and what impediments exist in recognizing such a complex and nuanced historical context? These are crucial questions that warrant further examination and discussion. However, our exploration again doesn't end here. I've delved deeper and unearthed official documents that substantiate these claims. Allow me to present them to you. Here is a man called Hans Hartwig Brüning, again another American-born. Born in 1912 in Boston, USA, his document states he was killed on the Eastern Front at Malkalinisim in 1942. He was an Unteroffizier serving with the 2nd Infantry Battalion. Here is a Texas Department of State Health Services. Texas birth certificate for American Gerhard William Hermann Bunsow. He was a lieutenant serving with Stabsbata 1st Artillery Regiment 90 with German parents living in America, born 23rd October 1915 in El Paso, Texas, USA. Killed 27 October 1941 at Skurmanowa, Russia. Theodor Julius Joachimsen, Oberleutnant, posthumously promoted to Hauptmann, served with 2 Fernkampfgeschwader. He was born on February 4, 1913 in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, USA. He lost his life on August 29, 1942 at Flugplatz Trondheim, Værnes, Norway. His final resting place is in Trondheim, Norway, where he was buried on September 1, 1942. Henry Adami, or Adami, Gefreiter, served with 4 Comp Sturmbattalion 186. He was born on September 20, 1923, in Appleton or Appletown, USA. He fell in close combat on July 15, 1943, northeast of Barsmaya. Franz Westle Gefreiter served with 2nd Corps Nachrichtenabteilung 45. He was born on July 8, 1909 in Dallas, Texas, and unfortunately he passed away on January 22, 1943 at HV Cherikawa Husi Feodavka. William Schultz, Matrose, served with Marine Bordflakabteilung Süd. He was born on May 30, 1924 in Newark, New Jersey and lost his life on November 11, 1942 in the Mediterranean. And here we find ourselves at a fascinating historical crossroads. The intricacies of this chapter remain relatively obscure, overshadowed by more extensively studied aspects of World War II. Consider the remarkable phenomenon. Germany, a nation at the heart of one of the most devastating conflicts in human history, had nearly 1 million foreign recruits hailing from various corners of the globe. A noteworthy example lies in the diversity of the German forces during this tumultuous period, a mosaic of individuals, each with their unique background and motivations, converging to join the German war effort. One might find it surprising that the United States, a nation boasting incredible ethnic diversity even in the early to mid-20th century, contributed its citizens to this international mix within the German ranks. The reasons behind such involvement are multifaceted and intriguing. One must delve into the complex geopolitical landscape and the personal stories of those who, for various reasons, found themselves entangled in the conflicts of the time. Perhaps some were driven by ideological convictions, while others may have been motivated by a desire for adventure or even economic considerations. The backdrop of global upheaval and the unprecedented scale of the war created a unique confluence of circumstances that brought together individuals from disparate backgrounds. Exploring the experiences of Americans who fought and, in some cases, perished within the German ranks opens a window into the complexities of human agency during wartime. Their stories, often overshadowed by the broader narrative, reveal the nuance and individuality that characterize historical events. It challenges us to look beyond the conventional perspectives and recognize the intricate tapestry of motivations and choices that unfolded during this tumultuous period. Indeed, during that period, a significant number of young men perceived the looming threat of communism as it cast its shadow across Europe. Driven by a profound sense of duty and a perceived obligation to counter this ideological force, many felt compelled to take action. Regardless of one's contemporary opinion on their choices, it is essential to recognize that, in their eyes, they believed they were doing what they deemed right at that crucial moment in history. The historical context plays a pivotal role in understanding the motivations of these individuals. The spectre of communism, with its far-reaching implications and ideological clashes, fueled a sense of urgency among those who saw themselves as defenders of certain values or systems. Whether fueled by genuine ideological conviction, anti-communist sentiment, or a combination of factors, these individuals felt a calling to confront what they perceived as a formidable and imminent threat. It is vital to approach the actions of these young men with a nuanced understanding, acknowledging the complexity of historical circumstances. The lens of hindsight may lead us to pass judgment on their decisions, yet history seldom unfolds in simple black and white terms. The socio-political climate of the time, coupled with the uncertainties of a world grappling with profound changes, created an environment where individuals felt compelled to make choices that, from their perspective, were aligned with what they considered just and necessary. And there you have it, folks. Das Reich will go down in history as Germany's most decorated division throughout the entire war, boasting an unparalleled reputation for stability and consistency in its combat records within the Third Reich, renowned for its unwavering dedication to duty and exceptional performance on the battlefield. This division earned a plethora of decorations, solidifying its status as a symbol of German military prowess. Throughout the challenging and tumultuous periods of conflict, Das Reich exhibited remarkable resilience, demonstrating its ability to maintain a steady and reliable presence on various fronts. The division's consistent combat achievements became a testament to the disciplined training, strategic brilliance, and unwavering commitment of its soldiers. Not only did Das Reich accumulate a remarkable number of individual and unit commendations, but it also consistently played a pivotal role in critical battles and campaigns, earning the respect of both allies and adversaries alike. Its soldiers became synonymous with courage, tenacity, and a relentless pursuit of victory. As the war unfolded, Das Reich's reputation continued to soar, with its commanders and soldiers proving their mettle in diverse and challenging environments. This division became a symbol of the Third Reich's military might, showcasing the formidable capabilities and determination that characterized Germany's armed forces during this tumultuous period. Adolf Hitler made a strategic decision that would significantly shape the course of the Waffen-SS. He placed two key units, the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH, later renamed the SS Division Leibstandarte, and the SS Verfügungstruppe, under the operational command of the High Command of the German Army. This move was a reflection of Hitler's desire to consolidate power and create a unified front within the German military. However, the effectiveness of the SS-VT during the subsequent invasion of Poland became a subject of scrutiny. Doubts arose regarding their combat capabilities, prompting discussions on the role and structure of the Waffen-SS. Heinrich Himmler, a prominent figure within the SS, passionately advocated for the autonomy of the SS-VT, arguing that it should fight in its own formations under its own commanders. In contrast, the OKW, the German Armed Forces High Command, pushed for the complete disbandment of the SS-VT, questioning its overall contribution to military objectives. Caught in the middle of conflicting opinions, Hitler faced a delicate dilemma. Unwilling to upset either the established military hierarchy or Heinrich Himmler, who wielded significant influence, Hitler opted for a compromise. He issued a directive that allowed the SSVT to form its own divisions, but with a crucial caveat. These divisions would operate under the command of the German army. This decision sought to strike a balance between maintaining unity within the German military and appeasing the ambitions of the SS. As the SS-VT transitioned into forming its own divisions, one notable division that emerged during this period was the Der Führer Regiment, or the SS Das Reich. This division, part of the Waffen-SS, would go on to play a significant role in various campaigns. Renowned for its elite status, Das Reich became emblematic of the formidable but controversial nature of the Waffen-SS within the broader context of World War II. The division's involvement in key military operations and also committing heinous crimes, but they showcased both its military prowess and the ongoing complexities surrounding the relationship between the regular army and the SS during this critical period in history. In October 1939, a significant development unfolded within the SS Verfügungstruppe. The regiments Deutschland, Germania and Der Führer were consolidated to form the SS Verfügungsdivision, with one of the most notable German commanders, Paul Hauser. Hauser, born in Brandenburg and a Havel to a Prussian military family, had a significant military upbringing with his father, Kurt Hauser, serving as a major in the Imperial German Army. Paul Hauser commenced his military journey in 1892, attending the cadet school in Köslin until 1896. Subsequently, he pursued further education at the Cadet Academy Berlin-Lichterfelde, successfully graduating in 1899. Upon receiving his commission as a lieutenant on March 20, 1899, Hauser was stationed at Ostrowo in Posen with Infantry Regiment 155. His dedication and skills were evident as he assumed the role of adjutant for the regiment's 2nd Battalion on October 1, 1903, serving in this capacity for 5 years until October 1908. Recognized for his military prowess, Hauser enrolled in the Prussian Military Academy in Berlin in October 1908, completing his studies and graduating on July 21, 1911. Throughout the First World War and beyond, from 1912 onward, he held various general staff assignments contributing to the significantly downsized post-war German army, known as the Reichswehr, where he attained the rank of colonel by 1927. Hauser's extensive military background and strategic contributions marked his notable career in service to Germany. On February 1, 1931, Hauser achieved the rank of Major General, marking a significant milestone in his military career. Following this accomplishment, he decided to retire from the Reichswehr on January 31, 1932, holding the distinguished rank of Lieutenant General at the time of his departure. Transitioning into civilian life, Hauser took an active role in the Stahlhelm organization, a right-wing group composed of World War I veterans. In 1933, he assumed leadership as the head of its Brandenburg-Berlin chapter. However, as political landscapes evolved, Stahlhelm merged with the SA Sturmabteilung, and subsequently, with the decline of the SA, it became integrated into the SS Schutzstaffel. In November 1934, Hauser underwent a significant shift in his military allegiance, transferring to the SS Verfügungstruppe and being assigned to SS Führerschule Braunschweig. His involvement in the SS continued to progress, as in 1935 he assumed the role of Inspector of SS Junkerschule and earned a promotion to the rank of Brigadeführer in 1936. These developments marked a notable phase in Hauser's post-military career as he embraced new responsibilities within the SS organization. Following these organizational changes in October 1939, the SSVT and the LSSAH actively engaged in intensive combat training. Operating under the command of the German army, both units underwent rigorous preparations for the impending military campaign known as Fall Gelb. This strategic initiative aimed to orchestrate the invasion against the Low Countries and France in 1940. During this crucial training phase, the collaboration between the Waffen-SS and the regular army reached a pinnacle. The joint efforts under army commands were a testament to the growing integration of the SSVT and the LSSAH into broader military strategies. The meticulous preparation and coordination were essential to ensure the seamless cooperation of these elite SS units alongside the German army during the upcoming large-scale offensive. The involvement of the SSVT and the LSSAH in combat training marked a pivotal period in their operational history. The rigorous exercises and maneuvers undertaken by the SSVT, particularly in its formative years, played a foundational role in refining the combat capabilities of this elite paramilitary organization. The emphasis on physical fitness, marksmanship, tactical proficiency, and ideological commitment within the SSVT's training regimens laid the groundwork for the creation of a highly disciplined and skilled fighting force. The training experience of the SSVT was characterized by intensive physical conditioning, extensive marksmanship training, and tactical proficiency drills. These elements were designed not only to develop individual skills, but also to foster a sense of unit cohesion and shared purpose among the SSVT members. This period of rigorous preparation formed the backbone of the later Waffen-SS divisions. As Fall Gelb loomed on the horizon, the combat-ready SSVT and LSSAH units stood poised to make a significant impact in the theatres of the Low Countries and France. The coordinated efforts forged during this training period would soon be put to the ultimate test, shaping the narrative of the Waffen-SS's contribution to the unfolding events of World War II. In May 1940, the Der Führer Regiment undertook a pivotal role in the unfolding events near the Dutch border, as the division bided its time in Münster, anticipating the order to invade the Netherlands. The Der Führer Regiment was strategically detached and relocated closer to the Dutch frontier. The stage was set for a momentous ground invasion, commencing on the 10th of May. During this intense campaign, the regiment, alongside the renowned LSSAH, played a crucial role in the Dutch invasion. Oberscharführer Ludwig Keplinger, a non-commissioned officer in the Führer's 3rd Battalion, etched his name in history as the first ever Waffen-SS recipient of the Knight's Cross. Keplinger displayed exceptional courage during the assault across the Dutch border at Elten and the battalion's crossing over the IJssel near Arnhem. Leading just 2 men, Keplinger climbed over the demolished IJssel bridge with the objective of seizing the heavily fortified village of Westervoort, bristling with machine guns. Despite facing intense fire during the river crossing, Keplinger's determination led to a daring charge, utilizing all available cover, resulting in the successful entry into the village. A fierce battle ensued between Keplinger's 3-man team and the 90-man garrison. Through a relentless disregard for his own safety, Keplinger managed to force the surrender of Westervoort section by section. His remarkable soldierly courage, rarely surpassed on the battlefield, was evident in this operation. By 10 AM, Westervoort was under the control of the 3 SS men, overcoming the heavily armed villagers who had previously held a seemingly impenetrable position. Notably, there was no preparatory barrage or artillery support during the attack, and without the ability to request such assistance, success seemed improbable. Yet Keplinger's leadership qualities defied the odds. 1 hour later, the 3rd Armed Battalion crossed the IJssel in force with Westervoort in their possession. The main strong point of the line had fallen into the hands of the 3 SS men, making the subsequent crossing of rubber boats, supported by artillery, against the remaining Westervoort positions only a matter of time. Without control of Westervoort, an attack across the IJssel by the Bataillon could have resulted in significant casualties. Keplinger's role as the leader of this operation rightfully earns him the title of the bravest NCO in the regiment. The regiment acknowledges the heroic achievement of these 3 SS men for achieving a breakthrough across the IJssel in a manner deemed impossible. In subsequent battles leading to the Gräber position, Keplinger continued to distinguish himself as a Zugführer. Despite sustaining multiple wounds, he chose to remain on the battlefield, leading his Zug until fainting due to significant blood loss. After relinquishing command, he was promptly transported to the field hospital. Overall, undeterred by the challenges, the regiment, the Führer, showcased its unparalleled fighting prowess. Pushing beyond Utrecht, the forces stormed through Amsterdam, advancing steadfastly to Zandvoort along the coast. The individual SSVT units, forging a united front, converged at Marienburg. As a cohesive division, they embarked on a relentless western march, determined to crush the Dutch resistance entrenched in Walcheren. The Dutch defenders, strategically positioned with artillery support and naval forces off the coast, presented a formidable challenge. The regiment Germany took the lead in the assault, facing severe casualties in the fierce encounter. Despite the valiant efforts, the battle culminated not in a triumphant German assault but in a tactical Dutch retreat. The formidable defensive position and resilient resistance on Walcheren proved to be a formidable obstacle, leading to a strategic shift in the course of the campaign. As a result, the SS Der Führer, or Das Reich, demonstrated exceptional performance during its inaugural operation in the Netherlands. The unit's proficiency and strategic fighting with the army on the battlefield showed us its formidable capabilities. As the SS Der Führer looks ahead to its next engagement, the stage is set for a challenging and important campaign in France. The momentum gained from its successful Dutch operation positions the division as a formidable force, ready to face the complexities of the upcoming conflict on the French front. The expectations are high, and the SS Der Führer is poised to exhibit further excellence and effectiveness in the impending battles that lie ahead. On the fateful day of May 22nd, 1940, the SSVT division embarked on a critical mission, surging towards the strategic destination of Calais. As they advanced through the darkened landscapes, the echoes of impending conflict reverberated in the air. A night camp en route became the setting for a fierce encounter when French units, determined to break free from the encircling Dunkirk pocket, launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting SS soldiers. In the cover of darkness, the clash erupted, marking an intense fight in the unfolding drama of World War II. The intensity of the skirmish was the desperation of the French forces seeking an escape route from the tightening grip of the Dunkirk ring. The battle was arduous, testing the mettle of both sides as they grappled for control in the shadows of the night. Undeterred by the unexpected assault, the SSVT division fought on. Despite the ferocity of the French offensive, the disciplined Das Reich soldiers stood their ground, turning the tide of the confrontation. With tenacity and strategic acumen, the SSVT regained the initiative, altering the course of the engagement. On May 24th, the renowned Leibstandarte division, in conjunction with the SSVT division aka Das Reich, assumed a critical role in the defence and containment strategy around Dunkirk. Their mission was clear: to secure the perimeter and diminish the size of the pocket enveloping the besieged British Expeditionary Force and French troops. During this crucial operation, a daring patrol from the SSVT division undertook the perilous crossing of the canal at Saint-Venant, only to face the formidable resistance of British armour. The initial attempt resulted in the destruction of the SSVT patrol, highlighting the difficult challenge posed by the well-equipped British forces. Undeterred by the setback, the SSVT division swiftly mobilised a larger force to cross the canal, successfully establishing a strategic bridgehead at Saint-Venant, positioned approximately 30 miles from the besieged Dunkirk. This bold manoeuvre not only showcased the division's adaptability and resilience, but also marked a significant step in the broader effort to contain and control the situation around Dunkirk. The creation of the bridgehead at Saint-Venant became a focal point in the complex chess game unfolding in the Dunkirk theatre. It demonstrated the SSVT division's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and press forward in the face of adversity. The stage was set for further engagements, shaping the course of events in this critical chapter of the fight for France. The narrative unfolded rapidly on the subsequent day as British forces launched a counter-offensive against Saint-Venant, compelling the SSVT division to strategically retreat and yield ground in the face of the resolute opposition. The ebb and flow of the battle highlighted the dynamic nature of the conflict, with each side vying for control over the strategic location. However, the setback was but a momentary pause in the German advance. On May 26, the relentless momentum of the German forces resumed. By May 27th, Regiment Deutschland, a formidable component of the SSVT division, had arrived at the Allied defensive line situated along the Lyre River in Merville. They swiftly carved a bridgehead across the river, securing a crucial foothold in the ongoing campaign. The strategic importance of this achievement was further emphasized as Regiment Deutschland awaited the arrival of the SS Division Totenkopf. This collaboration aimed to fortify their position and cover the flank, creating a formidable united front against the Allied forces. The synchronized efforts of these elite SS divisions show the first coordinated and strategic approach employed by the German forces during this pivotal phase of the war. But things were not going to be this smooth. A critical juncture emerged when a unit of British tanks, swift and formidable, arrived first on the scene. Their advance posed a severe threat to the SSVT division's position, breaching the defences and penetrating deep into their lines. In the face of this sudden and perilous development, the SSVT managed to hold the ground, steadfastly holding the positions against the onslaught of British tank forces. The intensity of the struggle reached a very close call when the British tanks advanced to within a mere 15 feet of Commander Felix Steiner's position. The situation teetered on the brink of disaster for the SSVT until the timely intervention of the Totenkopf Panzerjäger platoon. Their arrival marked a crucial turning point, preventing the potential destruction of the regiment and ensuring the preservation of the hard-won bridgehead. The Totenkopf Panzerjäger's swift and effective response shows the importance of coordinated and timely support in the heat of battle. By May 30th, the relentless German advance had pushed the majority of the remaining Allied forces back into the confines of Dunkirk. The evacuation of these beleaguered troops by sea to England marked the end of a chapter in the Dunkirk campaign. With this success under their belt, the SS-VT division seamlessly transitioned to the next phase of their wartime duties, actively participating in the drive towards Paris. On June 1st, recognising the need to regroup and prepare for the second phase of the campaign, the SS-VT division was withdrawn from the front line. This brief respite allowed the division to reorganise its forces and gear up for the impending second phase of the Battle of France. Just 4 days later, the SS-VT initiated the second chapter of the campaign by heading south through Orléans and subsequently occupying Angoulême. In this subsequent phase, the division found itself primarily engaged in the meticulous task of clearing and securing areas previously overrun by retreating French troops. This operation continued until the armistice was declared on June 25th. Remarkably, the SS soldiers exhibited both efficiency and great coordination, capturing over 30,000 prisoners at the cost of fewer than 35 men lost in action. The valour and effectiveness displayed by the SS-VT division during this phase of the Battle of France did not go unnoticed. Several members of the SS Verfügungs division were duly honoured with the Knight's Cross. In June 1940, the SS-VT division underwent a strategic relocation to occupied Holland, where it remained for several months in anticipation of Operation Sea Lion, the ambitious plan for the invasion of Great Britain. However, as Operation Sea Lion was indefinitely postponed, the division shifted back to France, marking a period of transition and adaptation. During this interlude, the division experienced the departure of some of its most seasoned members, who played a crucial role in forming the core of the newly established SS Wiking division. This transfer of expertise highlighted the dynamic nature of military units during this phase. In December 1940, a significant reorganisation took place as the entire Germania Regiment was withdrawn. In its stead, the SS Totenkopf Infantry Regiment 11 assumed the role, signalling a restructuring within the division's ranks. By the end of the month, a notable transformation was formalised as the division underwent an official renaming, becoming the SS Division Reich, or Das Reich. This renaming reflected the evolving nature of the division's mission and its symbolic alignment with the broader goals of the German war effort. The SS Division Reich maintained its presence in France until March 1941, at which point it underwent a significant relocation to the Balkans. In the ensuing Balkans campaign, the division played a major role in the invasion of Yugoslavia. Notably, a small but daring motorcycle reconnaissance unit comprised of merely 10 men under the command of SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg. On the morning of April 12, 1941, SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg and his motorcycle assault company approached Belgrade from Pančevo along the Danube River's bank. Despite Klingenberg's eagerness to enter the city, the swollen river and the absence of usable bridges posed a significant obstacle, especially given the lack of bridging equipment or rafts within the motorcycle assault company. Undeterred, Klingenberg's resourceful men discovered a motor launch on the north bank of the Danube. With one platoon leader, 2 sergeants and 5 privates, Klingenberg embarked on a daring crossing of the Danube. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he dispatched 2 men back for reinforcements, proceeding with the remaining 6 into downtown Belgrade. Upon entering the city, Klingenberg's group encountered a contingent of 20 Yugoslavian soldiers who, without resistance, surrendered to the Germans. Subsequently, a convoy of military vehicles approached, resulting in a brief skirmish that ended with the Germans capturing the vehicles. Now motorized, the assault group set its sights on the Yugoslavian War Ministry. However, upon arrival, they found the building abandoned, likely evacuated during the earlier Luftwaffe bombardment. With no military command left in Belgrade, Klingenberg redirected his efforts to the German embassy, which had remained operational. Unfurling a large swastika, the Germans symbolically raised it over the embassy to proclaim the city's capture. 2 hours later, the mayor of Belgrade arrived at the embassy, formally surrendering the city to Klingenberg. It wasn't until the following day that a substantial German force arrived to secure the city. For his instrumental role in capturing Belgrade under such challenging circumstances, SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg was honoured with the Knight's Cross, recognising his exceptional leadership and bravery during this daring and successful operation. It is insane how one man and a very small group made the entire country surrender. This is another example of how this Das Reich was on the finest and decorated division of the entire war. As it turns out, when the mayor arrived to talk with Klingenberg, Klingenberg employed a strategic bluff when dealing with the mayor, convincingly portraying himself as the commander of a formidable army positioned just outside the city limits. In a clever ruse, he asserted that this sizable force was poised to receive his orders for an imminent air raid on Belgrade before launching a full-scale assault. This fabricated narrative, coupled with the apparent threat of impending bombardment, effectively coerced the mayor into surrendering the Yugoslav capital, and that is how one man made the capital capitulate. Following its success in Yugoslavia, the Division Das Reich set its sights on a monumental and pivotal endeavour, the invasion of the Soviet Union. At the outset of Operation Barbarossa, the division became an integral part of Army Group Center, led by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, as they launched a colossal offensive against the nation. Unlike some units in the initial wave of the invasion, the SS Reich Division did not participate immediately. When it eventually entered the fray in the invasion of the Soviet Union, it encountered significant challenges. The progress of the division was hindered by the poor conditions of the roads, which were not only in disrepair but also overwhelmed with congestion. This logistical bottleneck slowed the advance of the division as it navigated through the difficult terrain, reflecting the immense challenges faced by the German forces during the early stages of the Eastern Front campaign. The Division Das Reich experienced its first ever combat with the Soviets on June 28, 1941, with a significant engagement in Stasica. During this operation, the division successfully expelled Russian troops from the area. However, the triumph was nearly overshadowed by the perilous situation faced by the advancing German forces. An impending enemy Soviet counterattack threatened to cut off the forward units from the main force. In the face of this imminent danger, the division's advanced troops found themselves in a precarious position. The timely arrival of reinforcements saved the division, averting potential disaster and preventing the encirclement of the German forces. This episode shows the volatile and unpredictable nature of the Eastern Front, where swift and well-coordinated counterattacks by the Soviet forces posed continuous challenges to the German advance, especially to the elite divisions. Following its initial engagement, the SS Division Reich continued its advance into the heart of Russia. Negotiating the challenging terrain, the division crossed the formidable Berezina River, navigating through the notorious Pripyat swamps on its way to Mogilev and Smolensk. The troops exhibited resilience and determination as they seized Yelenia, steadfastly holding it against vigorous counterattacks from the determined Soviet forces. As of August 8th, recognizing the strain on the division, it was temporarily relieved from active duty to undergo a much-needed period of rest and re-equipment. This strategic decision aimed to ensure the physical and material readiness of the SS Division Reich for the ongoing and future challenges of the Eastern Front campaign. The respite near Smolensk provided an opportunity for the division to regroup, replenish its resources, and prepare for the demanding battles that lay ahead in the vast expanse of the Soviet Union. In September, the SS Division Das Reich once more found itself at the forefront of the Eastern Front, actively participating in the advance that led to the capture of Sosnitsa. This strategic achievement played a crucial role in closing the infamous Kiev Pocket, a momentous event in the historical context of World War II. The SS Division Reich, with its disciplined and battle-hardened troops, demonstrated exceptional prowess during the fighting in and around Sosnitsa. Engaging in intense and fierce combat, the division contributed significantly to the successful closure of the Kiev pocket. This monumental operation resulted in the capture of an astounding 665,000 Red Army soldiers, marking one of the largest mass surrenders in the military history. After a brief respite and the reinforcement of losses, the SS Division Reich played a substantial role in Operation Typhoon, the ambitious advance towards Moscow. To the German High Command, this war could be over very soon. A strike on the capital was now imminent, commencing on October 19th. The division's involvement in this critical offensive marked a big moment in the Eastern Front campaign during Operation Typhoon, particularly in the aftermath of the capture of Gzhazg along the railway line to Moscow. The strategic importance of this location demanded a robust defense against fierce and relentless counterattacks from the determined Soviet forces. Undeterred, the SS Division Reich pressed forward in the harsh winter conditions, capturing key objectives such as Mozyask and Istra. By early December, elements of the division's momentum, the undying determination of the Red Army soldiers to defend their capital, combined with the harsh winter conditions, prompted a shift from the German advance to a defensive stance. Moscow, seemingly within grasp, remained elusive as the German troops were compelled to transition from the offensive. Units of the SS Division Reich found themselves approximately 10 miles from the city centre itself, their advance halted by the combined impact of the harsh winter and fierce resistance from the determined Soviet defenders. The toll on the division was heavy, with only 40% of its original combat strength said to have survived at that point. Heavy battles underway. The Soviets were smashing the lines so hard that the Germans had to retreat. Das Reich suffered, and this was the first time Das Reich would be fighting in house to house while holding villages around the Moscow sector. This marked a very important turning point in the Eastern Front campaign, with Moscow symbolizing the ultimate objective that remained just out of reach. The brutal winter conditions, coupled with the resilience of the Red Army, had shifted the dynamics of the conflict, setting the stage for a protracted and challenging defensive struggle for the German forces on the Eastern Front. The debilitated SS Division Reich found itself vulnerable to intense Russian assaults as the Red Army initiated its winter counter-offensive. The Führer Regiment, a once formidable and elite unit, now comprised fewer than 50 frontline soldiers. Despite their exhaustion, these resilient soldiers clung to the ground under the relentless pressure of Russian attacks. Eventually, the division, barely holding its ground, had no choice but to retreat to the region of Gzhatsk and Vyazma. The division mounted counter-attacks in January and March 1942. Launching these operations from north of Sikevka, the division aimed to regain control and close the gap southwest of the city of Varzhev. This marked a period of active engagement as the division sought to reclaim lost ground and confront the challenges posed by the harsh Russian winter and the formidable Red Army. By the end of February, the SS Division Reich existed in name only, reduced to a combat group. Engaging in intense fighting along the Volga from March to April, the division steadfastly held its positions against relentless enemy pressure. Only when the intensity of the opposition finally subsided were the remnants of the division afforded a much-needed respite. Following this period of rest, the division was ultimately withdrawn from the Eastern Front. It underwent a transformative shift as it was relocated to Germany and reconfigured into a Panzer Grenadier division. Despite this reclassification, the division retained a structure and equipment that closely resembled a fully fledged tank division. This adaptation reflected the fluidity of wartime divisions, adjusting to the evolving needs and challenges of the conflict on the Eastern Front. The SS Division Reich's journey so far shows us both the resilience of its forces and the strategic adaptability required for sustained engagement in the complex and dynamic theatre of war. From August 1942 to January 1943, the SS Panzer Grenadier Division Das Reich underwent a deployment in France, primarily assigned to occupation service duties. During this period, the division played an active role in the occupation of Vichy, France, a significant event that unfolded in November 1942. As part of the occupation forces, the division was involved in maintaining control, enforcing policies, and overseeing the administration of the occupied territories. This period of service in France marked a shift in the division's operational focus, transitioning from the intense and dynamic Eastern Front to the responsibilities associated with occupying and governing conquered territories. After undergoing reorganization into the SS Panzergrenadier Division Das Reich, essentially transforming into a fully fledged panzer division, the unit was redeployed to the Eastern Front. The division found itself immediately thrust into intense combat, defending the strategic city of Kharkov. The offensive commenced on February 19th as the SS Das Reich initiated a southward push from their positions near Poltava, seizing Novomoskovsk on the Samara River by February 20th. Swiftly advancing, they approached Pavlograd the next day, posing a threat to the Soviet flank and effectively isolating a substantial number of Soviet troops south of the Samara. The division not only decimated additional Soviet units but also forced the remaining forces to retreat northward, crossing the Samara River. Simultaneously, the SS Totenkopf, newly deployed to the front, shadowed the SS Das Reich along a parallel course to the left, maintaining a position north of the Samara. On February 23rd, both divisions executed a coordinated eastward turn. Facing dwindling fuel and supplies, the Soviet forces persisted in tenacious defense, although some infantry units were holding on precariously. SS Das Reich, engaging in intense street fighting, secured Lozovaya on February 26th. 2 days later, the 17th Panzer Division captured Petrovskoye. In a desperate attempt, the remnants of Mobile Group Popov and units of the 1st Guards Army made a stand against the 1 Panzer Army near Bavenkoyo, resulting in the Soviet forces being decisively defeated. The strategic plan unfolded as SS Das Reich attacked from the west, SS Leibstandarte advanced from the north, and SS Totenkopf screened the northwest. Kampfgruppes were formed, each assigned a specific road for their assault. Kampfgruppe Hamel encountered fierce resistance along its route but managed to reach the Kharkov suburb of Zalutino by 1600. At this point, they faced a significant obstacle, an anti-tank ditch covered by anti-tank guns and artillery. Meanwhile, the rest of Das Reich, situated to the south of Kharkov, severed the Soviets from the Marefa Road. In the tumultuous Battle of Kharkov, the combat unfolded with unparalleled intensity, each street witnessing a brutal and bloody struggle. Advancing methodically, Das Reich gained a decisive upper hand, systematically overcoming the Soviet defences. The once resilient Soviet line succumbed, paving the way for a relentless onslaught by Das Reich forces. Amidst the harsh and tumultuous terrain, the entire cityscape was shrouded in smoke, reflecting the ferocity of the conflict. Das Reich's tanks spearheaded the assault, with grenadiers methodically clearing Soviet positions. House by house, it was intense. Amidst the battle, Hauser, receiving orders from Hoth, faced a critical decision. Although directed to detach Das Reich from the Kharkov assault and redirect the division northeast, Hauser argued that the risk of breaking off mid-battle was too high, and delays in the heavily forested areas to the north were too prolonged. Instead, he opted to send a detachment from Totenkopf to cover the northeast. By late afternoon, the entirety of Das Reich had departed Kharkov for the north, with only SS Sturmbannführer Bissinger's IE battalion of SS Panzergrenadier Regiment Deutschland persisting in sweeping through the southwest of the city, encountering minimal resistance. While there remained substantial cleanup operations, the German offensive persisted. On March 15th, fighting erupted in the factory district southeast of the city, and Kampfgruppe Kum of Das Reich assaulted the massive tractor factory complex from the south, successfully clearing it of resistance by March 16th. For outstanding leadership of the 2nd Panzer Company of Das Reich during this period, Christian Teixen was awarded the Knight's Cross on the 31st, a distinction also bestowed upon Karl-Heinz Werthmann. In April, Ostaf Karl-Heinz Lorenz, recognized with the German Cross in gold as the commander of the 2nd Panzer Company, joined the staff of the 2nd Panzer Abteilung. Simultaneously, Stuff Herbert Zimmermann assumed command of the Tiger Company. Werthmann's promotion to Untersturmführer Ustuf marked his appointment as the commander of the 6th Panzer Company. Meanwhile, Klokowski transitioned to the 7th Panzer Company, taking on the role of its 3rd platoon leader. This triumph marked a pivotal moment for the Waffen-SS, achieving even greater significance with the successful recapture of Belgorod. The satisfaction derived from this accomplishment was heightened by its distinction as Hitler's most substantial victory in quite some time. Notably, this triumph served as the catalyst for the subsequent and swift expansion of the Waffen-SS, witnessing the establishment of numerous new divisions that would further bolster their military prowess. The recapture of Belgorod not only secured a strategic stronghold, but also solidified the Waffen-SS's influence, setting the stage for an era of remarkable growth and heightened operational capabilities. From April to the onset of July 1943, the soldiers of the Das Reich Division underwent a period of recovery before being thrust back into the intense theatre of the Battle of Kursk. Operating as a vital component of the SS-2 Tank Corps under the command of General Hoth's 4th Army, Das Reich executed a strategic invasion into the southern portion of the front bulge, effectively safeguarding the right flank of the corps. However, the operational landscape proved challenging as torrential rains had transformed the roads into virtually impassable mud tracks. This adverse condition compelled the Panzer Grenadiers of Das Reich to forge ahead without crucial tank support, exposing them to the rigours of fierce close combat. Despite these obstacles, the strategic deployment of Stukas played a pivotal role in assisting Das Reich in achieving its initial operational objectives, particularly securing the town of Berezov and its commanding heights. This phase of the campaign highlighted the division's resilience and adaptability in the face of challenging environmental conditions as they navigated through muddy terrains and engaged in intense combat to fulfill their military objectives. Nevertheless, the resolve of Russian resistance intensified swiftly, subjecting the SS soldiers to artillery barrages and airstrikes from enemy aircraft. In the face of such staunch opposition, Das Reich pressed forward with remarkable progress. However, the division, particularly at Prokhorovka, faced a formidable Soviet counterattack that challenged their gains. Undeterred, Das Reich tenaciously held its ground against the adversary, fortified by the support of General von Richthofen's Ju-87 tank busters. Collaborating with fellow Waffen-SS divisions within the 2nd SS Tank Corps, they successfully neutralized over 300 enemy tanks. Despite overcoming the initial counterattack, Das Reich's advance persisted, culminating in their involvement in the renowned tank battle in the hills surrounding Prokhorovka on July 12th. Subsequent days witnessed a grueling attrition battle, with both sides grappling for supremacy but experiencing minimal gains in terrain. The toll on human lives and tanks was severe on both fronts, yet the Red Army's capacity to replace losses contrasted sharply with the Waffen-SS divisions, especially Das Reich, which did not enjoy such replenishment luxuries. In this protracted engagement, the Russian losses, though greater than those incurred by the Germans, were offset by their ability to replenish their forces. Conversely, the Waffen-SS divisions, including Das Reich, faced the grim reality of sustaining their operations with diminishing resources, illustrating the challenging dynamics of the battlefield. After a hell of a fierce fight, Das Reich was ordered to fall back immediately. Following the Allied invasion of Sicily, the demand for German divisions in the west prompted a shift in strategy, prompting Das Reich to transition from an offensive to a defensive stance. Throughout the latter half of 1943, the division found itself engaged in numerous intense battles along the Mius River, once again tasked with the defense of cities it had previously conquered. Battles were very hard, outnumbered most of the time. It was becoming a fight of attrition for Das Reich, but still performing very well. By mid-July, Das Reich relocated from the area west of Belgorod. Subsequent to this move, counterattacks and defensive struggles ensued along the Mius-Donez region, followed by engagements near Stepanoka and Marinoka in the vicinity of Stalino. The months of August and September 1943 witnessed a continuation of defensive operations, counter-attacks, and battles in the Kharkov and Poltava areas. The division's responsibilities extended to a strategic retreat over the Dnieper River, where they faced further counterattacks and defensive encounters in the Dnieper-Bo region. Over a span of 5 months, Das Reich experienced a relentless series of setbacks, reaching its nadir with the significant loss of Kiev in November. As 1943 drew to a close, the division found itself reduced to the strength of a combat group. Consequently, in an effort to regroup and re-equip, the initial elements of Das Reich were transported to France. By the conclusion of April 1944, the entirety of the division had been withdrawn from the Eastern Front, marking a strategic shift in focus and the commencement of a period dedicated to recovery and reorganization in preparation for future engagements. As of October 22, 1943, the division underwent a transformation, being redesignated as the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich and subsequently re-equipped and replenished in southern France. Notably, during the spring of 1944, the 1st Panzer Abteilung tank detachment underwent a significant upgrade, transitioning to Panzer V Panther tanks. Simultaneously, the Heavy Panzer Company underwent a restructuring, emerging as the formidable Heavy Panzer Abteilung 101 equipped with Tiger tanks. Moreover, advancements in firepower were witnessed within the Panzer Artillery Regiment 2R, which now incorporated self-propelled howitzers into its arsenal. This period of reorganization and modernization signified the division's commitment to adapting to evolving battlefield dynamics and enhancing its combat capabilities. While stationed in southern France, the forces of the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich found themselves occasionally engaged in anti-partisan operations. Shaped by the harsh realities of prolonged combat experience on the Eastern Front, the troops harboured a reluctance to tolerate losses at the hands of the French resistance, often communist partisans. The response to any harm inflicted on German personnel or damage to vehicles was frequently marked by a brutal and unforgiving retaliation, reflecting the battle-hardened mindset of the division, which had endured the harsh conditions of warfare in the East, but I will go more into this later in the video. Upon the Allied landing in Normandy on June 6, 1944, the division received orders to relocate from its stationed area near Bordeaux to the front lines. This journey was marred by frequent acts of sabotage and raids, eliciting a furious response from the SS troops. In a grim reprisal for the death of approximately 40 German soldiers, 99 civilians in Tulle fell victim to execution by the enraged SS forces. The abduction of SS Sturmbannführer Helmut Kampfer, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Regiment Der Führer, by the resistance marked a turning point. This event triggered the horrifying destruction of the tranquil town of Oradour-sur-Glane near Limoges, resulting in the ruthless murder of 640 civilians. Men, women and children bore the brunt of the brutality orchestrated by the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the regiment, under the leadership of SS Hauptsturmführer Kahn and the battalion commander SS Obersturmbannführer Otto Dickmann. The dark episode exemplifies the atrocities committed in the name of retaliation, leaving an indelible scar on the history of Oradour-sur-Glane. Upon reaching the invasion front on June 16-17, Das Reich encountered logistical challenges as parts of the division were still en route from the south. Consequently, the division found itself divided, with its units allocated to various army formations. Primarily, these units were actively engaged in combat against British forces in the Caen area. Heavy battles were now underway, and from here we now see Das Reich fight once again against the British forces. In Normandy, a very notable moment unfolded where one of the division's most renowned soldiers achieved a historic triumph. SS Oberscharführer Ernst Bachmann, at the helm of a single Panzer V Panther, took up a strategic position at an intersection in Le Loiret. His vigilant watch paid off when a formidable column comprising at least 14 enemy tanks along with trucks emerged on the scene. In the ensuing battle, Bachmann and his crew displayed exceptional prowess, incapacitating 8 Sherman tanks and demolishing several trucks, including crucial fuel vehicles. Despite the intervention of Allied fighter bombers that inflicted damage on his tank during the combat, Bachmann held his ground, only retreating when he exhausted his ammunition. This remarkable feat stands as a testament to the skill of SS Oberscharführer Ernst Bachmann, putting his name into the annals of historical battle successes for the division. Das Reich division found itself deeply embroiled in the fierce battles aimed at thwarting the breakout attempts of US troops from the invasion area around St. Lo. By mid-August, a significant number of German units became trapped within the Falaise pocket. The situation was dire. Remarkably, Das Reich emerged as one of the units successful in breaking through the containment ring imposed by Canadian and Polish troops. It was brutal, and the toll was heavy. Very brutal fighting was underway. Their breakthrough efforts played a massive role in opening an escape route for other encircled German troops. Das Reich performed again very well in Normandy, however, there are also some very important losses for the division. We mentioned Christian Teixen earlier on during the fighting at Kharkov, a very notable figure in Das Reich and one tough soldier. After being wounded more than 9 times in total, he was killed in Normandy when the Kubelwagen, which he was in with a driver and an NCO, was fired upon by an advancing American tank. He died. American looters took his tunic with all his decorations and all other types of identification, so he was buried as an unknown soldier but was later identified years later. Following engagements in Normandy, Das Reich executed a strategic withdrawal to the Seine and valiantly resisted at the Rouen bridgehead. By August 28, 1944, the division had successfully retreated across the Seine. The subsequent retreat route led them through Vermand, across the Meuse south of Namur, and involved defensive actions along the Meuse around Hoogeveen until September 7, 1944. A subsequent retreat positioned Das Reich behind the formidable Siegfried Line, where defensive battles unfolded amidst the snow-covered Eifel region and at the West Wall. Commencing on October 23, 1944, relief efforts were initiated at the front, ultimately completed by mid-November. Das Reich underwent rejuvenation in the Sauerland region south of Paderborn, with the noteworthy addition of many conscripts from the Wehrmacht. This infusion, however, marked a discernible decline in the overall quality of the division's original troops, and much of Das Reich started to lose its elite status. In mid-December, Das Reich was redeployed to the Euskirchen area, gearing up for participation in the Battle of the Bulge. The division launched its offensive on December 20th, advancing through the Barak de Frétur crossroads and encircling American troops at St. Vith. Similar to other German units, Das Reich grappled with challenges such as a scarcity of fuel and ammunition, necessitating the traversal of heavy tanks through unsuitable routes. Despite these logistical hindrances, the division successfully secured vital positions including Mannheim and Grandmesnil. However, these triumphs proved short-lived as both villages succumbed to determined American counterattacks. Panzer Ace Ernst Bachmann further enhanced his impressive track record by eliminating an additional 15 Sherman tanks during these engagements. Notably, 9 of these American tanks were simply abandoned by their crews when confronted by Bachmann's lone tank, highlighting the psychological impact of his formidable presence on the battlefield. Until January 17, 1945, Das Reich remained engaged in defensive operations in the Magosta and Marcourt area. Subsequently, the division was relieved from frontline duties and withdrew behind the Siegfried Line, west wall to Koblenz. In this strategic relocation, the division underwent a brief period of refreshment and recovery, preparing for potential future engagements. Despite being in a state of incomplete revitalization and lacking full equipment, Das Reich was relocated to Army Group South near Lake Balaton during the period from February 8 to 15, 1945. In this fresh theatre of action, the division finalised its replenishment efforts. Commencing from March 6th, Das Reich played a role in the concluding and desperate German offensive on the Eastern Front, famously dubbed Operation Frühlingserwachen or Spring Awakening. The primary objective of this undertaking was to secure the last remaining oil fields in the region, signifying the critical importance of this late-stage effort in the waning months of the war. Das Reich launched an offensive on the eastern bank of the Sarvis Canal, making significant progress and reaching the area north of Sarkareztur by March 12, 1945. However, the offensive encountered formidable challenges as it grappled with the treacherous conditions of the spring storm, plunging into deep mud that brought the advance to a complete standstill. Within a mere 10 days, a resolute Russian counter-offensive thwarted Das Reich's momentum, highlighting the formidable obstacles presented by both the weather and the determined enemy forces. Until March 18th, the division assumed a defensive posture in the vicinity of Abakolaz. However, following a breakthrough by the Russian forces, Das Reich was detached from the front. The division then embarked on a departure to the eastern shore of Lake Neusiedl, culminating in a retreat to the southern outskirts of Vienna by March 27th. This strategic maneuver aimed at regrouping and adapting to the evolving dynamics of the Eastern Front during this critical phase of the war. Das Reich undertook the defense of crucial bridges spanning the Danube at the eastern edge of Vienna, engaging in intense house-to-house combat in the suburbs. As the Red Army penetrated the area, the battles were bloody. The division's units focused their efforts around the Floridsdorf Bridge until April 9th, attempting to stave off the advancing forces in extremely brutal fighting. Subsequently, Das Reich found itself in battle east of Melk before embarking on a march towards the region between Prague and Dresden on April 26, 1945. The dwindling number of remaining tanks played a critical role in covering the retreat, although they were ultimately destroyed upon reaching the city due to depleted fuel and ammunition reserves. This marked the final chapter of Das Reich's wartime endeavours as the division grappled with resource constraints in the face of the advancing Allied forces. Meanwhile, the Führer Regiment dedicated its final days of the war to the rescue of German civilians, Wehrmacht auxiliaries, women and wounded soldiers in Prague. Following a hard-fought entry into the city, Regimental Commander Otto Weidinger and his troops guided them to Rokycany in Bohemia, where they found a measure of relative security in US captivity until May 8th. The majority of Das Reich's members survived their time in US captivity. Unfortunately, for those who ended up in Russian or Czech hands, their fate was far grimmer. Many were either executed immediately or met their demise during the protracted years spent in Soviet labor camps. Throughout the entire war, a remarkable total of 72 members of the division were honoured with the Knight's Cross, marking the highest number of such awards within all German formations throughout the conflict. This recognition was the exceptional valour and achievements demonstrated by Das Reich's members on the battlefield, making it a distinguished and decorated unit within the German military during World War II. Das Reich Division emerges as a nuanced and controversial chapter in the annals of history. Acclaimed for its elite status and military prowess, the division played a massive role across various theatres of conflict. However, its historical legacy is marred by the perpetration of war crimes, including heinous acts against civilians. Despite this troubling dichotomy of being in the annals of military history, few names stand as tall as Heinz Guderian, a man whose vision and ingenuity reshaped the very nature of warfare. Born into an era of trench warfare and stagnant front lines, Guderian looked beyond the traditional strategies that had defined conflict for centuries. He saw the future in steel, speed and relentless momentum. But who was this man, and how did his revolutionary ideas forever change the way wars would be fought? A lesser-known General Oswald Lutz would guide Guderian, and without Lutz there would be no Guderian. Lutz would take Guderian under his wing. Lutz and Guderian's impact on warfare is undeniable. His vision paved the way for the modern battlefield, where speed, technology and coordination reign supreme. As a young boy and cadet at the Kadettenanstalt, Heinz Guderian was often characterized by his teachers as always serious or very serious. Early in life, he developed a reputation for being concise and clear in his speech, often to the point of being cold and cutting when he wished. A quality that made him both feared and respected. Guderian was solitary, making no friends until he assumed his first command. During World War I, when his radio station was overrun at the Marne due to the incompetence of his division commander, Guderian, then a lieutenant, wrote a scathing report on the incident. The report could have ended his military career, but fortune favoured him when his division commander fell out of favour shortly thereafter due to an unnecessary retreat. Guderian's career was frequently marked by his fiery temper, which often landed him in difficult situations. Despite this, his exceptional military abilities did not go unnoticed, and he was repeatedly saved by superiors who recognized his potential, even as they noted his lack of temper control. Throughout his career, Guderian often disobeyed orders from his superiors. They frequently attempted to slow his advances, worried about his exposed flanks and the slow progress of the infantry, which could not keep pace with the tanks. Guderian, however, understood that armoured warfare was fundamentally different. In his view, the concept of flanks was less relevant, and delaying the advance was a grave error. The German Wehrmacht was a competitive environment where officers vied for glory, and this too contributed to attempts to restrain Guderian's rapid advances. Despite these challenges, Guderian remained popular among his soldiers. Many photos captured Guderian smiling on the front lines, surrounded by his troops, his expression one of encouragement, as if saying, quote, "Follow me and gain glory," end quote. However, when photographed with his staff or superior officers, Guderian's smile was noticeably absent. Guderian's soldiers and officers admired him deeply because he was always present with them on the battlefield, and they trusted his knowledge as much as he shared in their experiences. His proficiency as a commander was not a result of recklessness or sheer intuition, as it was for Erwin Rommel, but rather stemmed from a profound and detailed understanding of armoured warfare. Guderian knew the exact capabilities of each tank, the types of terrain they could traverse, where they would slow down and where they could accelerate. This expertise was a direct result of his role as the architect of the German Panzerwaffe, a creation that, despite its significance, was never fully appreciated by the German High Command. Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, a name synonymous with the evolution of armoured warfare, was born on June 17, 1888, in the small town of Kulm, West Prussia, an area that was then part of the German Empire and is now known as Chełmno, Poland. Nestled along the Vistula River just south of what is now Dansk, Kulm was a place steeped in military tradition. The proximity to strategic waterways and the storied landscapes of Prussia would, in a way, foreshadow the path young Heinz would eventually tread. Guderian's upbringing was deeply rooted in military discipline. Between 1901 and 1907, he honed his skills and intellect at various prestigious military institutions, including the renowned Military Academy in Berlin. These years were formative, instilling in him a keen understanding of military strategy and tactics that would later define his career. By 1907, Guderian had joined Jaeger Battalion 10, a light infantry unit comparable to today's elite US Ranger battalions, for example. This battalion was under the command of none other than his father, a seasoned military officer. The connection to his father's command was both a privilege and a challenge, pushing Heinz to prove himself beyond mere nepotism. After completing rigorous training at the War School in Metz, then a symbol of German military power in Lorraine, Guderian was commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1908. His commission was backdated to 1906, an honour reflecting his exceptional performance and commitment. He returned to Jaeger Battalion No. 10, where he began to develop the leadership skills and tactical acumen that would later revolutionise modern warfare. In 1911, a personal chapter unfolded in Guderian's life when he met Margarete Gurn, a woman who would become his steadfast companion. Their love story, however, faced a hurdle when Guderian's father, concerned about his son's youth and burgeoning career, insisted that Heinz was too young to marry. This led to Guderian's transfer to Telegraph Battalion No. 3, where he received specialised training in communications, a critical skill that would later play a crucial role in his development of blitzkrieg tactics. In 1913, having completed his training and now equipped with a broader set of military skills, Guderian married Margarete. The union not only marked a new chapter in his personal life, but also the beginning of a legacy that would extend through his sons. The couple had 2 sons, Heinz Günther and Kurt, both of whom would follow in their father's footsteps, serving in the Panzertruppen during World War II. Heinz Günther, the elder son, distinguished himself in the Bundeswehr, eventually rising to the rank of Major General, a testament to the enduring military tradition of the Guderian family. Guderian's early life, steeped in the traditions of Prussian military discipline and enriched by personal experiences, laid the foundation for his future as one of the most innovative and influential military leaders of the 20th century. His ability to merge the lessons of his rigorous training with the demands of modern warfare would later manifest in the creation of the Blitzkrieg strategy, forever changing the face of warfare. Until the outbreak of World War I, Heinz Guderian was sent to the War Academy in Berlin for staff training due to his exceptional promise. In November 1914, he was promoted to first lieutenant, and just a year later, he rose to the rank of captain. Although Guderian never commanded a combat unit during the war, he served in various assignments on the Western Front, witnessing pivotal battles such as the disaster at the Marne and the carnage of Verdun. His performance earned him the Iron Cross, 2nd and 1st class, as his Funken station, radio station, sometimes came under enemy fire and had to fight its way out. In early 1918, Guderian was evaluated during the Sedan course, where his innovative problem-solving abilities left a strong impression on his instructors. As a result, he was selected for the General Staff of the Army High Command, becoming the youngest staff officer. After the war, Guderian was integrated into the Reichswehr, the German military force limited to 100,000 men by the Treaty of Versailles, which only retained the most capable soldiers. He began writing extensively on motorization and was assigned to lead various motorized units, which at the time were primarily logistics units equipped with trucks and motorcycles. In 1927, Guderian was promoted to the rank of Major. During this period, Guderian immersed himself in the study of motorized warfare. Fluent in French and English, he translated the works of military theorists such as Captain B.H. Liddell Hart and Major General J.F.C. Fuller. His innovative approach included equipping trucks with wooden turrets armed with guns and maneuvering them as if they were tanks, although this was initially forbidden by his superiors. General Oswald Lutz was an early advocate of mechanized and armored warfare. After World War I, Lutz recognized the potential of tanks and other armored vehicles to revolutionize the battlefield. In the 1920s and early 1930s, as the head of the Transport Troops Department in the Reichswehr, the German army during the Weimar Republic, Lutz was in a position to influence the development of Germany's armored forces. Lutz played a significant role in laying the groundwork for what would later become the Panzer divisions. He believed in the integration of tanks with motorized infantry, artillery and air support to create a fast-moving, decisive force capable of deep penetrations into enemy territory. His vision for armoured warfare was modern and forward-thinking, especially given the constraints imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles, which severely limited the size and capabilities of the German military. Heinz Guderian, often called the father of Blitzkrieg, was significantly influenced by Lutz. Guderian was an officer under Lutz's command and shared his enthusiasm for armoured warfare. Under Lutz's mentorship, Guderian developed his ideas about the use of tanks and motorised infantry in a combined arms approach. While Lutz provided the broad vision and administrative support necessary to develop Germany's armoured forces, Guderian was more of a hands-on tactician and innovator. Lutz and Guderian worked closely together to refine the concepts of armoured warfare. Lutz provided the institutional support and advocated for the development of the panzer divisions within the German army. He used his position to push for the expansion of armoured units, even during a time when the German military was officially limited by the Treaty of Versailles. Lutz's mentorship was crucial in Guderian's development as a military theorist and leader. Lutz recognized Guderian's talent early on and provided him with opportunities to test and implement his ideas. For example, when Lutz became the inspector of motorized troops in 1931, he ensured that Guderian was involved in key positions where he could influence the development of armored tactics. Lutz also protected Guderian and his ideas from bureaucratic resistance within the army, at a time when traditionalists in the military were skeptical of the new mechanized warfare concepts. Lutz used his authority to support and promote Guderian's innovations. So let me tell you, without Lutz this wouldn't have been possible. It's largely a myth that Guderian did this all by himself and calls himself the father of Blitzkrieg when others were just as involved in laying the stepping stones for Guderian. In 1929, Guderian travelled to Sweden to observe a tank battalion equipped with STRV M21 and M21-29 tanks, Swedish adaptations of the German LK2. He also visited the secret tank testing facility in Kazan, Russia, where he met Russian officers who would later become his adversaries. At this time, Guderian was in charge of the Truppenamtabteilung Heerestransport, the command overseeing all motorized transport units, and also served as a tactics instructor in Berlin, specializing in motorized warfare. In February 1931, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel and 2 years later to colonel. Guderian continued to write extensively on armoured and motorised warfare, contributing to the development of Germany's first tanks. When Adolf Hitler ascended to power in 1933, the German military landscape began to shift dramatically. Amidst these changes, one officer's innovative approach caught Hitler's eye: Heinz Guderian. During a demonstration of military maneuvers involving small Panzer I tanks, Hitler observed Guderian's tactics with fascination. The display was a bold defiance of the Treaty of Versailles, which had strictly limited Germany's military capabilities. Yet, the treaty's constraints did little to stifle Hitler's ambitions or Guderian's vision. The future Führer was thrilled by what he saw: an agile, modern force that could reshape the battlefield. Emboldened by this display and driven by his own militaristic goals, Hitler took drastic steps to rearm Germany. He reinstated conscription and authorized the creation of 3 panzer divisions, signaling a clear break from the restrictions imposed after World War I. Guderian, whose innovative ideas and deep understanding of armoured warfare had quickly gained Hitler's favour, was entrusted with significant responsibility. He was appointed commander of the 2nd Panzer Division, a role that placed him at the forefront of Germany's armoured resurgence. His rapid ascent in rank followed with a promotion to Major General. Guderian's star continued to rise at an astonishing pace. Within a year and a half, he was promoted to Lieutenant General, assuming command of the 16th Army Corps. In this position, Guderian's influence over Germany's military strategy grew even stronger. He was instrumental in orchestrating 2 key events that would mark Germany's aggressive expansion in Europe: the Anschluss, which saw Austria annexed into the Third Reich, and the invasion of the Sudetenland, the German-speaking region of Czechoslovakia. Both operations were executed with precision, underscoring Guderian's belief in speed, surprise, and overwhelming force, principles that would later define Blitzkrieg. In recognition of his contributions and the success of these campaigns, Guderian was promoted once again, this time to the rank of full general, General der Panzertruppen. Along with this promotion came a critical assignment that would shape the future of Germany's military might: Chef der Schnellen Truppen, or Chief of Fast Troops. This role was more than just a title. It was a testament to Guderian's unparalleled expertise in mechanized warfare. As Chief of Fast Troops, Guderian was responsible for the recruitment, training, tactics, and development of all the Wehrmacht's motorized and armored units, with the exception of the tracked infantry assault guns. Under his guidance, these units evolved into the feared panzer divisions that would soon spearhead Germany's campaigns across Europe. Guderian's strategic brilliance was on full display during the invasion of Poland in September 1939, a conflict that marked the beginning of World War II. As commander of the 19th Army Corps, Guderian led his forces with the characteristic speed and precision that had become his trademark. The campaign not only showcased the effectiveness of Germany's panzer divisions, but also solidified Guderian's reputation as a master of modern warfare. His leadership in Poland earned him several high honours, including the Iron Cross, 2nd and 1st Class, awards he had previously received during World War I, and the prestigious Knight's Cross, a recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the German war effort. Guderian's role in these early successes laid the groundwork for what would become the Blitzkrieg strategy, a lightning-fast form of warfare that would dominate much of Europe in the early years of the conflict. His vision and leadership transformed Germany's armoured forces into a formidable weapon, one that would challenge and often overwhelm the conventional armies of Europe, and will change the dynamic of modern warfare as we once knew it. Heinz Guderian was a complex and brilliant military figure, whose career was defined by his unwavering self-confidence and innovative approach to the use of technology in warfare. His early experiences in World War I revealed the audacity and forward thinking that would come to characterise his later achievements. As a young officer, Guderian took the extraordinary step of personally flying over the Ardennes in a fragile biplane, a daring move that reflected his deep desire to understand the battlefield from a first-hand perspective. This reconnaissance mission was more than a simple flight. It provided Guderian with a critical understanding of the enemy formations and the challenging terrain his troops faced. The insights he gained from this experience would become invaluable years later, when his tanks would sweep through the very same Ardennes, catching the Allies off guard and playing a pivotal role in pinning them against the French coast during the early stages of World War II. Guderian's brilliance lay not only in his tactical prowess, but also in his early recognition of the transformative power of new technologies. He was among the first to understand the revolutionary potential of radio communications in warfare. At a time when many military leaders still relied on slower, more traditional methods of communication, Guderian saw that radios could ensure the precise and coordinated movement of tanks across the battlefield. This technological innovation allowed him to lead from the front lines, where he could directly observe the unfolding battle and make real-time decisions. By being close to the action, Guderian could feel the pulse of the battlefield, adapting his tactics to the fluid and dynamic nature of combat, a hallmark of his leadership style. His enthusiasm for technology was not limited to communication. Guderian also recognized the broader implications of mechanization in warfare. His fluency in English and French enabled him to delve deeply into the works of military theorists from other countries, broadening his strategic horizons. Additionally, Guderian was influenced by the ideas of Charles de Gaulle, a young French officer who, like Guderian, saw the potential for tanks to revolutionize military strategy. These intellectual pursuits were not just academic exercises, they were the foundation of Guderian's vision for modern warfare. He became a passionate advocate for the use of tanks and motorized vehicles, arguing that they could provide the speed and flexibility needed to outmaneuver traditional infantry-based armies. His ideas were initially met with skepticism by some of his superiors, but Guderian's persistence paid off. By the time World War II began, he had helped transform the German military into a formidable force, capable of executing the lightning-fast, mechanized assaults that would become known as Blitzkrieg. JFC Fuller was a pivotal figure in the evolution of modern armoured warfare, and his contributions were particularly influential during and after World War I. One of Fuller's most notable achievements was his role in planning the successful British tank attack at the Battle of Cambrai in 1917, a landmark event that showcased the potential of tanks in breaking through entrenched enemy positions. This battle marked a turning point in military tactics, as it was one of the first large-scale demonstrations of what tanks could achieve when used effectively. Fuller didn't stop at Cambrai. He was also the first to develop a comprehensive doctrine for armoured warfare known as Plan 1919. In this plan, Fuller envisioned the tank as a decisive weapon capable of revolutionising warfare by compensating for the slow and vulnerable advance of infantry. He saw tanks as a combination of armour, firepower and mobility, able to withstand enemy fire, overpower defensive positions and rupture the front lines. His innovative strategy emphasised deep penetration into enemy territory, territory, arguing that such maneuvers would create confusion and panic, ultimately leading to the collapse of the entire enemy front. Fuller's approach was built on the principles of surprise, concentration of force, and mobility, ideas that would later become central to the doctrine of blitzkrieg. B.H. Liddell Hart, another key figure in the development of mechanized warfare, served in World War I and later became a vocal advocate for the integration of tanks and air power in military strategy. Through his prolific writings, Liddell Hart argued that future wars would be dominated by these elements, moving away from the static trench warfare that had characterized much of World War I. He championed the concept of striking at the weakest point in the enemy's defences with a concentrated, disruptive blow, a strategy intended to unbalance the opponent and accelerate their defeat. Liddell Hart's vision involved armoured units penetrating deep behind enemy lines, operating far ahead of the main body of the army to create chaos and disarray, ultimately leading to a swift and decisive victory. Ironically, while these innovative ideas were born in Britain, it was the German military that would most effectively develop and implement them during the interwar years. Heinz Guderian in particular was deeply influenced by the theories of Fuller and Liddell Hart. Guderian took these ideas and transformed them into the operational doctrine that would power the German blitzkrieg during World War II. He understood that tanks, when used in combination with coordinated air support and fast-moving infantry, could deliver the kind of rapid, penetrating assaults that Fuller and Liddell Hart had envisioned, leading to the lightning-fast conquests that characterized the early years of the war. Meanwhile, in France, Charles de Gaulle also recognized the transformative potential of mechanized warfare, even as he found himself constrained by the more traditional military culture of the interwar French army, which remained deeply rooted in the legacy of cavalry. Despite these institutional challenges, de Gaulle became an advocate for the use of tanks, arguing for their integration into a modern mechanized force. His efforts during the German invasion of France in 1940, particularly in the counterattacks against Guderian's forces during the drive from Sedan between May 17-20, 1940, demonstrated his commitment to these ideas. Although de Gaulle's actions were ultimately unable to halt the German advance, they highlighted the validity of the armoured warfare concepts that Fuller and Liddell Hart had championed. The tragic irony was that while the Allies had developed the foundational theories of mechanised warfare, it was the Germans under Guderian's leadership who fully realised and exploited these concepts on the battlefield. This effective adoption and adaptation of Allied theories contributed significantly to the early successes of the German military during World War II, showing how the right application of strategy and technology could decisively alter the course of conflict. Heinz Guderian was a man of extraordinary drive and ambition, traits that propelled him forward in a military career marked by innovation and strategic vision. His timing was impeccable, as Adolf Hitler's rise to power in the early 1930s provided the perfect backdrop for Guderian to bring his revolutionary ideas on modern warfare to fruition. The synergy between Guderian's forward-thinking approach to military technology and Hitler's aggressive ambitions to rebuild Germany's military strength after the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles created a unique opportunity. Guderian's disdain for the static trench warfare of World War I aligned perfectly with the German regime's desire for rapid, decisive victories that would reshape Europe's political landscape. In an interesting twist of fate, it was Lutz who, in late 1936, suggested that Guderian compile his thoughts and lectures into a book, a suggestion that led to the creation of Achtung, Panzer. This seminal work was more than just a collection of Guderian's lectures from the War Academy. It was a comprehensive analysis of armoured warfare, integrating the theories of other military thinkers while also presenting Guderian's own vision for the future of mechanised combat. Achtung, Panzer not only established Guderian as one of the foremost authorities on armoured warfare, but also served as a blueprint for the tactics that would later dominate World War II. The book's influence was profound, offering a detailed roadmap for the development and deployment of panzer divisions that would become the spearhead of Germany's blitzkrieg strategy. The effectiveness of these panzer units was put to the test during the March 1938 Anschluss with Austria, where Guderian's theories were dramatically validated. The swift and decisive nature of the operation, in which panzer units played a crucial role, demonstrated the power of armoured warfare and the strategic advantage it could provide. This success not only solidified the importance of Guderian's ideas within the German military, but also elevated his standing within the German regime. As Guderian's influence grew, so too did his proximity to the centres of power. He began receiving rare and significant social invitations, including opportunities to dine and attend the opera with Adolf Hitler himself. These invitations were more than just social niceties, they were a clear signal of Guderian's growing importance within the inner circles of the German leadership. His ideas were no longer just military theories, they were integral to Germany's military strategy as the nation prepared for the conflicts that would soon engulf Europe. Guderian's rise within the German hierarchy and his increasing influence on military strategy were testaments to his vision and ambition. He was a key architect of the panzer divisions that would become synonymous with Blitzkrieg, and his ideas would shape the course of World War II, leaving a lasting legacy on the history of warfare. Heinz Guderian's favour with Adolf Hitler was indeed a critical factor in his meteoric rise within the German military hierarchy in the lead-up to World War II. This relationship not only provided Guderian with the opportunities to implement his revolutionary ideas, but also allowed him to navigate the complex and often treacherous waters of German military politics. Initially, during the planning stages of the August 1939 invasion of Poland, Guderian was assigned to command a second-line defensive infantry corps, a position that he found deeply unsatisfactory given his ambition and belief in the power of mechanized warfare. Guderian understood that his future and the success of his ideas depended on his ability to command a more dynamic and strategically significant unit. Using his political connections and the influence he had cultivated within the German regime, Guderian manoeuvred his way into a more suitable role, ultimately being reassigned to command an untested motorized corps. This corps, although less prestigious than the renowned 16th Corps, that had earned him recognition during the Anschluss in Austria, provided Guderian with the platform he needed to prove the effectiveness of his concepts on the battlefield. Guderian's motorized corps proved to be a decisive force during the Polish campaign. His innovative use of fast-moving, coordinated armoured units overwhelmed the Polish defences, showcasing the potential of blitzkrieg tactics. On September 5th, 1939, as the campaign was unfolding, Guderian hosted a battlefield tour for Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, and a young infantry officer named Erwin Rommel, who would later rise to fame as the Desert Fox. During this tour, Guderian passionately advocated for the idea that armoured units, rather than traditional infantry or artillery, would be the decisive force in modern warfare. His arguments were compelling, and the success of his motorised corps during the campaign only reinforced his position. A quick learner and confident innovator, Guderian didn't just excel in implementing existing strategies, he was instrumental in shaping them. One of his most significant contributions to the German war effort came when he threw his support behind General Erich von Manstein's audacious plan to use tanks to penetrate the heavily forested Ardennes. This manoeuvre, which became known as the Sickle Cut, was a daring and unconventional strategy that aimed to bypass the heavily fortified Maginot Line by slicing through the weakly defended Ardennes forest. The plan was to push through to the English Channel, thereby trapping the bulk of the Allied forces in Belgium and Holland. Guderian's execution of this plan was nothing short of brilliant. His tanks moved with lightning speed, cutting through the Ardennes and driving towards the Channel, effectively encircling the Allied forces. But Guderian didn't stop there. After reaching the Channel, he pivoted south towards the Swiss border, executing a massive envelopment that trapped over 500,000 French soldiers. This manoeuvre was a key factor in the rapid collapse of France, bringing the war on the Western Front to an abrupt and devastating end. Guderian's ability to adapt, innovate, and execute complex military operations with precision made him one of the most formidable commanders of World War II. His favour with Hitler, combined with his strategic brilliance, allowed him to transform his vision of armoured warfare into reality, reshaping the course of the war and leaving an indelible mark on military history. Heinz Guderian's military acumen was vividly demonstrated during the early stages of Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, as part of the ambitious Operation Barbarossa. Tasked with leading the central thrust towards Moscow, Guderian's Panzer Group executed a series of rapid and decisive operations that would leave a profound impact on the course of the campaign. From the outset, Guderian's forces moved with remarkable speed and precision. His panzer units quickly crossed three major rivers, the Bug, the Dnieper and the Berezina, spearheading the advance into Soviet territory in a stunning display of blitzkrieg tactics. Guderian's troops encircled and captured approximately 300,000 Soviet soldiers in the Minsk pocket, a devastating blow to the Red Army. Following this triumph, his panzers pressed on, capturing the key cities of Minsk and Smolensk. These victories were not only strategic, but also resulted in the capture of another 300,000 Soviet soldiers, along with a staggering haul of 3,200 tanks and over 3,000 artillery pieces. By this stage, Guderian's forces had advanced roughly 400 miles into Soviet territory, bringing them within striking distance of Moscow, just 175 miles away. However, in a controversial and strategically significant decision, Guderian's panzer group was redirected on August 21, 1941, approximately 200 miles south, to assist in the encirclement of Soviet forces during the Battle of Kiev. This move, though it delayed the push towards Moscow, proved devastating for the Red Army. The Kiev operation culminated in one of the largest encirclements in military history, resulting in the capture of another 660,000 Soviet soldiers and the destruction of an estimated 880 tanks and 3,700 guns. The scale of the victory at Kiev was immense, dealing a severe blow to Soviet military capabilities and demonstrating the effectiveness of Guderian's armoured tactics. With the Kiev operation concluded, Guderian's tank units retraced their steps and resumed the advance on Moscow on September 30th. The panzers moved with astonishing speed, capturing the city of Oryol on October 3rd. The German advance was so swift that the city's trams were still operating when Guderian's forces entered, a testament to the shock and awe tactics that characterized his approach. Just 4 days later, the Germans encircled the Bryansk pocket, capturing more than 660,000 Soviet soldiers in yet another devastating blow to the Red Army. Despite these impressive successes, Guderian's advance on Moscow began to falter as the campaign wore on. The worsening weather, with the onset of the infamous Russian winter, compounded by severe logistical challenges and increasingly determined Soviet resistance, slowed the German advance to a crawl. Guderian's attempt to capture Tula, a critical city south of Moscow, ended in failure, and by December 4, 1941, he was forced to shift his forces to a defensive posture. This retreat came just as the Soviets launched a fierce counter-offensive, bolstered by fresh Siberian troops and the powerful new T-34 medium tanks, which outmatched German armour in both firepower and mobility. Guderian, recognizing the dire situation, made the difficult decision to pull back his forces to more defensible positions, an action he took without prior authorization from Hitler. This decision, though tactically sound, infuriated Hitler, who was adamantly opposed to any form of retreat. The resulting clash between Guderian and Hitler culminated in Guderian's dismissal on December 26, 1941. Despite the contentious nature of his removal, Guderian's contributions to the early stages of Operation Barbarossa underscored his formidable skill as a military strategist. His leadership during the invasion, particularly in the application of blitzkrieg tactics, played a pivotal role in Germany's initial successes on the Eastern Front, though the ultimate failure to capture Moscow marked the beginning of a long and grueling war that would eventually turn against Germany. In many respects, Heinz Guderian's dismissal in December 1941 turned out to be a fortuitous event, sparing him from the direct association with some of the most significant defeats suffered by the Axis powers during World War II. These included the disastrous campaign in North Africa, the grueling retreat from Moscow, and the catastrophic loss of the 6th Army at Stalingrad. However, Guderian's military career experienced a remarkable resurgence when, on February 28, 1943, Hitler appointed him as the Inspector General of Armoured Troops. This prestigious role charged Guderian with the critical task of reorganizing the panzer forces and accelerating the production of heavier, more advanced tanks, a responsibility he embraced with the same vigor and determination that had characterized his earlier successes. Returning to a position of influence after 2 years away from the battlefield, Guderian quickly made his mark. Known for his fiery temperament, which had earned him the nickname Stormy Weather Heinz, Guderian did not shy away from expressing his strong opinions, even in his new role. While he was not directly involved in planning the mid-1943 Citadel offensive, which culminated in the Battle of Kursk, Guderian was outspoken in his criticism of the strategy and the deployment of certain armoured vehicles. He opposed the use of the heavy Elephant and Nashorn tank destroyers and voiced serious concerns about the premature deployment of the new Tiger and Panther tanks. Guderian believed these tanks, particularly the Panthers, had unresolved mechanical issues that could jeopardize their effectiveness in combat. Guderian's warnings were tragically validated during the Battle of Kursk, one of the largest tank battles in history. The performance of the Panther tanks at Kursk highlighted the very problems Guderian had anticipated. Out of the 200 new Panthers that were deployed in the battle, 42 were destroyed, and by the time the Germans were forced to withdraw, only 43 remained operational. The rest had been rendered inoperative due to mechanical failures or battle damage, underlining the tank's lack of readiness for the intense demands of the battlefield. The Panthers' disappointing debut at Kursk served as a harsh lesson in the dangers of deploying unproven technology too quickly. Despite the setbacks at Kursk, Guderian did not waver in his commitment to revitalizing Germany's armored forces. He pushed forward with his reorganization efforts and played a key role in significantly boosting the production of Panther tanks. By the end of 1943, Germany had produced around 1,800 Panthers, with another 1,400 rolling off the production lines by May 1944. Guderian's relentless drive ensured that the German panzer divisions remained a formidable force, even as the overall strategic situation for Germany became increasingly dire. Guderian's influence extended beyond his role as Inspector General of Armoured Troops. After the failed assassination attempt on Hitler on July 20, 1944, Guderian was appointed Acting Chief of the General Staff, a position that thrust him into the heart of Germany's increasingly desperate war effort. In this capacity, Guderian faced a nearly impossible task, coordinating the German defence against relentless Soviet advances in the east, managing the mounting pressure from Allied forces in the west, and dealing with the devastating effects of Allied bombing campaigns that were crippling Germany's industrial capacity. The worsening conditions of the war, coupled with Guderian's ongoing clashes with Hitler over military strategy, led to his second dismissal on March 28, 1945, just weeks before the collapse of the Third Reich. One of the most intriguing and contentious aspects of Heinz Guderian's life is his potential involvement in the conspiracy to assassinate Adolf Hitler. While Guderian's own memoirs acknowledge some level of interaction with the conspirators during his period of unemployment between 1942 and 1943, he downplays his role, insisting that he eventually distanced himself from the plot due to his belief that it lacked sufficient chances of success. According to Guderian, the risks to his career and life outweighed any potential benefit of participating in such a dangerous undertaking. However, despite his apparent reservations, Guderian made a critical decision that could have had dire consequences under German justice. He did not report the conspirators. Historian Russell Hart has scrutinized Guderian's account and argues that there is strong circumstantial evidence suggesting that Guderian may have been more involved in the conspiracy than he was willing to admit. One of the key pieces of evidence Hart points to is Guderian's recommendation in June 1944 that Colonel Klaus Graf von Stauffenberg, the eventual leader of the assassination plot, be appointed as the army's chief of staff. This position would have granted Stauffenberg direct access to Hitler, potentially making it easier for him to carry out the assassination. Guderian's recommendation raises questions about his true level of support for the conspirators and whether he was quietly facilitating their plans. Further evidence that Guderian may have been closer to the plot than he later claimed comes from an incident on July 19, 1944, just one day before Stauffenberg's failed attempt to kill Hitler. On this day, Guderian was reportedly informed of the impending plot by Lieutenant Colonel Karl Henning von Barsowich, a former Luftwaffe liaison officer. Barsowich made a final effort to enlist Guderian's participation in the conspiracy, but Guderian failed to report this meeting. In his memoirs, Guderian later dismissed the information as too incredible to take seriously. Historian Russell Hart writes a lot about it in his Heinz Guderian book, a defense that Hart criticizes as bordering on the absurd given the gravity of the situation and the atmosphere of suspicion and intrigue that surrounded the Nazi leadership at the time. Hart also examines Guderian's actions on July 20th, 1944, the day of Stauffenberg's failed assassination attempt. On that fateful day, Guderian travelled from Berlin to his estate in Diepenhof, West Prussia, where he spent the afternoon hunting roebuck alone on his property. According to Hart, this timing provided Guderian with a critical window to assess the unfolding situation. By being away from Berlin and effectively out of contact for several crucial hours, Guderian could wait to see if the plot succeeded before taking any decisive action. It was only later in the afternoon, when a dispatch rider finally located him, that Guderian learned of the plot's failure via radio. Once he understood that the assassination had not succeeded, Guderian quickly took steps to distance himself from any suspicion of involvement. Hart's analysis raises significant questions about the extent of Guderian's knowledge of and potential involvement in the conspiracy against Hitler. While Guderian's memoirs attempt to present him as either ignorant of or indifferent to the plot, the evidence suggests that he may have been more deeply connected to it than he admitted. Whether Guderian's actions on July 20th were part of a calculated effort to protect himself or simply a coincidence remains a matter of historical debate. However, the circumstances surrounding his behaviour certainly cast doubt on his claim of non-involvement, leaving room for speculation that Guderian was more complicit in the conspiracy than he was ever willing to acknowledge publicly. The question of Guderian's involvement in the plot against Hitler adds a layer of complexity to his legacy. It challenges the image he sought to project in his post-war writings and invites further exploration into the moral and ethical decisions faced by military leaders under the Nazi regime. Whether Guderian was a cautious conspirator or merely an opportunist who deftly navigated the dangerous political landscape of the Third Reich, his actions during this period continue to provoke intrigue and debate among historians. The day after the failed July 20th, 1944 assassination attempt on Adolf Hitler, a still-shaken Führer made a significant and telling decision by promoting Heinz Guderian to the position of acting chief of the General Staff. This appointment placed Guderian at the very heart of the German military apparatus during one of the most tumultuous periods of the war. In addition to this powerful position, Hitler also appointed Guderian to the Honor Court, a body charged with the grim task of screening and expelling members of the armed forces suspected of involvement in the conspiracy against Hitler. The Honor Court's decisions carried dire consequences. Officers expelled by the court were handed over to the Gestapo, where they faced brutal interrogations, often involving torture. Following this, they were tried by the notorious People's Court, where justice was a mere formality, and executions were carried out in the most brutal manner imaginable, by slow strangulation with piano wire, a method deliberately designed to maximize suffering and serve as a deterrent to others. Guderian's participation in the Honor Court is particularly troubling, especially when considered alongside the possibility that he may have had prior knowledge of the assassination plot. His role on the court involved voting to expel fellow officers based solely on evidence provided by Gestapo interrogations and intelligence reports. The accused were not given the opportunity to defend themselves or present witnesses, a stark departure from any semblance of justice or fairness. This raises significant ethical questions about Guderian's complicity in the persecution of his peers and casts a shadow over his legacy. Adding to the complexity of Guderian's legacy are his actions during his period of inactivity in 1942-1943, when he sought to secure property in conquered territories. During this time, Guderian pursued the acquisition of a substantial estate, ultimately settling on a 2,500-acre property of prime farmland at Diepenhof. The Polish owners of this land were forcibly evicted to make way for Guderian's claim. Hitler himself approved the acquisition, viewing such gifts as a means to secure the loyalty of his military commanders. Historian Russell Hart describes this estate as the largest single bribe Hitler ever gave to any of his field commanders. Moreover, since August 1940, Guderian had been receiving special tax-free monthly payments of 2,000 Reichsmarks, effectively doubling his gross salary. As World War II drew to a close, the relationship between Heinz Guderian and Adolf Hitler became increasingly strained, leading to a series of tense and dramatic confrontations. One of the most notable of these occurred on February 13, 1945, during a critical meeting at the Chancellery in Berlin. At this time, Guderian was serving as the acting chief of the General Staff, a position that placed him at the forefront of Germany's rapidly deteriorating war effort. During the meeting, Guderian presented intelligence that indicated the Soviet forces were capable of reinforcing their positions along the River Oder by up to 4 divisions per day, creating a situation that required an immediate and decisive counterattack. Guderian, ever the pragmatist, strongly advocated for swift military action. He insisted that General Walter Wenck, a capable and experienced officer, be attached to Heinrich Himmler's army group staff to lead the defense. Guderian made it clear that he believed Himmler, despite his high rank and political power, lacked the military experience and competent staff necessary to manage such a critical operation effectively. This blunt assessment did not sit well with Hitler, who took offense at the implication that his trusted lieutenant was not up to the task. The confrontation quickly escalated, with Hitler becoming increasingly enraged, his face contorted with anger, veins bulging at his temples as he hurled accusations at Guderian. The argument lasted for 2 intense hours, with Hitler venting his fury while Guderian, unyielding and composed, repeated his demands with unwavering determination. This standoff was a rare and remarkable moment in the history of the Third Reich, a seasoned and battle-tested general standing his ground against the Führer, resolutely advocating for the measures he believed were necessary to defend Germany against the advancing Soviet forces. As Guderian stood his ground, he couldn't help but notice the symbolic presence of historical figures in the room. Above the fireplace, a portrait of Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, loomed large, its steel helmet catching the firelight. At the other end of the room, a bronze bust of General Paul von Hindenburg, the World War I hero and former president, stood in silent judgment. These figures, representing Germany's military and political past, seemed to question the decisions being made in that moment. Eventually, Hitler, perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation or the futility of further resistance, relented. He announced that General Wenck would join Himmler's headquarters that very night to oversee the counterattack. The operation commenced 2 days later and initially showed promise. However, Wenck was severely injured in a car accident shortly thereafter, depriving the operation of its crucial leadership. Without Wenck's guidance, the attack quickly lost momentum, allowing the Soviets to regain the upper hand. The Red Army's relentless advance, combined with the pressure from Allied forces pressing in from the west, soon led to the inevitable collapse of the Third Reich. Earlier, in February 1945, Guderian had also vehemently opposed Hitler's broader strategic plans. He argued that German troops should be evacuated from the Balkans, Italy, Norway, and particularly from the Courland pocket along the Baltic to reinforce the defense of the fatherland. Guderian believed that these redeployments were essential, especially in light of the failed Ardennes offensive in the west and the relentless Soviet advance in the east. However, Hitler reacted with fury to these suggestions. According to Guderian's account, Hitler was so enraged that he shook his fist dangerously close to Guderian's face, prompting Guderian's assistant to discreetly pull the general back by the bottom of his jacket to prevent a physical confrontation. Despite Guderian's efforts to advocate for a more pragmatic and strategically sound defense, the result of this confrontation was not the redeployment of vital troops, but rather a limited and ultimately inconsequential attack in the Arnswald area. This operation, aimed at holding Pomerania and maintaining a link with Guderian's native Prussia, had minimal strategic significance and did little to alter the course of the war. The overwhelming advances of the Soviet and Allied forces continued unabated. The final meeting took place on March 28, 1945, in the cramped air raid shelter of the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. The atmosphere was already tense, as the Soviet forces were only a few kilometers away from Berlin, and the German High Command was under immense pressure. The purpose of the meeting was to analyse the reasons behind the failure of a recent German offensive near Kustrin, which was intended to reopen a corridor between German lines and the positions they still held. The meeting was attended by several high-ranking officers, including General Theodor Büsse, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, General Alfred Jodl and General Hans Krebs, along with Hitler and Guderian. The discussion began with General Bucer, who was responsible for carrying out the failed offensive. As Bucer started to explain the execution of the attack and the forces involved, Hitler abruptly interrupted him. In a furious tone, Hitler demanded to know why the attack had failed. Without giving Bucer a chance to respond, Hitler answered his own question by accusing Bucer of incompetence and negligence. He asserted that the attack had been launched without sufficient artillery preparation, which, in his view, was the primary reason for its failure. Hitler then turned his ire toward Guderian, questioning why Buss had not been provided with more ammunition if, as reported, there had been a shortage. Guderian, already under significant stress, attempted to respond, but Hitler cut him off almost immediately. The Führer dismissed Guderian's attempt to explain, accusing him of offering nothing but excuses and demanding to know who was truly responsible for the failure at Kustrin, Bucer, or the troops. At this point, Guderian, visibly angered, shot back at Hitler. He rejected the notion that Bucer was to blame, pointing out that Bucer had only followed orders and had used all the ammunition and resources available to him. Guderian's frustration boiled over as he accused Hitler of unfairly blaming the troops who had suffered heavy casualties in the offensive. He cited an estimate of 8,000 German casualties to underscore the sacrifices made by the soldiers. Hitler, undeterred by Guderian's defense, responded with equal fury. He shouted that the troops had failed and that was the only fact that mattered. By now, both men were standing close to each other, their faces almost touching, each shouting at the other. Guderian, his face red with rage, roared at Hitler, demanding that he stop making baseless accusations against Bucer and his troops. The confrontation had escalated to the point where it seemed a physical altercation might break out between the two men. The argument continued to intensify, with both Hitler and Guderian hurling accusations and insults at each other. Hitler, in his anger, claimed that his general staff was full of lazy and incompetent people who constantly misinformed him and left him disoriented about the true state of the war. Sensing an opportunity, Guderian brought up a previous report by General Reinhard Gehlen, which had warned of an imminent Soviet attack on the Vistula River in January. Hitler had dismissed this report at the time, considering it exaggerated and unrealistic. Guderian now pointedly asked Hitler whether he believed he had been misinformed on that occasion as well. Hitler, still enraged, dismissed Gehlen as crazy and deflected the question by bringing up the 18 divisions that were still trapped in Courland. He demanded to know when Guderian intended to evacuate these forces. Guderian, equally furious, responded by challenging Hitler's decision-making once more, leading to another heated exchange. By this point, the argument had reached such a fever pitch that General Bucer, who was supposed to be the focus of the meeting, later recalled being completely paralyzed by the intensity of the confrontation. He had never witnessed anything like it before. Fearing that the situation might spiral out of control, General Jodl intervened, grabbing Guderian by the arm and urging him to calm down. Guderian's assistant, sensing the danger of the moment, orchestrated a fake telephone call to provide Guderian with an excuse to leave the room. Reluctantly, Guderian exited the meeting, remaining outside for about 15 minutes to cool off. During this time, Hitler, who had collapsed into a chair from the stress of the argument, also took the opportunity to recover. When Guderian returned, Hitler had everyone else leave the room, leaving only Keitel, Guderian and himself. In a more controlled tone, Hitler informed Guderian that his health required him to take 6 weeks of convalescent leave. He insisted that Guderian should do everything possible to recover because the situation would be critical in 6 weeks and his services would be needed urgently. Field Marshal Keitel then asked Guderian where he planned to go during his leave, to which Guderian replied that he had not decided yet, but would choose a location where the Allies would not appear for at least 48 hours. The meeting concluded shortly afterward, and Guderian left, never to hold another position in the German military for the remainder of the war. He would eventually surrender to the Americans on May 10, 1945. This intense and explosive confrontation between Hitler and Guderian was one of the most dramatic moments in the final days of the Third Reich, highlighting the desperation and disarray within the German High Command as the war drew to a close. Fast forward to the late 20th century, and the principles Guderian and others created found new life in the Gulf War. In 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, the United States and a coalition of allies faced the task of liberating Kuwait and neutralizing Iraqi forces. US military planners, aware of the historical success of Blitzkrieg, the sheer power of the complete overwhelming force was adapted again, its core principles to modern warfare, incorporating advances in technology and weaponry that had occurred since World War II. The Gulf War strategy, like Blitzkrieg, relied on speed, surprise, and overwhelming force. Operation Desert Storm began with a massive air campaign designed to destroy Iraq's command and control infrastructure, air defenses, and communication networks. This initial phase was crucial in establishing air superiority, a key component of both Blitzkrieg and its modern iteration. The air campaign also sought to demoralize Iraqi forces and diminish their ability to coordinate an effective defense. Following the air campaign, the coalition launched a swift and powerful ground offensive. Using highly mobile units such as the US Army's 7th Corps and the 18th Airborne Corps, coalition forces executed what has been called a left hook maneuver, a wide flanking movement that struck at the heart of the Iraqi positions from the west. This maneuver echoed the Blitzkrieg tactic of bypassing strong points to strike at the enemy's rear and flanks, cutting off supply lines and causing widespread disarray. The speed and precision of the coalition's ground assault mirrored the rapid, mechanized advances of German panzer divisions in 1940 and 1941, forcing the Iraqi military into disorganized retreat within days. The speed and effectiveness of the coalition's tank-led ground assaults were critical in overwhelming Iraqi forces. The Abrams tanks, with their advanced fire control systems and heavy armour, could engage and destroy Iraqi tanks from greater distances and with greater accuracy. This technological edge allowed the coalition forces to maintain the momentum of their advance, creating the kind of disarray and panic that Blitzkrieg tactics had historically exploited. The psychological impact of this rapid, overwhelming assault was profound. Iraqi forces, already demoralized by weeks of relentless air bombardment, were further disheartened by the unstoppable advance of coalition tanks. The speed of the coalition's offensive and the devastating effectiveness of their armored units led to the rapid collapse of Iraqi resistance. Just as Blitzkrieg had aimed to break the will of the enemy quickly, the Gulf War's strategy sought to do the same, leaving Iraqi forces with little choice but to surrender or flee. One of the key strategies developed by NATO was the concept of forward defence, particularly along the Central Front, which included Germany's heavily fortified border regions. The idea was to position NATO forces as far forward as possible, close to the Iron Curtain, to meet any Soviet invasion at the earliest possible moment. This positioning was meant to delay and disrupt the momentum of a Soviet advance, much like how defenders would aim to slow down a Blitzkrieg assault by attacking the spearhead formations and causing disorganization. In this context, NATO's use of armoured units such as the M60 Patton and later the Leopard 2 and M1 Abrams tanks was directly inspired by the lessons of World War II. These tanks were deployed to counter the massive Soviet tank armies and were expected to engage in high-speed, mobile warfare. The emphasis was on maintaining the ability to respond rapidly to any breakthrough, ensuring that NATO forces could match the speed and mobility of any Soviet assault, just as the Germans had used their tanks to outmaneuver their opponents during World War II. As NATO's understanding of the potential Soviet threat evolved, so too did its military doctrines. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, NATO adopted the air-land battle doctrine, which was explicitly designed to counter the possibility of a Soviet blitzkrieg type. This doctrine emphasized the integration of air and ground forces, much like the combined arms approach of Lightning War, to create a highly coordinated and flexible response to any Soviet invasion. Air-land battle called for deep strikes behind enemy lines, using both air power and ground forces to disrupt Soviet command and control, supply lines and reinforcements. This was directly inspired by the Blitzkrieg's focus on bypassing strong points and striking deep into enemy territory to cause chaos and disarray. NATO's goal was to prevent the Soviet forces from achieving the kind of rapid breakthroughs that had characterized German blitzkrieg operations. By striking deep and disrupting the Soviet advance, NATO aimed to slow down the assault and buy time for reinforcements and a more robust defensive posture to be established. The Blitzkrieg strategy was built upon several core principles that have profoundly influenced military doctrine and strategy throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. These principles include the integration of fast-moving, mechanized infantry, concentrated tank formations, and close air support. The goal was to create shock and confusion within enemy ranks, leading to rapid advances and the encirclement of enemy forces. By exploiting breakthroughs quickly and relentlessly, Blitzkrieg sought to prevent the enemy from regrouping or mounting an effective defense. Guderian's contributions to Blitzkrieg were not merely tactical but also deeply strategic. He understood that modern warfare required a departure from the static, defensive mindsets that had dominated previous conflicts. Blitzkrieg emphasized offensive operations, where the aim was not just to hold ground but to constantly disrupt and outmaneuver the enemy. This shift from a defensive to an offensive paradigm required not only new tactics but also a new way of thinking about war itself. As stated, the impact of Blitzkrieg extended far beyond World War II, influencing military thought and practice in numerous conflicts and theatres of war. During the Cold War, NATO's military doctrines were heavily shaped by the need to counter potential Soviet advances using principles akin to Blitzkrieg. The Arab-Israeli conflicts, particularly the Six-Day War in 1967, saw the successful application of Blitzkrieg-like tactics, where speed and surprise played crucial roles in the Israeli Defense Forces' victories. Defending against Blitzkrieg has also driven significant developments in military doctrine. The recognition that traditional defensive lines could be quickly overrun led to the development of more flexible, mobile defenses designed to absorb and counter rapid advances. Modern armies have increasingly focused on anti-tank warfare, air superiority and electronic warfare as means to disrupt the critical elements of Blitzkrieg, mobility and communication. The development of Blitzkrieg not only revolutionized warfare during World War II, but also set the stage for the evolution of military strategy in the decades that followed, and to this very day, the principles of speed, surprise and combined arms operations continue to shape how wars are fought and defended against in the modern era, proving that Blitzkrieg's legacy is both enduring and transformative in the annals of military history. In the chaos and turmoil of World War II, amidst the relentless battles and the clash of armies, there emerged a force shrouded in mystery and intrigue. They were the masters of deception, the shadows that moved in silence, one of the first ever special forces to be assembled. From the deserts of North Africa to the forests of Eastern Europe, their presence was felt across every theatre of war. They disguised themselves, spoke multiple languages, and adapted to any environment, making them one of the most formidable units of their time. These were the Brandenburgers of the Wehrmacht, Germany's elite special forces, trained in espionage, sabotage, and guerrilla warfare. They infiltrated enemy lines, executed daring missions, and altered the course of battles. Join us as we delve into the untold stories, the daring exploits, and the strategic efforts of the Brandenburgers of the Wehrmacht. Discover how their covert operations left an indelible mark on the history of warfare. For 10 relentless days, war had engulfed the region, with Wehrmacht divisions relentlessly advancing through Poland like an unstoppable flood. Amid the chaos, throngs of civilians and Polish soldiers desperately fled before the enemy's onslaught. In Demblin, a pivotal railway bridge essential for the German forces' strategic momentum still stood unscathed. One Polish unit, however, upheld a disciplined martial spirit, impeccably uniformed and marching proudly while singing a Polish army anthem. They reached the bridge amidst the throngs of panicked refugees. Swiftly, the non-commissioned officer leading them located the commander of the pioneers tasked with the bridge's demolition. The pioneer commander, surprised by their arrival, attempted to contact his superior but discovered the communication lines had been severed by enemy action. Suddenly, a Ju-87 Stuka dive-bombing raid forced everyone to scramble for cover. The generous offer to assume responsibility for the bridge was swiftly and gratefully accepted, prompting the original guards to depart quickly. When the Germans arrived about 5 hours later, the new demolition team incited panic to clear the bridge. After successfully handing over control to the advancing panzers, their task was complete, leaving them with nothing to do but change back into their German uniforms. This event marked one of the earliest uses of special forces by Germany during World War II. The demolition guard comprised men meticulously chosen from Upper Silesia, who were often more proficient in Polish than in German. The success of their operations behind enemy lines hinged on their exceptional cunning and aptitude for subterfuge, qualities fostered through top-tier training and unconventional thinking. From the outset of the war, the German High Command recognized the value of deceit and infiltration, employing these tactics effectively. The core of Blitzkrieg strategy focused on dislocating and disrupting enemy defensive positions rather than methodically destroying their forces. To sustain rapid advances, it was crucial for armoured and motorised infantry units to secure vital road and rail junctions, tunnels, and, most importantly, bridges. Parachutists alone could not ensure the capture of these strategic points. Thus, by 1939, several specialised organisations had already been established to achieve these critical objectives. Foremost among these specialised groups was one established by the German intelligence and counterintelligence service, the Abwehr. Rapidly expanding from January 1935, the Abwehr was led by Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, a sophisticated and astute officer with World War I experience and a talent for languages. By 1939, the Abwehr was divided into three sections. Abwehr 1 handled espionage and intelligence gathering, Abwehr 2 focused on sabotage and special units, and Abwehr 3 managed counterintelligence. However, they often found themselves in competition with the SS's security service, the Sicherheitsdienst SD, commanded by the notorious Reinhard Heydrich. Within Abwehr 2, the initial commander of Special Forces was Captain Theodor von Hippel, who had closely studied the effective use of commandos in Germany's African colonies during World War I and was well versed in the writings of T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia. Von Hippel began recruiting a small contingent of German fighters from border regions like the Sudetenland of Czechoslovakia and the Silesian districts of Poland. He also sought Germans with experience living abroad in Africa or South America, individuals familiar with the languages and customs of potential adversaries. Additionally, he prioritized candidates possessing essential qualities for special forces soldiers: self-reliance, imagination, and an unconventional mindset not typically found in regular military personnel. Every recruit had to be a volunteer, as only volunteers possessed the dedication required to face the near-certain execution that came with capture during covert operations. In 1939, Hippel's men formed a singular unit called the No. 1 Construction Training Company. These soldiers, most of whom were fluent in Polish, played a pivotal role in the early stages of the war, their success ensuring their continued deployment in future missions. Just east of the border in southwest Poland was the crucial railway junction of Katowice. Before the invasion commenced, 80 men infiltrated Poland, posing as Polish railway workers to blend in and move freely around the rail network without arousing suspicion. As the invasion began, they revealed their hidden weapons and attacked the unsuspecting Polish forces. The deception was so convincing that one group even managed to persuade a contingent of Polish troops to board a train, which they then redirected to a rail siding far from the conflict. The operation was entirely successful, allowing German forces to establish control over Katowice Junction. The facility remained intact, with all its rolling stock in excellent condition, crucial for the German army, which depended heavily on the railway system for their operations. Unfortunately for the Germans, not all operations during the invasion of Poland went as smoothly. Other units failed to prevent the destruction of key bridges over the river Vistula at Dirschau and Graudenz. A near catastrophe struck another group assigned to capture the Jablonka tunnel. Due to a missed order delaying the operation, the soldiers opened fire hours before the invasion was officially set to begin. The Poles retaliated fiercely, chasing the Germans across the countryside while the two nations were still technically at peace. To maintain appearances, the German government issued a denial, attributing the incident to Slovakian terrorists. Despite these setbacks, the German High Command was highly impressed with the overall results of these operations and decided to expand and develop the concept further. At the end of the year, the various groups were consolidated at Brandenburg am Havel and formally designated as Baulehr Kompanie ZBV 800, 800th Construction Training Company for Special Purposes on October 25th. Named after the town west of Berlin where they were stationed, the Brandenburg Commandos quickly grew to battalion strength and underwent rigorous training in commando and parachute techniques. Their organisation and training were further solidified in April 1940 as they participated in the invasions of Norway and Denmark and later played a significant role during the invasion of the Low Countries. The Germans could not afford delays in Holland and needed a swift capitulation to advance towards defeating France. The Brandenburgers were perfectly suited for this task, and on the night of May 9, 1940, they crossed the border. Again, a railway bridge was a primary target, this time located just inside the Dutch border at Gennep, directly in the path of the 9th Panzer Division, the sole armoured unit participating in the invasion of the Netherlands. The seizure of the bridge was crucial, and the plan involved a sophisticated deception. 10 minutes before the planned attack, a group of 7 German prisoners, escorted by 2 Dutch guards, arrived at the bridge. Upon receiving a signal, they attacked the guard post. Despite the ensuing gunfire that wounded 3 Brandenburgers, the mission proceeded. The commandos, along with their Dutch accomplices, advanced to capture the post at the far end of the bridge. The guards were taken by such complete surprise that they did not know how to react. A grenade effectively neutralized them, allowing the commandos to seize control of the detonator that could have destroyed the bridge as the first tanks arrived. Unfortunately, the commander was mistaken for a Dutchman by the lead vehicle and was cut down by machine gun fire, though he later survived to receive the Iron Cross. Further acts of boldness and intense aggression led to the successful capture of other crucial bridges at Roermond and Stavelot. On May 27th, as German forces neared Ostende and Belgium was on the verge of surrender, 13 commandos disguised in Belgian infantry uniforms infiltrated a chaotic crowd in a captured Belgian army bus. They manoeuvred through the turmoil until reaching the bridge at sunset. Under the cover of darkness, 2 commandos crawled across the bridge, cutting the explosive charges, while machine gun fire echoed overhead. Upon reaching the far side, they opened fire, allowing their comrades to charge the bridge, employing submachine guns and hand grenades to neutralize the defenders. The attackers swiftly isolated and subdued the remaining enemy forces, securing both the bridge and the pump houses intact. The Brandenburgers had demonstrated immense success, and during the summer of 1940 they prepared to play a significant role in the anticipated invasion of the United Kingdom. When this operation did not come to fruition, they relocated to Quenzi for intensive training and expansion to regimental strength. New recruits were trained in all special forces skills with a particular focus on deception techniques. Regularly parading in foreign uniforms, they emphasized developing strong camaraderie within their small, tight-knit groups. In the Brandenburg Regiment, soldiers greeted their officers with a handshake rather than a salute, fostering discipline based on trust rather than strict obedience. Initiative was encouraged from the outset of a recruit's career, with exercises such as obtaining the fingerprints of the local police chief without his knowledge. Later, recruits were tasked with capturing 10 Wehrmacht soldiers within 5 hours and bringing them to Quenzi. This seemingly relaxed and unconventional approach to military life did not endear them to many. After contributing to the swift occupation of the Balkans, the regiment, now consisting of 3 battalions and several independent companies, saw their unorthodox methods yield significant results in their most challenging assignment yet, Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Although the operation officially began on the early morning of June 22, 1941, many Brandenburgers had already infiltrated enemy territory the previous day following their established tactics, wearing Soviet coats over their field grey uniforms and driving trucks captured from the Soviets by the Finns during the Winter War. Each detachment was led by a fluent Russian speaker. However, they were unaware of the Soviet passwords for the night, arousing suspicion among the border guards of a potential German attack. Under strict orders not to open fire before the main assault began, the Brandenburgers had no choice but to flee if their attempts to talk their way through failed. This resulted in several casualties when evasion proved unsuccessful. Nevertheless, many commandos successfully infiltrated and positioned themselves to exploit the ensuing chaos on the morning of the attack, joining the advance into the rear areas of the Soviet forces. A typical operation during the first week of the invasion was the capture of a crucial bridge within the Pripyat marshes on June 27th. A conventional armoured columns approach would have prompted the defenders to demolish the bridge, making stealth essential for this special forces mission. After an extremely arduous journey in captured Soviet trucks, it was clear that the mission would be both difficult and dangerous. The sight of any armoured units would trigger the demolition of the bridge. The regimental commander informed the Brandenburgers that he could not bring his forces any closer than a 15-minute driving distance from the objective. Consequently, it became immediately apparent that once the Brandenburgers seized the bridge, they would have to hold it for at least a quarter of an hour against all surrounding Soviet troops. An even more pressing challenge was reaching the bridge. A variation on traditional deception was devised. The men would drive toward the bridge in 2 Soviet trucks, wearing Red Army greatcoats and carrying Soviet rifles, while concealing machine pistols underneath. By approaching from the sunset at dusk, they planned to be silhouetted in the long shadows of a summer evening on the steppes. Meanwhile, German infantry patrols would maintain pressure on the retreating Soviet troops converging towards the bridge. Artillery and Stuka bombardment heightened the confusion and panic, creating the ideal chaos for the mission. The Brandenburgers planned to shout that they were being closely pursued by panzers. One truck would cross the bridge while the second would appear to break down on the far bank. The Brandenburgers would then try to persuade the demolition guard to delay blowing up the bridge until their comrades could cross. Amid the confusion, they would locate the demolition charges. Once the second truck had limped onto the bridge, they would throw off their greatcoats and seize the span intact. The attack began with a Stuka raid, their sirens wailing to instill terror among the defenders. The deception was enhanced by carefully coordinating artillery fire to follow the trucks, despite setting off at speed. The Brandenburgers' approach slowed to a crawl due to the press of frightened bodies near the bridge, with many fleeing Soviet soldiers attempting to clamber aboard the trucks. As the first truck crossed the bridge and the second slowed to a halt, the Brandenburgers were prepared to fend off the Soviets with their rifle butts. The German leader managed to locate the demolition guard commander and engaged in a heated argument to prevent him from detonating the charges, while the commandos quickly and discreetly searched for and disconnected them. 2 hours later, the objective was finally secured with the arrival of the main armoured force after enduring fierce counterattacks by waves of desperate Soviets, supported by mortars and artillery. The armoured column encountered significant difficulties, with a mechanical breakdown blocking the only approach route. Dense oak woods on either side prevented quick evasion of the obstacle, necessitating pioneers to clear a path. The second panzer moved ahead but drove directly into artillery fire, causing further blockages. 2 more panzers were lost and air support was unavailable as smoke laid to cover the advance was dispersed by unfavourable winds. With annihilation imminent, a Stuka unit, whose original mission had been aborted, came to their rescue. The Stuka's bombs pinned the Soviets in their positions, allowing the panzers to advance toward the objective. 2 panzers managed to break through and cross the bridge. As the night progressed, additional armoured units arrived, finally securing the bridge and ensuring the success of the mission. Few among the line troops of the Wehrmacht were aware of what had transpired as the Brandenburgers quietly collected their dead and vanished into the night. Once again, they had secured the advance that would drive deep into the heart of Soviet Russia. Following these spectacular raids in the early stages of the invasion, the Brandenburgers continued to strike targets in the enemy's rear. They were employed extensively during the summer offensive of 1942, particularly in the Caucasus, where their unique skills and tactics were crucial to the German advance. In Ukraine, the Brandenburgers collaborated with the volunteer Ukrainian unit known as Ukrainische Gruppe Nachtigall to support Heeresgruppe Süd. These combined forces achieved significant success, although some actions by certain Ukrainian units were considered controversial. Despite these issues, their joint operations were highly effective in their objectives. In early August 1942, a Brandenburger unit consisting of 62 Baltic and Sudeten Germans, led by Freiherr Adrian von Völkersam, ventured deeper into enemy territory than any other German unit had managed. Their mission was to capture and secure the strategically crucial Maikop oil fields. Disguised as feared NKVD officers and using Soviet trucks, Völkersam's unit successfully breached the Soviet front lines and advanced far into hostile territory. As part of Operation Shamil, the Brandenburgers continued to conduct operations deep behind Soviet lines, executing commando missions in the Grozny area. Their activities included sabotage, intelligence gathering, and disruption of Soviet supply lines, which played a crucial role in the overall German strategy on the Eastern Front. The Brandenburgers' expertise in unconventional warfare allowed them to significantly impact Soviet operations in the region, despite the constant dangers and challenges they faced behind enemy lines. Operating under the false identity of NKVD Major Truchin from Stalingrad, Völkersam convinced the Soviet commander in charge of Maikop's defences that his mission was to recover deserters. The commander, trusting Völkersam, even provided a personal tour of the city's defences the following day. By August 8th, with German forces only 12 miles away, the Brandenburgers initiated their plan. They used grenades to create the illusion of an artillery attack, successfully disabling the city's military communications centre. Völkersam then informed the Russian defenders that a withdrawal was in progress. Having seen Völkersam with their commander and unable to communicate to verify his claim, the Soviets began evacuating Maikop. As a result, the German spearhead entered the city unopposed on August 9, 1942. This is just one example among the hundreds of missions carried out by the Brandenburgers during the advance into Russia. Their operations spanned a wide range of activities, including sabotage, intelligence gathering, and direct combat engagements, all of which significantly contributed to the German war effort on the Eastern Front. The Brandenburgers' ability to operate covertly and effectively behind enemy lines made them a formidable force, consistently executing daring and strategic missions throughout the campaign. By 1943, the most common mission assignment for the Brandenburgers had become long-range reconnaissance. During the 1942 advance of Heeresgruppe Süd in Ukraine, the Brandenburgers resumed their early campaign roles, moving ahead of the panzer columns. They seized bridges, road and rail junctions, and targeted the Soviet command and control infrastructure. Typically, these missions were carried out by units of 20 to 60 Brandenburgers, who disguised themselves as Soviet soldiers and used captured Red Army vehicles. Their efforts were crucial in disrupting Soviet defences and facilitating the rapid advance of German forces. Between January and April 1943, the Brandenburgers were expanded to the size of a division, incorporating specialised sub-units for U-boat crews, air defence, artillery, tank, anti-tank and combat engineering. To build these capabilities, men were transferred from the Afrika Korps and Kriegsmarine, bringing with them a wide range of expertise and experience. By late 1942, the majority of the Brandenburg Regiment was assigned to fire brigade duties, functioning as elite infantry to fill critical gaps in the German lines. In February 1943, the Brandenburgers were withdrawn from the front and returned to Germany for expansion into Division Brandenburg. The division's first commander was to be General Major Alexander von Pfuhlstein. This newly formed division comprised 4 regiments. One regiment was sent back to the Eastern Front to continue its fire brigade role. A battalion was dispatched to Africa to persist in harassing Allied forces in the Mediterranean. The remaining elements of the division were deployed to the Balkans to conduct anti-partisan operations. This reorganisation aimed to enhance the division's operational flexibility and effectiveness across multiple theatres of the war. In the spring of 1941, Canaris established the Brandenburg Africa Company. This unit comprised 60 volunteers, each with extensive experience in Africa and selected for their personal resilience and linguistic abilities. The unit's primary role was reconnaissance, conducting short penetrations of British front lines to gather intelligence and disrupt enemy operations. One remarkable mission involved inserting agents into Cairo by traversing some of the harshest deserts in the region, crossing the Great Sand Sea between Libya and Egypt. The commandos endured intense hardships and successfully completed the journey. However, their efforts were thwarted when British counterintelligence quickly apprehended the agents. Following the Axis offensive's success in June 1942, plans were made to seize key bridges on the Nile and Suez Canal using the Brandenburgers' traditional tactics. However, the failure to breach the main British defensive position and the subsequent defeat at El Alamein forced a rapid German retreat to Tunisia. The Brandenburgers were tasked with disrupting British supply lines to the First Army in western Tunisia and launched glider assaults against 2 bridges. Unfortunately, the operation ended in disaster. On May 6, 1943, the specialists were ordered to withdraw from Africa, but many were left stranded due to inadequate transportation and ultimately finished the war as prisoners. The Brandenburgers' most notable success in the eastern Mediterranean occurred on the island of Leros. The island was garrisoned by a brigade of British troops and about 5,500 Italians, who had switched to the Allied side. The Italian troops, being of very low caliber, were not expected to offer significant resistance. The operation commenced with heavy aerial bombardment, followed by a seaborne assault from 2 sides and a supporting parachute drop aimed at splitting the defenders. A parachute company of Brandenburgers was attached to the 1st Battalion, 2nd Parachute Regiment, and they were dropped after a 12-hour delay at 1 p.m. on November 12, 1943. They faced heavy anti-aircraft fire as they descended onto a narrow strip of land between Gurna and Alinda Bays, intending to split the island's defences. However, the drop zone, less than half a mile wide, was defended by the 2nd Battalion Royal Irish Fusiliers. By dropping from an altitude of 450 feet, the parachutists quickly reached the ground and hastily organised. 2 companies secured the position from the north and east, while the other 2 attacked Rachi Ridge. The Eastern Task Force faced significant challenges as the Brandenburgers' Küstenjäger coastal raider detachments were initially unable to land due to heavy fire from Italian-manned coastal batteries. A coordinated Stuka raid and the deployment of smoke screens eventually allowed them to get ashore. They landed on the north side of Pandeli Bay while the convoy made its way to Alinda Bay. Despite losing 1 boat to gunfire, the Brandenburgers reached the cliffs and successfully scaled them to attack their objective, Mount Apatitsi. They called in close air support, but the initial strike accidentally hit the Germans before demolishing the defences. As they launched their assault, intense mortar and machine gun fire stalled the commandos, resulting in all the officers being killed or wounded. Another airstrike was called, but it again mistakenly targeted the Brandenburgers, forcing them to pull back and regroup. In a council of war, they decided that while the main objective could not be taken, they could seize the Italian battery at Castle Hill, which they quickly accomplished using hand grenades. For 3 days, the Küstenjägers held their captured positions. Throughout the nights, the British maintained artillery harassment, and several attempts to storm the German position were repelled. Both sides sent out patrols, and the Germans were resupplied by airdrops of water, ammunition, and mortars, a valuable addition to their armament. Reinforcements were brought up to the ridge. The location of the British headquarters at Mount Meravilia was known, and additional forces were needed to secure its capture. This effort continued despite determined counterattacks by British infantry, who were isolated from each other in the north and south of the island. On the 14th and 15th, the British relentlessly attacked the thin line held by the parachutists across the centre of the island. The Küstenjägers repelled an assault by 3 companies using mortar and machine gun fire, prompting the British to shift their efforts to Rachi Ridge and Mount Germano. Despite being exhausted by constant Stuka attacks, the British managed to regroup, link up and retake Germano. Control of the village of St. Nicola was critical. If the British could capture it, the German forces around Leros would be effectively trapped. Vicious hand-to-hand combat ensued. but the Germans, having a numerical advantage, forced the British out of the sparse stone houses. As the operation entered its 4th day, the German command feared losing momentum. Consequently, the 3rd Battalion of the Brandenburgers 1st Regiment was ordered to Leros. The battalion landed at 2 AM on the 16th and swiftly captured the heights south of Leros town. As dawn rose, the Brandenburgers set their sights on their next objective, Mount Meraviglia and the British headquarters. Despite sustaining significant losses, they advanced across the bare rock-strewn slopes, overrunning anti-aircraft and field defences, and engaging in further hand-to-hand combat against the determined defenders. By 3 PM, the battle was over, though the 3rd Battalion's commanding officer was seriously wounded. A patrol then linked up with the Küstenjägers on Castle Hill to launch the final assault on the British headquarters. Ultimately, the British commander surrendered to the Brandenburgers. By October 1942, the Brandenburgers had expanded to divisional strength. However, as German advances were halted and partisans began to operate in the rear areas, the Brandenburgers increasingly found themselves tasked with suppressing resistance. The Germans had occupied a vast expanse of Soviet territory, within which partisans thrived. These guerrilla fighters persistently attacked Wehrmacht supply lines, employing hit-and-run tactics and exploiting the dense cover provided by forests and marshes. By early 1943, the partisan threat had become serious. While regular troops could defend key points and installations, chasing the partisans into their strongholds and destroying them seemed an obvious task for the Brandenburgers, given their training in irregular warfare. The commander ranks had swelled with citizens from occupied territories who were disaffected with their own political situations. A notable group of Ukrainians, known as the Nightingale Group, had played a crucial role in the initial invasion of the Soviet Union by capturing the town of Przemysl and the bridge over the San River. Eventually, each Brandenburg battalion had a company of Eastern Volunteers attached to it. However, using the Brandenburgers in a counter-insurgency role proved to be a mistake, despite their apparent qualifications. On May 25, 1944, specialist members of the Division Brandenburg, attached to SS Fallschirmjäger Battalion 500, participated in Operation Russelsprung, an airborne mission aimed at capturing Yugoslav partisan leader Josip Broz Tito at his headquarters near Durava. The goal was to eliminate the communist resistance in the Balkans. However, Tito managed to escape just before the SS Fallschirmjäger reached his cave headquarters. The SS paratroopers were then forced to withdraw to the town cemetery, where they entrenched themselves and endured a night of intense partisan attacks. German casualties included 213 killed, 881 wounded and 51 missing, while German wartime estimates placed partisan casualties at about 6,000. SS Fallschirmjäger BTL 500 was nearly annihilated during this operation. One of 4 instances where this unit and its successor SS Fallschirmjäger BTL 600 were almost completely destroyed between November 1943 and May 1945. Since the outset, Admiral Canaris and the Abwehr were closely monitored by Himmler's SS, particularly by Walter Schellenberg, the chief of Amt 6, Ausland SD, which constituted the foreign intelligence branch of the SD. The SS's surveillance of the Abwehr was part of a broader effort to consolidate control over all intelligence activities within the Reich, ensuring that Canaris and his operations remained under constant scrutiny. The anti-Nazi sentiments within the Abwehr culminated in July 1944, when several high-ranking officials, including Admiral Canaris, were implicated in the July 20th plot to assassinate Hitler. Following this, control of the Brandenburg Division was transferred to the SD. However, by September 1944, it was determined that special operations units were no longer necessary. Consequently, the Brandenburg Division was reorganized as Infantry Division Brandenburg (MOT), a motorized infantry division, and was redeployed to the Eastern Front. This transformation marked a significant shift in the division's role and capabilities as it transitioned from specialized commando operations to conventional infantry engagements. A total of 1,800 men, including Freiherr Adrian von Völkersam, successfully secured transfers to SS Standartenführer Otto Skorzeny's 502nd SS Jäger Battalion. These soldiers continued to operate as special forces within SS Jagdverband Mitte and predominantly within SS Jagdverband Ost until the end of the war. This move allowed them to maintain their expertise in unconventional warfare and special operations, despite the reorganization and redeployment of the Brandenburg Division. For the remainder of the division, the shift back to conventional operations adversely affected morale. Despite this, the Brandenburgers were still regarded as an elite force. Consequently, they were assigned to Panzerkorps Grossdeutschland, alongside their former training partner from 1940 to 1941, the Grossdeutschland Division. The Brandenburgers demonstrated their combat prowess on the Eastern Front, participating in the fighting retreat through the Baltic states and into East Prussia. Their performance in these engagements underscored their status as a formidable military unit, even in the face of challenging circumstances and changing roles. In late 1944, the division was equipped with a panzer regiment and redesignated as Panzer Grenadier Division Brandenburg before returning to the front. The Brandenburgers were engaged in intense combat near Memel until their withdrawal, along with the Grossdeutschland Division via ferry to Pillau. The division faced near total destruction during the fierce fighting near Pillau. While some survivors managed to surrender to the British in Schleswig-Holstein in May, many Brandenburgers, owing to their advanced skills in evading detection, simply disappeared. Also, what's interesting, the Brandenburg Commandos were originally formed for offensive operations, and while their skills led to some remarkable successes, their effectiveness was undermined by the time wasted on incessant patrolling. Earlier in 1944, their morale plummeted as their missions shifted from bold assaults to mere containment. Heavy losses and political maneuvering further eroded their cohesion. As a result, many Brandenburgers left to join a commando unit formed by SS Colonel Otto Skorzeny in the Waffen-SS, seeking to continue their specialized operations under his command. Otto Skorzeny was a notable figure in World War II, serving as a Waffen-SS officer in Nazi Germany. Born on June 12, 1908 in Vienna, Austria, Skorzeny gained prominence through his involvement in special operations. One of his most famous missions was the daring rescue of Italian dictator Benito Mussolini in 1943, which earned him significant recognition and the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Skorzeny's reputation as Hitler's commando was further solidified by his participation in various other covert operations, including Operation Greif during the Battle of the Bulge, where German soldiers dressed in American uniforms to cause confusion behind enemy lines. Despite his controversial and dangerous missions, Skorzeny was a skilled and strategic operator, often referred to as one of the most dangerous men in Europe during the war. After the war, Skorzeny was captured by Allied forces and tried at the Dachau trials for war crimes, including his role in Operation Greif. However, he was acquitted in 1947, partly due to the lack of direct evidence and the support of his former adversaries, who testified that similar tactics were used by both sides during the war. While awaiting further trials, Skorzeny managed to escape from an internment camp in 1948 with the help of former SS colleagues. He fled to Spain, which was then under Franco's dictatorship, and lived there under the protection of the regime. Skorzeny became involved in various business ventures, including acting as a security consultant for different countries and allegedly serving as a liaison for Nazi fugitives. Back in 1944, Skorzeny later employed many of the techniques that had been so effective in the early part of the war during the ill-fated Ardennes offensive in 1944. As the Eastern Front began to collapse, the need for anti-partisan warfare diminished. Despite their significant impact, the Brandenburgers are often overlooked in historical narratives. Several factors contribute to this relative obscurity. Firstly, the shadow of larger, more publicised units like the British SAS, which was formed in 1941, tends to overshadow the contributions of the Brandenburgers. Secondly, the post-war stigmatization of all German military units, regardless of their specific roles or actions, has led to a general neglect in Western historiography. Lastly, the secretive nature of their operations meant that much of their work was classified or not well documented, further contributing to their historical invisibility. Nonetheless, the Brandenburgers were pioneering in their tactics and operational scope. They laid foundational strategies and techniques that influenced the development of modern special forces worldwide. Their legacy, while not as celebrated, is significant in the annals of military history, demonstrating the early use and effectiveness of special operations long before the widespread recognition of such units. Remembering the real history of units like the Brandenburgers is essential. It ensures a comprehensive understanding of military evolution and acknowledges the complexity of wartime actions beyond simplified narratives. By recognizing their contributions, we honor the full spectrum of historical experiences and lessons, fostering a more nuanced appreciation of past conflicts and the development of modern military practices. One notable soldier was Oberleutnant Afhelt Eckard of the Jäger Regiment 2 of the Brandenburg Division. He was awarded the Knight's Cross for launching a surprise night attack on the village of Neuwiersewitz on January 31, 1945. The defending Soviet forces were quickly overrun. During the battle, attached Sturmgeschütze and Panzerjäger units destroyed several Soviet tanks in the village and nearby forest. This victory eliminated a major flank threat to Gruppe von Sauken's Oder River crossing at Neuvereichen. For this tactical success, Oberleutnant Afhelt was awarded the Knight's Cross. He survived the war and joined the Bundeswehr in 1956, where he played a key role in operating and creating special operations units and divisions within the new army. On August 10, 1942, Lieutenant Prochaska led 24 men from the 8th Lehr Regiment Brandenburg to capture a road bridge over the Belaya River. Disguised in Red Army uniforms, they travelled in 4 captured Soviet trucks and reached Belorochensk by 1700. Blending with the retreating Soviet forces, they were questioned by a Soviet general, but Prochaska's claim of guarding the bridge was convincing, and the Soviet general let them go. After crossing the bridge, which was rigged with explosives, they dismounted, armed with PPSH-41 SMGs. They killed the crew of a tanker truck, cut the demolition wires, and removed the explosives. 2 white flares signalled their success, prompting German panzer forces in Belorochensk to respond. 18 minutes later, the 1st German panzer attempted to cross but broke down, blocking the bridge for 50 minutes. During this time, Prochaska was shot, likely by a sniper. Eventually, the panzer was repaired and German troops crossed the bridge. Lieutenant Prochaska was posthumously awarded the Knight's Cross for securing this vital structure, but would pass away on August 9, 1942. March 1945. As the flames of the Third Reich flickered, Adolf Hitler placed his last desperate bet on one final offensive with Soviet forces bearing down on Berlin. The stakes had never been higher. Hitler ordered his elite 6th SS Panzer Army, battle-hardened and equipped with the mightiest tanks in the Wehrmacht, into the treacherous terrain of Hungary, where the terrain itself seemed to conspire against them. The objective was audacious: to punch through the Soviet lines, reclaim vital oil fields, and halt the Red Army's relentless advance, but the risks were staggering. Heavy rain had turned the fields into a quagmire, while narrow paths and waterways choked the routes of advance. The Soviets, veterans of brutal Eastern Front warfare, were waiting, dug in with layered defences and ready to unleash a storm of firepower against the Germans' last attack. In this high-stakes gamble, nothing was certain. Would the German offensive catch the Soviets off guard, or would the grinding attrition of battle turn the tide? The panzers will race against time, already stretched thin, would need to navigate not only the enemy's defences, but also the unforgiving Hungarian landscape. The question loomed: could these elite forces pull off a miracle, or were they marching into a trap from which there was no escape? With the Third Reich teetering on the edge of defeat, its soldiers still managed to demonstrate the morbid humour that helps those on the front lines survive the terrors of warfare. During the final German offensive of World War II in eastern Hungary, the panzer crews of the formidable Tiger II tanks advanced, despite their imminent collapse. Amid their struggle to engage the enemy, they joked about the challenges they faced. Some of the 68-ton King Tigers became mired in the mud caused by the early spring thaw, sinking up to their turrets. With dark wit, the tank commanders jested that they were piloting submarines, not tanks. In early 1945, as Soviet forces amassed along the Oder River, Adolf Hitler appeared unconcerned. Instead, he was preoccupied with safeguarding the Hungarian oil fields from the encroaching Red Army tank and rifle units that had besieged Budapest in late December 1944. Hitler dispatched the 4th SS Panzer Corps to confront the Soviet forces endangering Budapest through 3 successive counterattacks in January 1945, collectively known as the Conrad Offensives. Despite these efforts, the determined Soviet troops repelled each assault. Ultimately, on February 13th, Marshal Rodion Malinovsky's 2nd Ukrainian Front captured the city. The Hungarian oil fields at Nagykanizsa were Germany's last significant petroleum reserves. By early 1945, the Austrian and Hungarian oil fields supplied 80% of the oil required by the German military. Despite the setbacks in January, Hitler devised a new offensive named Operation Frühlingserwachen, Spring Awakening, targeting both economic and military objectives. He aimed to halt the Soviet advance in Hungary with a broader offensive to reclaim the territory taken by Marshal Fyodor Tolbukhin's 3rd Ukrainian Front. If successful, the Germans would deliver a severe blow to Tolbukhin's forces. Hitler hoped his panzer divisions could establish bridgeheads over the Danube River and possibly recapture Budapest, thereby securing the vital oil supplies needed to sustain the German war effort. Although Operation Spring Awakening officially commenced on March 6, 1945, its planning began in January. On January 16th, the Supreme High Command of the German Army instructed SS Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich to return his 6th Panzer Army from the Ardennes region to Germany for rest and refitting in preparation for the new offensive. While Dietrich's command is often referred to as the 6th SS Panzer Army, it did not officially receive this designation until it was transferred to the Waffen-SS on April 2, 1945. Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army consisted of General Lieutenant Hermann Price's 1st SS Panzer Corps and General Lieutenant Willy Dietrich's 2nd SS Panzer Corps. Price's corps included the 1st SS and 12th SS Panzer Divisions, while Dietrich's corps comprised the 2nd SS and 9th SS Panzer Divisions. To restore these battered units to full strength, commanders replenished their ranks with raw recruits and support personnel from the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine. Unfortunately, due to limited time and fuel, these replacements received no combat training. Despite this, the 4 panzer divisions were equipped with nearly all the arms and vehicles needed to meet their tank, assault gun, and tank destroyer requirements. Ultimately, the Germans assembled 240,000 troops, 500 tanks, 173 assault guns, and 900 combat aircraft for the offensive. Hitler and his advisors intended to launch the main attack for Operation Spring Awakening using General Otto Wöhler's Army Group South. Wöhler's forces were formidable, comprising General Hermann Balck's 6th Army, Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army, and the Hungarian 8th Corps. In total, Wöhler commanded 10 panzer divisions and 5 infantry divisions, which he aimed to unleash against the 3rd Ukrainian Front. While Army Group South advanced south towards Soviet forces positioned between Lake Balaton and Lake Velence to the east, other German armies planned to strike east against Tolbukhin's left flank. Wöhler's offensive would be bolstered by a secondary attack from Generaloberst Alexander Löhr's Army Group E in Yugoslavia, alongside a smaller assault by General Maximilian de Angelis's 2nd Panzer Army. At the onset of Operation Spring Awakening, nearly 40% of the German army's heavy combat vehicles deployed on the Eastern Front were concentrated in Hungary. Under the tightest security measures, additional units were dispatched to the region. Colonel General Heinz Guderian, the Inspector General of Armoured Troops, opposed Hitler's decision to commit the 6th Panzer Army to Hungary, arguing that its strength would be more effectively utilised behind the Oder River to impede the Red Army's advance on Berlin. Nevertheless, Hitler overruled Guderian and the Hungarian offensive proceeded as planned. On February 23rd, Hitler approved the final plan for Operation Spring Awakening. In the last stages of preparation, he bolstered Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army with the 1st Cavalry Corps, which included the 3rd and 4th Cavalry Divisions, as well as General Lieutenant Joseph von Radowitz's 23rd Panzer Division. Radowitz's troops were designated as a reserve force poised to be deployed at the most strategic moment. Dietrich positioned Price's 1st SS Panzer Corps in the centre, extending from Lake Balaton to a point west of Serigelius. On its left, Bittrich's 2nd SS Panzer Corps took up position, while the I Cavalry Corps was deployed on the right. Flank protection was ensured by the 44th Grenadier and 25th Hungarian Infantry Divisions. Dietrich's primary objective was to secure a crossing over the Sio Canal and capture the city of Dunafeldvar. General Hermann Breith's 3rd Panzer Corps of Balk's 6th Army was to attack north of the 6th Panzer Army from Serigelius to Lake Valence. 2 heavy tank battalions with King Tigers provided extra firepower for the 3rd Panzer Corps and the 6th Panzer Army. General Lieutenant Rudolf Freiherr von Waldenfels' 6th Panzer Division would follow behind. Guarding the left flank of the 3rd Panzer Corps were the 3rd and 5th SS Panzer Divisions, part of SS Obergruppenführer Herbert Otto Giller's 4th SS Panzer Corps. Despite being severely depleted from the Conrad offensives, the 4th SS Panzer Corps was nonetheless ordered into action. To the south, the 2nd Panzer Army held the front line below Lake Balaton. By the time the offensive began, it was scarcely a panzer army in the traditional sense, comprising 4 divisions equipped with assault guns rather than tanks. Its best unit was the 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division. The 2nd Panzer Army's objective was to capture Kaposvar. South of the 2nd Panzer Army, Army Group E was stationed along the Drava River, aiming to establish a substantial bridgehead across the Drava near Donji Miholjak with its 3 divisions. Despite the Germans' stringent security measures to conceal their transfer to Hungary, the Red Army was aware that a German offensive was imminent. As early as February 12th, the Western Allies had shared intercepted communications detailing troop movements. Any lingering doubts among Red Army commanders were dispelled by the end of February, following the success of the last Waffen-SS operation known as Operation Southwind. During this operation, the 1st SS Panzer Corps successfully eliminated a Red Army bridgehead over the Grand River in Slovakia. Tolbukin's 3rd Ukrainian Front was to bear the full force of the German attack. Formed in October 1943, this front had been instrumental in several Soviet offensives, liberating Ukraine and Moldova from German control by August 1944. In the ensuing months, the 3rd Ukrainian Front advanced into Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia, liberating Belgrade in October. Subsequently, the Soviet High Command, Stavka, redirected the front north to Hungary. There, it collaborated with Malinovsky's 2nd Ukrainian Front to besiege Budapest and fend off German efforts to relieve the city. While the Germans were eliminating the Grand Bridgehead, Stavka issued orders to Tolbukin and Malinovsky to ready new offensives aimed at capturing Vienna and Bratislava, respectively. Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin set March 15th as the start date for these operations. Consequently, Tolbukin had to simultaneously prepare for his offensive while formulating a defensive strategy to counter the impending German assault. Tolbukin created a multi-layered defense that stressed anti-tank obstacles and killing zones. Each layer had multiple fortified belts. The first 2 layers typically had 2 or more lines of trenches. Altogether, Tolbukin had a defense in depth that stretched for 30 kilometers. But since the defenses were created in a short time, the soldiers only strung barbed wire in a few places and had not had time to construct concrete pillboxes. The 3rd Ukrainian Front fielded approximately 406,000 soldiers and 407 tanks, assault guns and tank destroyers. Additionally, the Soviet 17th Air Army had 965 aircraft available to provide support to the ground forces. The 4th Guards Army secured the right flank of the 3rd Ukrainian Front, consisting of 3 rifle corps, each containing 3 rifle divisions. The primary mission of the 4th Guards Army was to defend Sekesvervar. Positioned on its right flank was the 23rd Tank Corps, serving as a mobile reserve. To the left of the 4th Guards Army was Nikolai Gagin's 26th Army, positioned directly in the path of the advancing 6th Panzer Army. Gagin's army was tasked with defending the area from Serigelius to Lake Balaton. Anticipating a significant assault, the 30th Rifle Corps was allocated half of the 3rd Ukrainian Front's artillery and a substantial number of anti-tank guns. The 18th Tank Corps, another of Tolbukin's mobile reserves, was stationed in the Sarcent-Mihaly area, positioned to support either the 4th Guards Army or the 26th Army as needed. The 1st Guards Mechanized Corps was also deployed directly behind the 26th Army. South of Geoghegan's 26th Army was the 57th Army, which comprised 2 rifle corps tasked with defending a front stretching from the shores of Lake Balaton to the Drava River. Although it had only 6 infantry divisions, each division was slightly larger than those in other Soviet armies. Positioned in the path of the 2nd Panzer Army, the 57th Army was reinforced by the 5th Guards Cavalry Corps, which was situated in its northeastern area, enabling it to assist either the 57th Army or the 26th Army. Stationed along the northern banks of the Drava River, south of the 57th Army, were the 6 infantry divisions of the 1st Bulgarian Army. Despite having twice the numerical strength of a Soviet division, the Bulgarian troops had less combat experience. Stavka considered a major enemy advance in this sector unlikely due to the Germans' difficulty in crossing the Drava. Nevertheless, Tolbukin was ready to deploy elements of the 57th Army southward to support the Bulgarians if necessary. To the left of the Bulgarians was the 12th Army Corps from the 3rd Yugoslavian Army, which was not under Tolbukin's command. Tolbukin assigned the 27th Army to his second line of defence. This army comprised 3 Guards Infantry Corps, though its divisions were significantly weaker in both manpower and equipment compared to the 26th Army. The 27th Army was responsible for holding the section of the front extending from Lake Velence to the Danube River. While the Red Army appeared to have a substantial number of troops in this sector, a typical Soviet unit was smaller compared to its German counterpart. For instance, a Red Army Tank Corps, in terms of both personnel and equipment, was equivalent to a German panzer division. Tolbukin also had other units within his sector that he was prohibited from deploying under orders from Stavka. Among these was the 9th Guards Army, which was reserved for the upcoming drive on Vienna. Even if the situation for the 3rd Ukrainian front became dire, Tolbukin understood from past experience that any request to utilize these units would likely be denied. Overall, German intelligence had correctly estimated the number of Soviet armies, corps and divisions that their forces would face. However, they failed to identify the Guards Mechanized and Guards Cavalry Corps positioned along the 6th Panzer Army's assault route, could not locate 2 corps of the 27th Army, and inaccurately assessed the strength and disposition of the Soviet units. Although the gaps in German intelligence were significant, they paled in comparison to other factors that affected the German forces before and during the offensive. The stringent security measures aimed at deceiving the enemy ultimately proved futile and prevented orders from reaching anyone below the corps level, severely hampering final preparations. Furthermore, some assembly positions were located up to 20 kilometers from the actual starting points. To compound the issues, commanders were not permitted to conduct their own reconnaissance of the enemy positions directly in front of them. Dietrich and the staff of the 6th Panzer Army harboured significant concerns about the chosen attack location. They feared vulnerability to a Soviet thrust north of Shekesfihava and were troubled by the numerous waterways and canals that intersected their attack routes, potentially slowing their advance. Additionally, only 2 of the roads were paved, while the dirt roads depicted on their maps were, in reality, little more than narrow paths. Last but not least, the weather at that time of year was apt to hinder the movement of the tracked vehicles of the German panzer divisions. An early thaw in the spring of 1945 had turned the entire area into a morass. The region's canals and drainage ditches had been unable to contain the runoff. During the first days of the offensive, the SS Panzer divisions lost vehicles due to the saturated condition of the terrain. German tanks often sank in mud up to their turrets. The situation was particularly problematic for the King Tigers. Commanders of some units participating in the offensive requested a postponement of offensive operations until either the temperatures dropped low enough to freeze the mud or climbed high enough to dry the ground. Hitler and his advisors refused all such requests. The adverse weather conditions delayed the 2nd SS Panzer Corps so significantly that by March 5th, some of its units had not yet reached their starting points. Despite this, Hitler insisted that the attack begin on schedule, regardless of whether all units were in position. The headquarters of Army Group South, familiar with these conditions, still did little to address the requests for assistance. Instead of aiding his subordinates, General Hermann Balck merely reiterated the orders from Berlin. Throughout the war, Balck had a history of being overly optimistic about operational outcomes, and this instance was no different. Moreover, Balck often blamed others for failures that were ultimately his responsibility. The situation was further strained by Balck's disdain for SS officers due to past conflicts during the war, particularly his grudge against General Willy Dietrich for the failed relief of Tarnopol in April 1944. On the evening of March 5th, German corps commanders involved in Operation Spring Awakening issued orders to their division commanders. By then, most units had made Herculean efforts to slog through the mud and reach their respective starting points. Hungarian liaison officers had cautioned the Germans not to underestimate the severity of the mud season in Hungary, but their warnings went unheeded. However, the 2nd SS Panzer Corps had not managed to reach its staging area. General Willy Dietrich made multiple pleas to delay the offensive until his divisions could get to their starting points, but his superiors flatly rejected his repeated requests. At 1 AM on March 6th, Army Group E's 3 divisions launched their assault across the Drava River at 5 locations. By the end of the day, they had consolidated their 5 small bridgeheads into 2 larger ones near Valpovo and Donji Miholjach. Unsurprisingly, the Bulgarians were unable to repel the German advance. 3 hours later, the 2nd Panzer Army's 4 divisions attacked eastward, aiming to encircle Nagybajom. 30 minutes after that, at 4:30 AM, the 1st SS Panzer Division commenced a pre-planned artillery barrage. Other German units opened fire shortly afterward. While the indirect fire did not achieve the desired results for the German commanders, the German tanks and assault guns used direct fire effectively against the Soviet forces in the area. The 1st Cavalry Corps initially gained ground, but was soon pushed back by the Russians. Similar to the divisions of 1st Cavalry Corps, the 12th SS Panzer Division stalled after making only marginal advances, but it managed to retain its gains. The 1st SS Panzer Division achieved notable progress by exploiting weak spots in the Soviet defense, yet its gains were limited to just 2 to 4 kilometers in depth. Meanwhile, the advance elements of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps did not begin their attack until evening and made negligible progress. In coordination with the 2nd Panzer Army, the 6th Army established a bridgehead across the Hardas Ditch, which empties into Lake Velence. On either side of Serigilier, the 1st Panzer Division and the 356th Infantry Division advanced only to the northern end of the village by nightfall. The 3rd Panzer Division could not deploy its full strength as some of its units had not yet reached their starting positions. By day's end, the attackers had advanced only 3 to 4 kilometers along a 3.5 kilometer front. It was fortunate for Tolbukin that the damage was not more severe, as the 3rd Panzer Corps had struck the seam between the 4th Guards and the 26th Armies. German air support was limited on the first day due to inclement weather. Tolbukin and his staff had accurately anticipated the German attack routes. In response, the 3rd Ukrainian Front Commander implemented measures to bolster the defence directly in the path of the German assault. He regrouped his artillery and shifted elements of the 18th Tank Corps into the 2nd Defensive Belt. Additionally, the 27th Army's 33rd Rifle Corps was repositioned to block the 1st SS Panzer Corps, which had made notable progress on the first day of the operation, despite the challenging weather conditions. At daybreak on March 7th, rain mixed with light snow greeted the combatants. The Germans renewed their attack across the entire front. Along the Drava River, Army Group E was unable to significantly enlarge its bridgeheads due to the mud, forcing its divisions to remain on the defensive for the remainder of the offensive. Further north around Nagy Bajom, the 2nd Panzer Army benefited from captured enemy plans that detailed Soviet defences. Utilising this intelligence, the 2nd Panzer Army shifted the focus of its attack to its right wing. A stubborn Soviet defence permitted little gain, and a stalemate ensued for the next few days. Between Lake Balaton and Lake Valence, the main attack continued as worsening terrain conditions trapped more German tracked vehicles, further straining the already weakened infantry. Against the layered defence, the 1st Cavalry Corps made few gains. To its left, the SS Panzer divisions experienced some success. The 1st SS Panzer captured Kalos, and the 12th SS Panzer advanced 6 kilometers into Soviet lines. The 2nd SS Panzer Corps, able to attack in force, also made significant headway, advancing 6 kilometers. However, the adjacent 3rd Panzer Corps did not attempt to attack, prompting severe criticism from Dietrich, who chastised its commanders for their lackluster performance. Meanwhile, the 4th SS Panzer Corps captured ground near Shekesfejevar, which strengthened its defensive position. On the 3rd day of the offensive, an early morning frost briefly improved road conditions. However, as temperatures rose, the muddy conditions worsened again. The offensive finally seemed to have a chance when the 1st SS Panzer Corps made significant gains across a wide front, with the 1st SS Panzer Division breaching the enemy's 2nd defence line. Capitalising on this momentum, the 1st Cavalry Corps also advanced considerably. Meanwhile, the 2nd SS Panzer Corps failed to build on the previous day's gains and became bogged down in heavy fighting near Saint-Mihaly. Orders were issued for the 23rd Panzer Division to assemble behind the 44th Grenadier Division in preparation for a possible breakthrough. The 3rd Panzer Division was brought forward to attack Adoni on the Danube River, while the 3rd Panzer Corps captured Serigelies and advanced an additional couple of kilometers. These advances were fiercely contested by the Soviets. Beginning on March 8th, Tolbukin brought forward more of his reserves, particularly artillery and Katyusha rocket batteries. With the exception of the 18th Tank Corps, most of the Soviet mechanized forces had been held back. The following day saw significant developments between Lake Balaton and the Savise Canal. The 1st Cavalry Corps made an unexpectedly deep penetration, with its 3rd Cavalry Division overcoming several defensive lines. This advance was bolstered by the success of a night attack by the 1st SS Panzer Division. By the end of March 9th, Dietrich had 2 corps through the Soviets' primary defensive line. However, this localized success had a drawback. The 3rd Panzer Corps also experienced significant success advancing along the southern shore of Lake Valence, but they were eventually halted by Soviet forces at Gardoni. With his infantry suffering heavy attrition, Dietrich became deeply concerned over the heavy losses his troops endured from both combat and exposure to the elements. The 9th Panzer Division had lost more than a third of its strength by that point in the offensive. Tolbukin also grew increasingly worried about the mounting losses his units were incurring. The intense pace of battle on March 9th forced him to commit all of his reserves, save for a few small units. He informed Stavka of the critical situation and requested the release of the 9th Guards Army. His superiors flatly refused, instructing him to make do with the forces at hand. Consequently, Tolbukin began altering the areas of responsibility along the front. He reduced the length of the front for which the 26th Army was responsible, resulting in the 27th Army having to cover the additional area. Its commander was startled to find himself suddenly responsible for a critical portion of the front line. Additionally, Tolbukin shifted units from the 4th Guards Army in the 2nd echelon, positioning them directly in the path of Dietrich's advancing 6th Panzer Army in an effort to slow the enemy's momentum. On March 10th, frontline troops on both sides shivered in their positions as snow and freezing rain fell in western Hungary, worsening the already poor road conditions. Despite this, the 2nd Panzer Army, positioned south of Lake Balaton, achieved considerable success. The 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division exploited the seam between the Soviet 57th Army and the 1st Bulgarian Army, advancing 5 kilometers and reaching the village of Kizbajom. Meanwhile, the 25th Hungarian Infantry Division joined the battle in the 1st Cavalry Corps sector. After a full day of intense house-to-house fighting, the understrength Hungarians managed to capture the high ground around Enying. The 3rd Cavalry Division and the 1st SS Panzer Division reached the Sio Canal and secured sections of its bank in preparation for a crossing. Elsewhere, the 12th SS Panzer, 2nd SS Panzer and 44th Grenadier Divisions all made gains. In the 6th Army sector, the 3rd Panzer Division surprised 2 Soviet divisions by attacking amid heavy snowfall, fighting their way into the enemy's 2nd echelon of defense near Serezhelye. Meanwhile, the 1st Panzer Division captured several villages. The intense pressure of battle led to finger-pointing among some German commanders. Balck was accused of misleading Guderian about the status of the 4th SS Panzer Corps, reporting that it had enough reserves to handle a Russian counterattack when it no longer had such capability. Tolbukin, on the other hand, shifted units from relatively secure areas to critical ones to limit the enemy's gains. The weather improved on March 11th, allowing both Luftwaffe and Red Army ground attack aircraft to conduct multiple sorties. With the support of their aircraft, Soviet troops managed to push back elements of the 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division around Kizbayom. The 2nd Panzer Army requested a change in the direction of its attack, but this request was rejected by Wöhler. Instead, Wöhler ordered the 2nd Panzer Army to renew its attack within the next 48 hours to keep Tolbukin off balance and relieve pressure on the 6th Panzer Army. The Hungarians continued their advance along Lake Balaton but stalled at Siofok. The German divisions that reached the Sio Canal spent the day securing its north bank and searching for crossing locations. Although forward elements of the 12th SS Panzer Division found an intact bridge over the Sio, they could not exploit this discovery as it was blocked by burning vehicles. The 23rd Panzer Division launched an attack on Sar-Egres, but failed to take control of the village. Despite the improved weather on March 11th, Dietrich directly requested that Hitler temporarily halt the offensive due to the persistent rain and mud. As expected, Hitler rejected the request. Nonetheless, elements of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps and the 3rd Panzer Corps managed to advance 4 kilometers into the Soviet 27th Army's positions in some areas. The German armies involved in the offensive faced a determined and experienced commander in Tolbukin. As Dietrich's and Balck's panzer divisions desperately attempted to breach the Soviet defences, Tolbukin skillfully shifted his resources to prevent a decisive breakthrough. The robust Soviet defences forced the Germans to make tactical adjustments. To catch the Red Army units by surprise, the Germans refrained from conducting preliminary artillery barrages before launching their assaults. On the 7th day of the offensive, Army Group E ran out of momentum. From that point forward, its units focused solely on holding their ground and pinning down the enemy forces arrayed against them to prevent their redeployment to other sectors. Tolbukin, already deeply concerned about the condition of the 26th Army, watched in dismay as the German 4th Cavalry Division and 1st SS Panzer Division established bridgeheads across the Sio Canal. These bridgeheads were approximately 3 kilometers deep and 3 kilometers wide. Additionally, elements of the 1st SS Panzer Division entered Simontornia. On the opposite bank of the Savise Canal, most units of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps made no progress, though the tenacious soldiers of the 44th Grenadier Division managed to clear the village of Aba. To the north, the 3 panzer divisions of the 3rd Panzer Corps advanced 2 kilometers, largely due to the support of a heavy panzer battalion whose King Tigers effectively blasted Soviet positions. Despite the impressive gains by German forces securing the Sio Canal bridgeheads, the soldiers of the 3rd Ukrainian Front successfully prevented a decisive breakthrough. March 13th marked a week since the Germans launched what would be their final offensive. Although the weather improved and the roads began to dry out, the Germans were unable to make significant progress. There were 2 noteworthy exceptions. The 23rd Panzer Division captured Sar-Egres, and the 1st SS Panzer Division occupied Simontornia. A significant change in the nature of the fighting occurred when the Soviet forces, which had previously relied solely on self-propelled guns, introduced tanks into the battle. The Soviets maintained their defensive lines, though Tolbukin withdrew 1 division that was at risk of encirclement. The 4th SS Panzer Corps reported increased enemy troop movement. Dietrich believed that if the enemy counterattacked, his veterans would have sufficient time to establish strong defensive positions. However, German intelligence at the army and army group levels misinterpreted the activity in the Second Ukrainian Front as mere local reinforcement movements rather than preparations for a major offensive. Stavka transferred Major General Kravchenko's elite 6th Guards tank army, consisting of approximately 500 tanks along with the 9th Guards army, from their positions near Budapest to the rear of the 4th Guards army. The Germans failed to detect the arrival of Kravchenko's armoured units. On March 14th, the German panzer forces experienced improved manoeuvrability due to the better weather. However, by this time the panzer divisions participating in the offensive had been reduced to 50% strength. With the sun peeking out from behind the clouds, the 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division received orders to spearhead an attack that day. However, they made only limited progress due to heavy artillery fire from the Soviet 57th Army. Dietrich watched helplessly as his cavalry divisions lost all offensive capability. Although his panzer divisions were still able to make small gains against the enemy, it became increasingly clear that there would be no armoured breakthrough. Dietrich's 2nd SS Panzer Corps held its ground in bitter fighting near Sarkara-Stur. At this point, Dietrich was greatly concerned about his flanks, which were vulnerable to enemy counterattack. Reports flooded into his headquarters about increased Soviet vehicle activity, particularly in the passes of the Vertes Mountains northwest of Lake Valens. Balk responded by frantically organising every possible reserve unit to bolster the German and Hungarian forces in his sector of the battlefront. He reluctantly committed his last reserve, the 6th Panzer Division, to the battle. Although it made some initial headway, its attack was easily contained by the reinforced Soviet 18th Tank Corps. By this time, even the most optimistic German commanders realized that the offensive had ground to a halt. Though exhausted, the Russians sensed they had won the battle. The armies of the Third Ukrainian Front began preparing to resume offensive operations. Tolbukin's subordinate commanders ordered their units to move into the staging areas for the drive on Vienna. The good weather held on March 15th, and the 2nd Panzer Army resumed its advance. To the north, the 6th Panzer Army and the 3rd Panzer Corps of the 6th Army attempted to gain new ground on their respective fronts, but their efforts yielded no significant results for the blood spilled that day. The 2nd SS Panzer Corps remained on the defensive. The only positive developments for the Germans were the 1st SS Panzer Division slightly expanding its bridgehead, and the 44th Grenadier Division successfully erecting a pair of pontoon bridges capable of handling tanks. Meanwhile, Hitler and his advisors debated the merits of reorganizing their forces for a new direction of attack. Unwilling to abandon his objectives, Hitler eventually permitted the reorganization to proceed, but not before an entire day was wasted in debate. This delay placed some units of the ISS Panzer Corps in greater danger from the impending Soviet assault than they would have been had they been allowed to adjust their positions earlier. March 16th dawned much like the previous 10 days, with heavy fighting occurring along the length of the battlefront. Taking advantage of the good weather, the Soviet Air Force increased its operations, flying numerous sorties against the 6th Panzer Army and 6th Army. On the southern end of the battlefront, the Russians attacked Army Group E's bridgeheads. The 2nd Panzer Army made only negligible gains, while the 1st Cavalry Corps and 2nd SS Panzer Corps remained on the defensive. The Soviets focused their attacks on the Hungarian divisions, the weakest among the enemy's units. During intense fighting on the second day of the offensive, the Soviet 46th Army overran the 1st Hungarian Cavalry Division. In response, Wöhler cancelled all offensive operations. By March 20th, the Germans had completely abandoned the Drava bridgeheads. The panzer troops fought tenaciously against the advancing Russians to maintain a narrow escape corridor and avoid being surrounded and cut off. The fighting intensified in the following days, and the German retreat corridor narrowed to no more than 2 miles in width. Speed became crucial, and the retreating German units abandoned their equipment and supplies as necessary to ensure their escape. As the Germans withdrew, low-flying Russian Ilyushin Il-2 Sturmovik ground attack planes relentlessly pounded their columns, while Russian tanks and tank destroyers pursued them on the ground. Dietrich's and Balk's panzer divisions retreated as quickly as conditions allowed. Elements of Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army briefly fought on the outskirts of Vienna, but the overwhelming Russian assault forced them to retreat to avoid encirclement. On April 2nd, the Soviet 57th Army and the 1st Bulgarian Army captured the Nagy-Kanizsa oil fields. The Germans suffered 14,000 casualties, while the Russians incurred 33,000 casualties. Malinovsky's forces captured Bratislava on April 4th, and Tolbukin secured Vienna on April 13th after an 11-day battle. In the final analysis, Hitler would have been wise to heed Guderian's advice to commit the 6th Panzer Army to the defence of the Oder Line, potentially slowing the Russian advance on Berlin. Georg Meyer, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations for the 6th Panzer Army, offered a fitting summation of the failed offensive, quoting time, pressure, poor weather, extremely difficult terrain conditions. Hitler's impatience joined forces with the well-prepared enemy defence to form a combined front, he wrote. In the wake of the catastrophic failure of Operation Spring Awakening, the last major German offensive of World War II, the Soviet Red Army swiftly launched a massive counter-offensive that would prove to be a decisive turning point in the war. The German operation, intended to reclaim vital oil fields in Hungary and restore momentum on the Eastern Front, ended in disaster, leaving German forces overextended and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, the Soviet Union unleashed a relentless counterattack. By mid-March 1945, Soviet forces, led by experienced commanders like Marshal Fyodor Tolbukin and Marshal Rodion Malinovsky, had not only recaptured all the territory lost during the German assault, but also began pushing deep into Hungary and beyond. Breaking through the increasingly desperate German defences, the rapid Soviet advance was characterised by overwhelming numbers, superior firepower, and the strategic use of armoured divisions that outmanoeuvred the retreating German forces. As the Soviets pressed westward, the collapse of the Eastern Front became inevitable. Entire German armies were encircled in massive pockets, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. In these encirclements, tens of thousands of German soldiers were captured, and many others perished in brutal battles. The German High Command, already stretched thin and suffering from a critical lack of resources, could do little to stem the tide. The situation was exacerbated by the depletion of Germany's reserves and the disintegration of morale among its troops, many of whom were exhausted, demoralised, and facing the harsh reality of imminent defeat. By early April 1945, Soviet forces were closing in on Vienna, the capital of Austria, and a key objective in their drive toward the heart of Germany. The Battle of Vienna, which began in the first week of April, was marked by fierce urban combat as the Soviets fought to dislodge the well-entrenched German stubborn defenders. Despite desperate attempts to hold the city, the German defence was fragmented and poorly coordinated, reflecting the broader disarray within the Third Reich's military leadership, but many Germans fought with massive determination.
We had been fighting non-stop since Normandy, and the toll had been heavy. Most of the men I had trained with were either dead, wounded, or missing. The young replacements were hardly more than boys, scared and unsure of what was expected of them. I had seen the fear in their eyes as we moved into position for the offensive, and now, as we retreated, that fear had turned to despair. We had been ordered to regroup near Vienna, but the Red Army was closing in fast. Every day brought reports of Soviet breakthroughs, villages overrun, and entire units wiped out. There was no more talk of victory, only survival. Our commanders still spoke of holding the line, of delaying the Soviets long enough for some miracle to save us. But I had stopped believing in miracles. The Soviet artillery never stopped. Day and night, the ground shook under the impact of their shells. We dug in along the outskirts of Vienna, but it felt like trying to stop a tidal wave with a sandcastle. The city was already crumbling under the weight of the assault. Buildings that had stood for centuries were reduced to rubble in hours. I remember the night we were ordered to counterattack. It was a fool's mission, but orders were orders. We moved out under the cover of darkness, slipping through the ruins like ghosts. The streets were littered with the dead, soldiers, civilians, horses, all mingled together in a grotesque tableau of destruction. Our tanks, what few we had left, moved cautiously forward, their engines sputtering from lack of fuel. The Soviets had been expecting us. As soon as we reached the main square, their guns opened up. The first shell hit a Panzer IV, blowing it apart like a child's toy. I took cover behind a collapsed wall, firing my rifle blindly into the smoke. I don't know if I hit anything. The battle was chaos, nothing but noise and shadows. I remember hearing the voice of my friend Karl shouting for help. He had been hit in the leg and was lying in the street, exposed. I crawled out to him, dragging him back into cover. Vienna fell. We fought as hard as we could, but it wasn't enough. The order came to withdraw to the west, to try and reach the American lines. I don't know what will happen if we make it. I've heard stories of how the Americans treat SS men, but anything is better than falling into Ivan hands. Karl died during the retreat. His wound had been too severe, and we had no supplies left to treat him. He was delirious at the end, talking about his family, about the farm he had grown up on. I promised him I would find his parents and tell them what happened. I don't know if I'll be able to keep that promise, but I will try. We've made it to the Enns River. The Americans are on the other side, but we haven't been able to cross yet. The bridges have been destroyed and the Soviets are right behind us. There's talk that the war will be over soon, but I don't know if I believe it. It feels like it's been going on forever. Everything is just a blur.
The failure of Operation Spring Awakening had profound and far-reaching consequences for the German command structure, exacerbating the already dire situation facing Germany in the final months of World War II. Hitler, who had personally placed immense faith in the success of the operation, was enraged by its catastrophic failure. The German forces, particularly the elite Waffen-SS units that had been spearheading the offensive, had been repelled and humiliated, failing to achieve any of their strategic objectives. In the aftermath of the defeat, Hitler's fury turned towards the very units he had often lauded as the most loyal and effective in the Wehrmacht, the Waffen-SS. His anger was particularly directed at Sepp Dietrich, the commander of the 6th SS Panzer Army, and his senior officers. Hitler accused them of cowardice and incompetence, a rare instance of him openly criticizing the SS, an organization that had long been considered above reproach within the Nazi hierarchy. This public denunciation was unprecedented and underscored the depth of Hitler's frustration and the increasingly desperate situation of the German military. As a punitive measure, Hitler ordered Dietrich and his men to remove their SS armbands, a symbol of disgrace that was intended to humiliate the once vaunted SS Panzer units. This action was highly symbolic, representing not only Hitler's loss of confidence in his most trusted troops, but also the broader unravelling of the German war effort. Dietrich did not relay the order to his troops. The reason for not relaying this order was twofold. Firstly, the order had already been partially previously completed, as kaftors were already removed from the uniforms as per a secrecy measure ordered on 30th January 1945. Secondly, there was no need to further disgrace his men beyond the fatal loss they had just suffered. The German military, already struggling with depleted resources, low morale, and a lack of coordination, found itself further weakened by these internal conflicts. The command structure, once a tightly controlled and efficient machine, was now plagued by mistrust and dysfunction. This fragmentation made it nearly impossible for the German forces to mount any effective defence against the relentless advance of the Allied forces from both the east and the west. The failure of Operation Spring Awakening and the subsequent fallout within the German command structure not only symbolised the beginning of the end for Germany, but also accelerated its collapse. The punitive measures against the Waffen-SS, rather than galvanising the troops, served to demoralise them further, contributing to the overall disintegration of the German military as it faced the final overwhelming assaults of the Allies, and overall the end of the war. Germany's decision to launch Operation Spring Awakening in March 1945 was marked by significant strategic misjudgment. At this point in the war, the German military was severely weakened, fighting on multiple fronts with depleted resources. Hitler's insistence on launching an offensive in Hungary, aimed at securing the region's oil fields, reflected a desperate attempt to regain the initiative. However, this decision overextended Germany's already stretched forces. The operation diverted critical resources away from the defence of Germany itself, leaving other fronts vulnerable to Allied advances. The strategic overreach meant that Germany was attempting to achieve objectives that were beyond its remaining military capabilities. The German forces committed to Operation Spring Awakening were among the best remaining units, including the elite Waffen-SS Panzer divisions. However, these units had been severely weakened by years of intense combat. The operation involved approximately 200,000 men and 500 tanks, but many of these units were under strength and poorly equipped. The failure to concentrate sufficient forces for the offensive was a critical flaw. The Germans faced an overwhelming Soviet force that was both numerically superior and better equipped. The attrition suffered by the German forces during the operation, particularly in terms of tank losses, further weakened their ability to continue the fight. Logistical challenges played a significant role in the failure of Operation Spring Awakening. The German military supply lines were overstretched and vulnerable to disruption. Fuel shortages were particularly acute, severely limiting the mobility of German armoured units. The harsh winter conditions compounded these issues, making it difficult to move supplies to the front lines. The lack of adequate supplies, including ammunition and spare parts for tanks, crippled the effectiveness of German forces. As the Soviet counteroffensive gained momentum, German units found themselves increasingly isolated, cut off from reinforcements and resupply, which contributed to their eventual collapse. One of the key reasons for the failure of Operation Spring Awakening was the Soviet Union's readiness to counter the German offensive. The Soviets had been anticipating a German attack in the region and had fortified their positions accordingly. When the German offensive began, the Soviets were able to absorb the initial assaults and then quickly launch a massive counter-offensive. The Red Army's overwhelming numerical superiority, combined with their effective use of artillery and air support, allowed them to encircle and destroy German units. The speed and intensity of the Soviet response caught the Germans off guard, leading to heavy casualties and the rapid collapse of their front lines. The leadership decisions during Operation Spring Awakening were marked by significant failures. Hitler's direct involvement in planning the operation led to unrealistic expectations and the refusal to acknowledge the deteriorating situation on the ground. Additionally, internal conflicts within the German command structure, particularly between the Wehrmacht and the SS, undermined the coordination of the offensive. Hitler's subsequent decision to blame the Waffen-SS units for the failure further demoralized the troops and fractured the unity of command. The removal of armbands from SS soldiers as a sign of disgrace was a symbolic but ineffective response to the broader strategic failure. By 1945, the morale of the German forces was at an all-time low. Years of continuous fighting, heavy casualties, and the clear realization that the war was lost had a profound psychological impact on the soldiers. The failure of Operation Spring Awakening only deepened this despair. The soldiers involved in the operation were aware that their efforts were likely futile, which affected their combat effectiveness. The rapid Soviet advance and the chaotic retreat further demoralized the troops, leading to widespread surrenders and desertions as the situation became increasingly hopeless. Overall, Operation Spring Awakening failed due to a combination of strategic miscalculations, insufficient forces, logistical challenges, Soviet preparedness, leadership failures, and the declining morale of the German troops. The operation was a last-ditch effort that reflected the desperation of Germany in the final months of World War II. Its failure not only resulted in significant losses for the German military, but also hastened the collapse of the Eastern Front, contributing to the imminent defeat of the Third Reich. In the annals of World War II, the Blitzkrieg stands as one of the most formidable and revolutionary tactics of warfare. The very name evokes images of swift, modern, mechanized assaults that shattered enemy lines and reshaped the battlefields. Blitzkrieg, or Lightning War, relied on the unprecedented speed and coordination of tanks, aircraft and infantry. Yet beneath this veneer of modernity, an unexpected force played a crucial role in Germany's war machine. The humble horse, an ancient companion of mankind, was the hidden backbone of the Wehrmacht. In an era dominated by the roar of engines and the clatter of machinery, these noble animals quietly bore the burden of war with the soldiers. Despite the look of mass machinery and the era of the Tiger tanks, Panzers and so on, the German army utilized more than 2.75 million horses throughout the conflict. These steadfast creatures pulled artillery, transported supplies and provided mobility in terrains where machines faltered, and most importantly became the unsung heroes of the Blitzkrieg era. By 1939, the German Reich had amassed a formidable force of 3.8 million horses, designated for use by the German cavalry in World War II. Initially, 885,000 of these horses were conscripted into the Wehrmacht to serve various roles including saddle, draft, and pack animals. Among these, 435,000 were seized from conquered territories such as the USSR, France and Poland. To bolster their equine ranks further, Germany also procured additional horses from countries like Hungary, Romania, Czechoslovakia and Ireland. This extensive reliance on horses was crucial for the German military's logistics and mobility throughout the war. Klaus Christian Richter, who was part of the 1935 German cavalry class, reflected on the physical and psychological strains of war in his book Cavalry of the Wehrmacht 1941 and 1945. He noted that traditional soldierly virtues such as courage, a sense of duty, responsibility, comradeship, and a love for horses proved invaluable. German riding schools, along with their horses and riders, were of exceptional quality. From 1930 to 1940, they participated in every significant international event, culminating in a remarkable triumph at the 1936 Olympics. The German team won 6 equestrian gold medals and 1 silver, achieving dominance in all 3 disciplines: dressage, jumping, and military. This extraordinary accomplishment has never been replicated. Before 1935, enlisted men and NCOs in the German cavalry underwent an extensive 12-year military service, which included up to 3,000 hours of basic rider training. This rigorous training established a strong foundation for the horse-mounted troops. However, as Germany geared up for war, the training emphasis shifted, reducing rider training to an average of 1 hour per day to focus more on weapons and combat strategies. Despite these changes, horse troopers trained just as intensively as the infantry. Their duties, primarily reconnaissance and scouting, required them to endure demanding training sessions, often covering 30 to 60 miles a day in the saddle, with each horse carrying up to 250 pounds of man and equipment. Many German soldiers were familiar with working the fertile farmlands of Germany, where animals, especially horses, played a crucial role in their daily lives. These soldiers shared a deep bond with their horses, rooted in their agrarian background. Contrary to the popular image of the German military as a formidable force of tanks, armoured vehicles, troop transports and trucks, much of the heavy lifting was actually performed by horses. Additionally, numerous troops served on horseback in the German cavalry. Special committees selected these horses, purchasing them at 3 years old and starting their training at 4, which continued for another 2 years in a program unmatched by any other nation. As the demands of the war increased, heavy draft horses were brought into service to handle the growing weight of wagon loads. Following the fall of France, several Berber horses also joined the Wehrmacht ranks. The unloaded wagons themselves weighed between 610 to 1,040 kilograms and often required teams of 4 to 6 horses to pull them, especially when navigating the challenging terrain and rough roads of the Eastern Front. This reliance on horses underscored the vital role these animals played in the German military's logistics and operations during the war. On September 1, 1939, with the German invasion of Poland, 2 major German army groups, North and South, spearheaded the offensive. The German cavalry played a crucial role from the beginning, with the 1st Cavalry Brigade guarding the eastern flank of the 3rd Army. Concurrently, the 1st Mounted Regiment was stationed in the Fürstenwalder Forest to attack Messienitz, followed by the 2nd Mounted Regiment to the east. Throughout the first week of September, the 1st Cavalry Brigade continued its operations, including night attacks around Rosen, Pultusk and Ostro-Mazowiecki. The early weeks in Poland were marked by intense combat and harsh conditions for both horse and rider. German and Polish cavalry units faced numerous challenges, including navigating burning villages and enduring artillery fire. One notable incident involved the German 14th Army's reconnaissance unit inadvertently camping near a Polish cavalry regiment. The German 1st Cavalry Brigade concluded its offensive role by September 21st, but participated in one last significant battle on September 23rd near Krasnobrod, where they defeated a force of Polish Uhlans. The campaign ended with Warsaw's capture on September 27, 1939, shortly after the Soviet invasion. Post-occupation, the Waffen-SS cavalry was tasked with quelling partisan activity involving weapon searches, hunting partisans, and protecting ethnic Germans. After the invasion of Poland, the German forces shifted their focus to the Nordic countries before advancing westward. Although the seaborne landing in Norway was successful, it resulted in significant naval losses for the Germans, which later impacted their strategy against Britain. The heavy losses included half of Germany's destroyers and nearly a third of her cruisers. Despite these setbacks, the German cavalry remained integral to their military operations, playing key roles in various campaigns. In the Western Campaign, the cavalry continued to be a crucial asset. The invasion plan, initially scheduled for November 1939, was delayed and revised after the original plans fell into Allied hands. On May 10, 1940, German troops launched a coordinated attack on Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland, utilizing 136 divisions. The success of these operations was attributed to precise attacks by aircraft and panzer divisions, but the cavalry also played a significant role. In Holland, the 1st Mounted Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division, attached to the 18th Army, advanced almost 3 kilometers within the first 20 minutes of the campaign. By the second day, German cavalry had covered approximately 180 kilometers over difficult terrain. The German cavalry also demonstrated their effectiveness in France. On June 9th, the reconnaissance squadron of the 6th Infantry Division, led by Lieutenant von Berzelager, became the first Germans to cross the Seine River. Despite facing resistance and exchanging fire across the banks, they successfully crossed, furthering the German advance into France. The 1st Cavalry Brigade, now expanded into a division, saw action in both Belgium and France, tasked with sending scouts ahead of the infantry and protecting the left flank of the corps. In one tragic incident near Moulins, the French used riderless horses to detonate mines, resulting in significant horse casualties. The culmination of the German cavalry's efforts in the Western Campaign occurred during the attempt to cross the Loire River on June 19th. Facing the cadets of the prestigious cavalry school at Saumur, the German cavalry engaged in intense combat, including hand-to-hand fighting. Despite fierce resistance, the Germans prevailed after 2 days, securing the crossing of the Loire River. Throughout these campaigns, the German cavalry proved their versatility and resilience, playing a pivotal role in the rapid and effective movements of the Wehrmacht across various terrains and against formidable defences. After the surrender of France, Hitler's next major target was Great Britain. Churchill's refusal to negotiate peace prompted Hitler to initiate an aerial assault intended to pave the way for an invasion. This led to the Battle of Britain, where Germany's air attacks were ultimately repelled, resulting in a British victory. The significant naval losses Germany had previously sustained were felt acutely, as the planned land invasion, known as Operation Sea Lion, was heavily dependent on air superiority. Without control of the skies, the invasion could not proceed. Operation Sea Lion was intended to follow the success of the aerial campaign with a land assault that required substantial sea transport. The plan involved not only the transportation of soldiers, but also a large number of horses, which were integral to the German military strategy. The first wave of the invasion was projected to require 4,200 horses, with an additional 7,000 in the second wave. This undertaking would have demanded extensive preparation, resources and time, including training the horses to board ships and remain calm during the sea voyage across the English Channel. Ultimately, Operation Sea Lion was never executed, but preparations had begun, including the sea training for horses. The failure of the aerial campaign against Britain meant that the ambitious plan for a land invasion had to be abandoned. Despite the meticulous planning and resource allocation, the inability to achieve air superiority rendered the operation impossible, highlighting the crucial interplay between air, land and naval forces in wartime strategy. Horsemanship was also a significant component of the curriculum at SS academies, reflecting the Nazis' idealized connection to the Teutonic Knights' legacy. This training was integral to fostering the skills and discipline the Germans revered. The reality of wartime Europe was brutal. Horses were a common sight on roads and fields, falling victim to machine guns, mortars, artillery fire and air attacks. But how did the myth of the mass German mechanization spread? It proliferated through war propaganda. For instance, Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels censored newsreel images to present Hitler in a favourable light with armoury. This selective portrayal extended to combat footage, emphasising the efficiency and menace of tanks and planes over horses, especially in the early years of 1940 to 1943. In literary works like Field Marshal Erich von Manstein's Lost Victories and Field Marshal Heinz Guderian's Panzerleader, horses, the backbone of the German army, received scant mention. Guderian did acknowledge that units working with foot soldiers would do better to remain horse-drawn, but such admissions were rare and often overshadowed by the emphasis on mechanized warfare. On June 22, 1941, the German army invaded the Soviet Union, also known as Operation Barbarossa, utilizing 750,000 horses primarily for artillery and transportation. The German and other Axis forces, numbering 3.5 million men and 153 German divisions, quickly advanced along a front stretching from the Baltic to the Black Seas. Due to their rapid progress, both cavalry and infantry often had to abandon exhausted horses and proceed on foot. The infantry divisions employed 4,800 horses and 918 horse-drawn transport vehicles each. Operation Barbarossa positioned the 1st Cavalry Division with the 24th Motorized Corps of the 2nd Panzer Group in Army Group Center. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Brigades were the first to cross the River Bug on the morning of June 23rd, entering the Soviet Union and anticipating tank attacks. The horses and soldiers quickly became exhausted within the first few days and weeks of the campaign, covering miles upon miles daily. The relentless pace took a heavy toll, particularly under the sweltering Russian summer heat. Horses frequently collapsed and died from the combined effects of heat and exhaustion. There are numerous first-hand accounts of soldiers having to halt their progress just so their horses could rest. In many instances, the horses were so fatigued that they refused to get up, leaving the soldiers with no choice but to abandon them. Often these abandoned horses were left in the care of Russian villagers. The soldiers themselves were not spared from the grueling conditions. Marching long distances with insufficient rest, their physical and mental stamina were severely tested. The scarcity of food and water, combined with the oppressive heat, made each day a struggle for survival. These hardships were compounded by the poor condition of the roads and the constant threat of enemy skirmishes, which further drained their strength and morale. The German cavalry faced severe challenges, especially from Soviet air attacks that caused panic and disarray among the horsemen. The Soviet forces, including the Cossacks under General Lev Mikhailovich Dovator, effectively disrupted German communications. Commanding the SS cavalry, Hermann Fegelein emphasized the SS cavalry's role, often exaggerating their importance. The SS and Wehrmacht cavalry units played both offensive and defensive roles during the campaign, engaging in a variety of operations from pursuing retreating Soviet forces to engaging in direct combat. These cavalry units were often at the forefront of the offensive, tasked with swift maneuvers designed to encircle and disrupt Soviet formations. One notable instance of their offensive role occurred during the initial stages of Operation Barbarossa. As German forces advanced into Soviet territory, cavalry units were deployed to pursue retreating Soviet troops, aiming to prevent them from regrouping and mounting a counter-offensive. The cavalry's speed and mobility were critical in these operations, allowing them to exploit gaps in the Soviet lines and capture key strategic points. During the Battle of Białystok-Minsk, for example, Wehrmacht cavalry units were instrumental in surrounding and capturing large numbers of Soviet soldiers. Their ability to swiftly traverse difficult terrain enabled them to outflank Soviet positions, leading to significant victories and the capture of substantial enemy resources. However, the cavalry units were not only used for offensive operations, they also played crucial defensive roles, particularly in protecting the flanks of advancing infantry and armoured divisions. During the brutal winter months when the German advance stalled and the Soviets began their counter-offensive, these cavalry units were often called upon to hold the line against overwhelming odds. The 1st Cavalry Division once again found themselves occupying the Pripyat Marshes, a vast wetland stretching over 200 miles from east to west and covering more than 100,000 square miles. This unique and challenging terrain consisted of a mix of dry and wet areas, crisscrossed by rivers and basins, and characterized by dense forests and varied habitats. The marshes were home to a variety of wildlife, including boars, wolves, fowl, and insects, and also served as a refuge for Soviet and Polish partisans. Operations in the Pripyat Marshes were a continuation of those begun during the Polish campaign. The SS Cavalry Brigade, which included the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Regiments, occupied the Pripyat Marshes around the same time as the Wehrmacht's cavalry units. The conditions in the marshes posed significant challenges for both sides. The wet, boggy ground made movement difficult and hindered the effectiveness of traditional cavalry tactics, requiring adaptation and resourcefulness from the troops. Combat in the Pripyat Marshes was intense and often brutal. The marshy terrain favoured the partisans, who utilised their knowledge of the land to launch ambushes and raids on German forces. The 1st Cavalry Division, alongside the SS Cavalry Brigade, engaged in numerous skirmishes with these irregular fighters. One account describes a night operation where a Wehrmacht cavalry patrol was ambushed by partisans while crossing a narrow river. The ensuing firefight was chaotic, with visibility severely limited by the thick vegetation and darkness. Despite their training and discipline, the cavalrymen found themselves in a desperate struggle to repel the attackers and escape the ambush. Tragically, the Pripyat Marshes became the site of atrocities committed by the SS Cavalry. During their anti-partisan operations, SS units killed civilians suspected of aiding partisans who had previously attacked German positions. This brutal campaign led to the deaths of many civilians, both those with connections to the partisans and those who were entirely innocent, caught in the deadly repercussions of the conflict. By August 1941, the German forces began to struggle with the onset of cold weather, a situation that rapidly deteriorated as the months progressed. September brought relentless rains that turned the ground into a quagmire of thick, clinging mud, severely hindering movement and logistical operations. By October, the weather took an even harsher turn, with the arrival of snow and freezing winds marking the early onset of a brutal winter. The horses, essential to the German military for transportation and supply, suffered immensely. The lack of adequate fodder led to widespread starvation among the animals. Many horses, weakened by hunger and overwork, succumbed to the harsh conditions, dying from a combination of starvation and exhaustion. The loss of these horses further strained the already struggling supply lines, creating a dire situation for the German troops. the harsh winter conditions had a devastating impact on the soldiers as well. Frostbite became a common affliction, with many soldiers losing fingers, toes, and even limbs to the severe cold. The inadequate winter clothing and gear issued to the troops exacerbated these problems, leaving them ill-equipped to deal with the freezing temperatures. Pneumonia and other respiratory illnesses spread rapidly through the ranks, weakening the soldiers' ability to fight and survive. One stark account from the Eastern Front described a company of Wehrmacht soldiers caught in a sudden blizzard. The temperature plummeted and the men, already exhausted and hungry, struggled to set up any semblance of shelter. As the night wore on, the cold became unbearable. By morning, several soldiers had succumbed to the freezing temperatures, their bodies found huddled together in a futile attempt to share warmth. Combat operations in these conditions were exceedingly difficult for cavalry and infantry. One account from a German infantryman of the cavalry division described a bitter engagement with Soviet forces during a snowstorm. Visibility was nearly zero, and the freezing winds cut through even the thickest clothing. Both sides struggled to maneuver and maintain their positions, with frostbite and hypothermia claiming almost as many lives as enemy bullets. The German soldiers, demoralized and physically depleted, found it increasingly hard to mount effective offensives or defend their positions. The horses that did survive the initial onslaught of starvation and exhaustion faced their own set of challenges. The cold weather and icy terrain made it difficult for them to find footing, leading to injuries and further losses. The few that remained became even more critical to the Germans' ability to transport supplies and wounded soldiers, yet their numbers dwindled daily.
The air bites with a chill that penetrates through our uniforms. Autumn's golden hues have long faded, giving way to a relentless cold that signals the impending winter. Our horses, our trusted companions, are weary but still push forward through the treacherous terrain. The ground is a mixture of thick, cloying mud and patches of early snow. The mud clings to their hooves, making every step a Herculean effort. We are stationed near Vyazma. The landscape is a desolate expanse of grey and white. Supplies are running thin, and the men are growing despondent. Each night we huddle together for warmth, the temperatures plummeting as soon as the sun dips below the horizon. The wind howls through our makeshift camp, carrying with it the scent of decay and the distant rumble of artillery. Our horses suffer alongside us. Johann, one of our youngest recruits, lost his horse yesterday. The poor creature, unable to endure the cold and the exertion, collapsed and never rose again. Johann wept openly, a rare sight among us hardened soldiers. The bond between a cavalryman and his horse is something only we can understand. We buried the animal hastily, a simple marker left to commemorate its sacrifice. The mud has worsened, now mixed with slush that saps the strength from both man and beast. Progress is agonizingly slow. The Russians have not given us a moment's respite. Ambushes and skirmishes are frequent. Yesterday, during a reconnaissance mission, we encountered a Russian patrol. The engagement was swift but brutal. We managed to repel them, but at a cost. I watched as Klaus, my friend since training, was thrown from his horse. A bullet found him before he hit the ground. I dragged him back to our lines, but he was already gone, his lifeless eyes staring at the overcast sky. Our division was ordered to advance through a heavily wooded area. The trees, skeletal and devoid of leaves, provided little cover. The ground beneath was a quagmire. We heard the distant crack of rifle fire, and then it was upon us. Horses and men alike screamed as they fell. My horse Blitz stumbled but kept going. I owe my life to his endurance. We charged the Russian position, sabers drawn. The melee was chaotic, a blur of steel and blood. Blitz was hit. I felt him shudder beneath me before he collapsed. I managed to roll clear, but not before a Russian bayonet found my shoulder. The pain was blinding, but adrenaline kept me moving. We drove the Russians back, but at a grievous cost. I returned to find Blitz still breathing, but barely. With tears streaming down my face, I ended his suffering. His death felt length. Frostbite is a constant threat. Our horses, those that remain, are gaunt and exhausted. They look at us with eyes that reflect our own despair. The night is eerily quiet. As I sit here writing by the dim light of a lantern, I cannot help but think of home. The warmth of the hearth, the laughter of family, all seem like distant dreams. War has a way of stripping a man down to his core, exposing fears and vulnerabilities hidden beneath the surface. A heavy snowstorm hit today. Visibility is near zero, and the cold is unlike anything I have ever experienced. We are essentially immobilized. The men huddle together, sharing what little warmth they can. Our horses are barely alive, shivering uncontrollably. Morale is at an all-time low. We hear rumors of impending reinforcements, but they seem like empty promises. Another skirmish with the Russians today. We managed to hold our ground, but the cost was high. I wonder how much longer we can endure. The Eastern Front is an unforgiving place, where the elements are as much an enemy as the Russians.
On November 5th, 1941, the German High Command made a significant strategic shift by disbanding their cavalry units. The decision marked the end of an era as the cavalry was converted into the 24th Armoured Division. This transformation was part of the broader mechanization efforts within the German military, reflecting the evolving nature of warfare. However, this did not mean the end of the use of horses within the German army. Despite the disbandment of cavalry units, horses continued to play an essential role in the logistics of the German military, particularly for short-distance supply transport. The conversion to the 24th Armoured Division was intended to bolster the German offensive capabilities with more modern and mechanized forces. The newly formed Armoured Division received tanks, armoured personnel carriers, and other mechanized equipment, aiming to increase its effectiveness on the rapidly changing front lines of the Eastern Front. This transition highlighted the increasing importance of armoured warfare and the need for greater mobility and firepower in the face of the Soviet Union's vast and rugged terrain. While the emphasis shifted to mechanization, the reality on the ground remained that horses were indispensable for many logistical tasks. The harsh conditions and inadequate infrastructure of the Eastern Front made it difficult for mechanized vehicles to operate effectively, particularly in the muddy and snowy conditions that plagued the region. As a result, horses were reassigned to pulling wagons, artillery pieces, and other equipment. One soldier's account from the winter of 1941-1942 vividly describes the scene. With the tanks and trucks often immobilized by the mud and snow, our horses became lifelines. They pulled supply wagons through terrain that seemed impassable, their strength and endurance a stark contrast to the mechanical failures we frequently encountered. Without them, our ability to transport ammunition, food, and medical supplies to the front lines would have been severely compromised. By mid-November 1941, the harsh realities of the Eastern Front became starkly evident as 85% of the vehicles used by the German forces in Russia were out of commission. The extreme conditions, including mud, snow, and freezing temperatures, took a heavy toll on the mechanized units, rendering them largely inoperative. This mechanical attrition necessitated the implementation of a relay system for horse-drawn supply trains, which became crucial for maintaining the flow of supplies to the front lines. The German Sixth Army, facing increasingly dire conditions, made the desperate decision to send most of their horses to the rear. As the situation deteriorated further during the retreat from Stalingrad, the remaining horses were slaughtered for food to sustain the starving troops. This grim measure underscored the severe supply shortages and the extreme measures the soldiers had to resort to in order to survive. From this moment, horses died on the battlefields at a staggering rate of 1,000 each day. They succumbed to a variety of fatal wounds caused by shell explosions, bullets, hand grenades, and fires. The intense combat environment took a severe toll on these animals, with many falling victim to the relentless barrage of artillery and gunfire. Beyond combat injuries, horses also suffered immensely from exhaustion as they were pushed to their limits transporting heavy loads and navigating difficult terrain. Exposure to the elements added to their plight, with harsh weather conditions leading to hypothermia and other fatal complications. Starvation was another common cause of death as supply lines faltered and adequate fodder became increasingly scarce. One German gunner remarked, our route is lined by dead horses that have broken their legs or collapsed through sheer exhaustion. This grim observation painted a vivid picture of the harrowing conditions faced by both soldiers and their horses. The sight of lifeless and suffering animals littering the path was a constant reminder of the relentless hardships of war. A German general echoed this sentiment, describing the battlefield as a sight full of dead horses. Some horses were only half dead, standing on 3 frozen legs, shaking the remaining broken one. His account highlighted the gruesome reality that not all horses died instantly. Many endured prolonged agony, standing in a state of shock and pain, unable to move or find relief from their injuries. In February 1943, the German cavalry units were revived under the command of von Boeselager, who had convinced Field Marshal von Kluge to form the Boeselager Mounted Force. Despite the challenge of pulling men from infantry units, von Boeselager managed to assemble his force, including some Cossack recruits. By April 1943, the German cavalry was officially reinstated and designated as the Cavalry Regiment Centre, soon followed by the formation of Cavalry Regiment North and South. These regiments primarily focused on partisan patrols. In January 1944, the Germans unsuccessfully attempted to capture the Danube Line near Novgorod, resulting in significant losses for Cavalry Regiment North. After the capture, they were ordered to evacuate, mirroring other evacuations across the Crimean Peninsula. Despite their usefulness on the Eastern Front, the new cavalry regiments faced a tragic turn. When the Germans evacuated Crimea in May 1944, they faced the dilemma of preventing their 30,000 horses from falling into Soviet hands. Initially, veterinarians were tasked with shooting the horses and disposing of the bodies, but as the process proved too slow, chaos ensued, and the horses were driven off cliffs and killed by machine guns. This moment of tragedy is epitomized by a soldier's poignant farewell to his horse, Paprika. The soldier described hiding his tender feelings behind a mask of anger, expressing deep sorrow as he said goodbye. Paprika, who had shown affection by nuzzling her head against his chest, was destined for a peaceful retirement in Berlin, a plan now shattered by the cruel realities of war. The heartfelt farewell underscores the bond between soldiers and their mounts, highlighting the grief and sorrow brought on by the brutal necessities of war. One of the leading issues with Germany's retreat west from 1943 to 1945 was feeding horses. It posed significant logistical challenges for the German army. According to World War I plans, horses could not operate more than 25 miles from a railhead without fodder supplies, taking up more space than essential military equipment like rifles and ammunition. Despite this, during World War II, some infantry units operated as far as 90 miles from the nearest railhead. Horses required an estimated 53 tons of food daily per division. In World War I, those in German Army Group A consumed nearly 1.5 million pounds of fodder daily, which filled 97 railroad cars. Large horses could eat up to 20 pounds each day. During one summer month in 1941, the Germans requisitioned 112 tons of oats and 768 tons of hay from Russian farms. Some starved soldiers were even tried for eating oats meant for horses. The horses, suffering from hunger, gnawed on walls, wooden beams and tree trunks. Their cotton feed bags rotted and roughage often arrived mouldy, exacerbating the supply issues. The German battle of annihilation against the Soviet Union succeeded at first. German units advanced nearly 500 miles into Soviet territory along a front of nearly 1,000 miles, but soldiers ignored horses that coughed from dust, bolted from shell explosions, and died from exertion and heart attacks. One soldier wrote about the endless wasteland. "There is no rest. Always the same advance through treeless plains, in thick clouds of dust, along endless roads, column after column, horses, rider and artillery like ghosts." As World War II dragged on around 1944, the German army became even more dependent on horses. One German staff officer admitted, "At times, horses are the last and only thing we can rely on. Thanks to them, we made it through the winter, even if they died in their thousands from exhaustion, lack of fodder, and their tremendous exertions." A veterinarian officer also remarked, "In spite of Hitler's marked opposition to horses, the number of horses serving with our forces in the east grew steadily as the war went on, an indication that the use of horses was a compelling necessity." Some German soldiers bonded with their horses. One major wrote, "The drivers would keep the horses behind houses at night and strap blankets on them as well to try to shelter them from the wind. The horses had winter coats of fur which helped them, although a few of them died at night from the cold." Another soldier wrote, "In all the many months Siegfried has been my comrade, my protector. He has carried me out of trouble many times. He has listened for me and warned me of any danger. I had always relied upon him in 1001 situations. I had cried on his shoulder when I was in despair, and he had even made me laugh at some of his antics. He had never complained when I had nothing to give him, not even water. To me he had not been just a horse, he had been my best friend, a friend in 1,000, full of warmth and understanding." Both men and beasts struggled to survive during World War II. "Man becomes an animal," one writer lamented. "The battle returns here to its most primeval animal-like form." Several million Germans and around 1.5 million horses died, but as von Manstein said, the personal element obviously did not interest Hitler in the least. To him, human beings were merely tools in the service of his political ambitions. In March 1945, the last German cavalry troops participated in defensive operations along the Danube River and later surrendered to the British in Austria. After a final march through Württemberg in June 1945, they were briefly held as prisoners of war before being released. Their horses were returned to local farmers for care. The two German cavalry divisions of the Waffen-SS, after 2 years of fighting on the Eastern Front, were decimated in the intense battles around Budapest, which fell to Soviet forces on February 11, 1945. Wehrmacht cavalry units, consisting of anti-communist Cossack volunteers, surrendered to the British. Despite assurances of safety, they were forcibly repatriated to the Soviets, who viewed them as traitors. The common soldiers received 8-year sentences in the Gulag, while higher-ranking officers were executed. The contrast between the propagandized image and the reality of the Second World War highlights significant misconceptions about the conflict, particularly regarding the German forces. Despite the prevalent portrayal of a modern, mechanized military dominated by panzers and other machinery, horses played a crucial role within the German army. Serving as cavalry mounts and artillery pack animals, horses were instrumental across various campaigns, navigating French rivers and Russian tundras and carrying supplies and artillery. While propaganda emphasized the formidable power of steel machines, the horse remained the vital, living force behind much of the German army's mobility. Nearly 3 million horses were recorded in service, performing duties from pulling ambulances and field kitchens to scouting and patrolling. The true number of horses involved may never be fully known. Horses occupied a significant position within the German ranks, often overshadowed by the image of an ironclad military. They were integral to operations in various theatres, from Polish soil to preparations for crossing the English Channel, and they too suffered in the war's devastation. Initially imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, the use of horses persisted as the Nazis faced resource shortages in their push for modernization and global dominance. The reliance on horses required substantial resources for their care, including fodder and veterinary services, illustrating the logistical challenges of maintaining such a large number of animals. The end of cavalry, including the German cavalry, was an inevitable consequence of advancing technology and mechanized warfare. However, recognizing the significant contributions and sacrifices of these war horses is essential for a comprehensive understanding of the war. The continued use of horses was a fundamental aspect of the German army, and appreciating this complexity is crucial for understanding the true nature of the Blitzkrieg and the broader Nazi war effort.
Have you ever wondered what the most famous German generals truly thought about the Waffen-SS, that elite yet controversial fighting force under the direct control of Heinrich Himmler? What was the relationship between the regular German army, the Wehrmacht, and this ideologically driven, Nazi-loyal formation? These are the kinds of questions that continue to fascinate World War II historians and military enthusiasts alike. In this expanded analysis, we will delve into these questions and provide a detailed look at the complex dynamics between the regular army and the Waffen-SS, examining what figures like Erwin Rommel, Heinz Guderian, and Erich von Manstein thought about this formidable military force. Additionally, we'll explore the perspectives of regular soldiers on both sides of the divide. The Waffen-SS was unlike any other unit within the German military. Born from Adolf Hitler's paramilitary bodyguard, the SS, the Waffen-SS, transformed into one of the most feared fighting forces of World War II. It wasn't just an army unit, it was an ideologically driven organisation designed to embody Nazi ideals on the battlefield. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which had a long tradition of Prussian military professionalism and was considered apolitical, the Waffen-SS was tightly bound to the Nazi Party. This gave it certain privileges, but it also created friction between the two entities, a tension that would persist throughout the war. From the perspective of the regular army, the Waffen-SS had a distinct and somewhat privileged status. One of the most notable points of contention was the perception that the Waffen-SS received preferential treatment when it came to resources and equipment. Regular army units often felt that the SS divisions were given priority in terms of receiving new weapons, supplies, and recruits. In many cases, Waffen-SS divisions were better equipped, receiving newer tanks, artillery, and personal gear before the Wehrmacht. This unequal distribution of resources sometimes led to deep resentment among Wehrmacht soldiers, especially when they found themselves fighting side by side with SS units on the same front. For instance, a regular army unit might be struggling with outdated equipment, only to see a Waffen-SS division nearby outfitted with the latest gear. This favoritism created a sense of division, and at times envy, even though both groups were supposedly fighting for the same cause. However, this preferential treatment didn't come without a price. The Waffen-SS units were often tasked with the most dangerous and critical missions. They were regularly placed at the forefront of assaults or used as a last line of defence in desperate situations, and as a result they suffered higher casualty rates. This fact did not go unnoticed by the regular army, and many soldiers came to view the Waffen-SS as both privileged and expendable. While the SS may have had the best equipment, they were often sent into near-suicidal battles where losses were staggering. Another major distinction between the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS was their ideological foundation. Wehrmacht soldiers, for the most part, saw themselves as professionals who were fighting for their country, rooted in centuries of German military tradition. In contrast, the Waffen-SS soldiers were indoctrinated from the start, trained not just as soldiers, but as ideological warriors for National Socialism. They were loyal not just to Germany, but to Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. This ideological divide created a significant cultural gap between the two forces. To many in the regular army, the Waffen-SS appeared as a group of political fanatics rather than professional soldiers. Wehrmacht officers often criticised the Waffen-SS for being more focused on loyalty to the Führer than on military competence. This view was reinforced by the fact that many Waffen-SS officers were promoted based on their political connections or loyalty to the Nazi Party rather than their battlefield performance. This led many Wehrmacht generals to see the Waffen-SS as a political tool rather than a legitimate military organisation, which further fueled resentment. Now that we've set the stage with the general views of the Wehrmacht, let's turn our attention to the opinions of some of the most notable German generals. Their thoughts on the Waffen-SS reveal the complexity of the relationship between these two branches of the German military. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, one of the most celebrated German generals of the war, had a notably strained relationship with the Waffen-SS. When Rommel first encountered Hitler, it was during his time as a colonel, where he was tasked with overseeing Hitler's personal security during the Polish campaign. The SS was supposed to be responsible for Hitler's protection, but Rommel, who had a very low opinion of the SS, removed them from that duty. This early interaction set the tone for Rommel's opinion of the Waffen-SS throughout the war. Rommel's disdain for the Waffen-SS grew stronger as he took command of larger operations. During his campaigns in France and North Africa, Rommel refused to lead any Waffen-SS units, openly stating that he believed their professionalism was inferior to that of the regular army. Rommel's view of the SS was that it was primarily a political unit, and he saw little value in their ideological zeal on the battlefield. Even during the later stages of the war, when Rommel was forced to command Waffen-SS units in Normandy, there is little evidence to suggest that his opinion changed. In fact, it's known that Rommel did everything in his power to prevent his son from joining the Waffen-SS, a decision that speaks volumes about his enduring rejection of the organisation. General Heinz Guderian, known as the father of Blitzkrieg and a pioneer in tank warfare, had a much more favourable view of the Waffen-SS compared to Rommel. Guderian admired the combat effectiveness and discipline of many Waffen-SS divisions, particularly when it came to leading offensive operations. He frequently praised divisions like the Leibstandarte, SS Adolf Hitler, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, which played key roles in spearheading many of Germany's major offensives and counter-offensives from 1943 onward. However, Guderian's praise came with some notable caveats. Like Rommel, he was critical of the Waffen-SS's ideological indoctrination. Guderian believed that too much time was spent on political education and loyalty to the Nazi Party, and not enough on proper military training. He also expressed concerns about the atrocities committed by some Waffen-SS units in occupied territories. While Guderian respected their battlefield capabilities, he couldn't overlook the fact that their actions sometimes undermined the German war effort by alienating local populations and reinforcing the image of the Nazis as brutal occupiers. Despite these reservations, Guderian recognized the strategic value of the Waffen-SS. He saw them as elite shock troops capable of executing difficult missions under extreme pressure. Their determination and willingness to fight to the last man made them a valuable asset in defensive operations, especially as Germany's military situation became increasingly dire. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, one of Germany's most brilliant military strategists, had a somewhat conflicted view of the Waffen-SS. During the Battle of Kursk, Manstein had several Waffen-SS divisions under his command, including the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. Like Rommel and Guderian, Manstein was critical of the political nature of the Waffen-SS. He often lamented the fact that many Waffen-SS officers were promoted based on their loyalty to the Nazi Party rather than their military merit. However, Manstein was also a pragmatist. He understood the value of the Waffen-SS on the battlefield, and he knew how to use them to great effect. During the Kharkov counter-offensive in early 1943, Manstein relied heavily on Waffen-SS divisions to execute his bold and risky manoeuvres. Their elite status and combat effectiveness made them ideal for spearheading attacks and holding critical positions during defensive operations. Despite his personal reservations about the Waffen-SS, Manstein recognized that they were an essential component of Germany's war effort, particularly as the regular army became increasingly overstretched. He once remarked that despite their ideological baggage, Waffen-SS divisions were the kind of troops he needed to carry out his maneuver-based warfare strategies. This pragmatic approach characterized Manstein's relationship with the Waffen-SS throughout the war. While the views of Rommel, Guderian and Manstein give us insight into the higher echelons of command, it's also important to consider the broader relationship between the regular German army and the Waffen-SS. At the tactical level, cooperation between the two forces was often strained. Regular army units resented the Waffen-SS for their preferential treatment, but they also relied on them in critical moments. When the situation on the front lines became desperate, it was often the Waffen-SS who were called upon to hold the line or to launch a counter-attack. For example, during the grueling battles on the Eastern Front, where German forces faced overwhelming Soviet numbers, Waffen-SS units were frequently used as reinforcement for Wehrmacht divisions that were in danger of being overrun. While the regular army soldiers may have envied the SS's equipment, they couldn't deny the courage and determination that the SS displayed in these brutal engagements. An anonymous Wehrmacht soldier, writing about his experiences on the Eastern Front, recalled how Waffen-SS units would arrive just in time to prevent a Soviet breakthrough, often suffering heavy casualties in the process. These units were sometimes used as bait to draw Soviet forces into vulnerable positions, allowing the Wehrmacht to withdraw or regroup. In these desperate situations, the professionalism and discipline of the Waffen-SS were invaluable, even if the regular soldiers viewed them with suspicion. As the war dragged on and Germany's fortunes worsened, the Waffen-SS became increasingly prominent. By 1945, the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS had changed dramatically. Early in the war, the Waffen-SS had been subordinate to the regular army, but as Germany faced defeat, the ideological fanaticism of the SS became more and more central to the Nazi leadership's hopes of prolonging the war. Hitler and his inner circle came to believe that the Waffen-SS's unwavering loyalty to the regime would be the key to staving off defeat. By the end of the war, Waffen-SS units were no longer just elite formations. They had become the last hope of the Third Reich, entrusted with defending the regime to the bitter end. The relationship between the regular German army and the Waffen-SS was complex and multifaceted. While many Wehrmacht officers and soldiers resented the Waffen-SS for their ideological zeal and preferential treatment, they couldn't deny the combat effectiveness and determination of these elite units. Figures like Rommel, Guderian and Manstein each had their own perspectives on the Waffen-SS, ranging from outright disdain to pragmatic admiration. So, what do you think? Does the contrast between Rommel's rejection, Guderian's tactical respect, and Manstein's effective use of the Waffen-SS shed new light on this controversial organisation? How did the ideological divide between the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS influence Germany's military operations during World War II? Anyway, this brings us to the end. If you did enjoy, be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll be sure to catch you in the next episode. Goodbye for now.